I can't hear you.
Tiffany.
Tiffany? All right, Tiffany, I'm going to change these handcuffs out, okay? And then I'm going to roll you over and I'm going to sit you up, all right?
It was November 2023, and police were responding to a call made by a concerned neighbor. Officers were clearly confused about what they were walking into, but then again, everybody was. But with the distressed mother lying on the driveway, and rumors that her 2 children were still inside the house and in danger, the situation quickly turned serious. However, while this chaos was unfolding outside, it tragically was already too late for them. And when police officers stepped inside Tiffany's home, that was when the story began to unravel. A story that you will soon come to realize is filled with lies, delusions, and deeply troubling clues.
Damn.
Hi there folks, my name is Adrian, and today we're traveling to Kentucky to look at a story that left a town in disbelief. You know, I have to say, this story really will leave you wondering what happens behind closed doors, not only for the family and all of the social media left behind, but also all of those red flags which were kind of seen but never fully realized. Now I have to say, we've got quite a lot to cover in this one, which is slightly different to the usual. And so, on that note, let's grab yourself a coffee, get comfortable, and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Tiffany Lucas.
Okay. Oh, I'm actually gonna die. Oh no.
Welcome to the Bluegrass State, folks, also known as Kentucky, or the horse capital of the world. It is home to the world's longest cave system, hosts the oldest continuously held horse race, and produces more than 95% of the world's entire supply of bourbon, which, considering how big the world actually is extraordinarily impressive. However, Kentucky has a darker side too, because not only does poverty run deep here, but it's actually too deep to ignore, because with that comes a whole list of other issues too. We're talking about the brain drain, political division, and something that we'll touch later on in this video, the opioid crisis. Unfortunately, poor health is one of Kentucky's hardest truths to swallow. The state regularly ranks near the bottom in the country for overall health outcomes. Which, as you will soon realize, feels especially relevant for the story that we're about to talk about. Because in many ways, this case is yet another casualty of those ongoing struggles, and it raises one simple question. When was the last time that you took your own health seriously? And I don't mean the kind of serious where you're up late at night doom scrolling and trying to convince yourself that you're fine or not, because trust me, we've all been there, including me, but I mean seriously. In fact, it was only a few weeks ago, and while experiencing RSI, which by the way just means sore wrists, that Google even suggested that I might be experiencing a heart attack. Which, yeah, I somehow doubt. And with this story touching on both physical and mental health quite heavily, I think now's the perfect time to let you know about this video's sponsor, ZocDoc. The beauty of ZocDoc is that it makes looking after your health that much easier. It's a free website that helps you find and book high-quality and network doctors so you can find one that fits you. And with more than 150,000 providers across all 50 states, ZocDoc certainly has you covered. Whether you're looking for dentistry, eye care, dermatology, or the other 200+ specialties offered, you can easily search by specialty or symptom
like a
to find
popular
the care
thing
that's
in
right
America.
for
I
you.
don't know.
Not only that, but they give you the flexibility and freedom too. Whether you want to see someone in person or via video, that is totally up to you. And their review and verification system lets you get a real sense of who your doctor is. Oh, and did I mention that when you're ready, you don't even need to phone them.
There's doctor reviews? Hold on, this is kind of fire. I was just was a thing in Norway.
24 to 72 hours of booking. In fact,
I
you can
like that.
score same-day appointments. And so, be kind to yourself this year.
I'd give a 1-star to my
Go to ZocDoc.com/coffeehouse-crime to book an appointment with a top-rated in-network doctor today. Thank you so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video, especially with how much health pivots on this story. And now let's get straight back to our case today.
Is it like a drug case?
On November the 8th, 2023, in a small
is it a drug case or
when a horrifying
overdose
call
or
was made
what?
to the emergency services. It was on this morning that a woman had phoned the police and said that her neighbor had come to her door and then suddenly collapsed. And as you can tell in this recording, you can actually hear how frantic things were.
What?
911, where's your emergency?
219 Bentwood Drive, Shepherdsville, Kentucky, 40165.
Mm.
The neighbor just came up to my door and just passed out, and I can't get her to wake up. She's
Okay, is she breathing?
She is.
Okay, at least that's a positive.
I would say
Hi, Unc.
30s,
What?
and now she's
What is
worried
that?
her kids are
Bro, stop with
dying.
this face.
I don't know. I don't even know her name.
The woman named Tiffany Lucas was a 32-year-old mother who lived next door and was now lying on her neighbor's
Stop with
driveway,
this.
drifting in and out of
You need to ban
consciousness.
this.
Her
From
neighbors had
chess.
no idea what had happened
I can
inside
do
her
one
home,
game.
only that this looked like a medical emergency and that Tiffany might be in serious trouble.
I can do
While
one
one
game.
of the neighbors stayed by her side, another neighbor walked towards the Lucas household, heading straight towards what could be possible.
Bro, literally one game at most. Because I actually need to grind today because I don't have that much time. Why do you challenge me then, bitch? Bitch, come on. Hmm. Why did you insta queen? Why? Uh, 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 uh. Mm. What are you doing? What? Just go back like you a good boy. Come on. Mm-hmm. Come on. Good boy. Really good boy. Uh, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. Sure. Where are you? No. How did you lose so much points? I really had like 600 elo yesterday. What happened? Mm. Okay, I'll just keep this there, I think. Did you gain a piece? I don't know what you even took. I don't know what you even took. I didn't look. Did I take a piece? Or did you? What did you take? You took a pawn? Oh. Uh, should I threaten that piece? Maybe. Sure, you can just keep it there. I don't mind. I can tell you want to open that up. I mean, I'll take it. Yes. Mhm. Cannot be that. Bro, I really have like a fucking line up right now. I mean, look. Mm, yeah, that's not threatening, though, is it? Do you have a white bishop? No. Uh, uh, uh. What are you threatening right now? Wait, why? Wait, what? Am I missing something? Okay. Yeah, I'm really like defended here, bro. Isn't it still W trades for me? No, it's not, actually. Oh no, I messed up. Well, this might be an issue for you. You might be in big trouble right now. Oh, well, you lost. Why did you just leave him there, bro? You should have opened up space. Damn, I played bad. Bro, why are you trying to challenge me with a new one? You can challenge me to a 3-minute one. Only 3 minutes. This is where we do all the blunders. Look. Oh. Oh, I made the big blunder. I messed up. I made like the biggest blunder of all time. I didn't even see that. Hmm? Okay. Bro, you're gonna lose it. Bare gang kritte. Uh-oh. Uh, yeah, because I made like the biggest mistake ever in the first like 2 moves. Bro, I usually never fall for that bullshit, bro. I did now though.
Danger. The man knew that Tiffany had 2 children inside, and so, whatever was going on, they could possibly be in harm's way too. But tragically, little did they know that it was already too late. Within minutes, police officers arrived at Bentwood Drive.
Well,
They
yeah,
rushed into the driveway and
if I
then
do
kneeled
something
beside
stupid, yeah.
Tiffany. But moments later, then realized that the real emergency wasn't outside, it was actually inside with her children. Following the neighbor's husband, deputies then moved carefully through the Lucas household, calling out as they cleared each room. As they walked through, everything seemed quiet and maybe even calm. That was until they reached
I'm
one
gonna
of
look
the
at something here.
bedrooms. On the bed and lying side by side were Tiffany's 2 sons, that being 9-year-old Jaden Howard
G-Rod.
and 6-year-old Morris Baker Jr.,
Look at Black Sheep, man.
also
It's so
known
sheep.
as Peanut. What happened next is too disturbing to show on YouTube, but in short, although both boys were still alive, they were only barely clinging to life, and that is
Damn.
because it appeared that they had been shot 4 times in total. Police officers shouted for the paramedics, who rushed in to then desperately try to save both of the boys, and within minutes, both of them were on their way to a local hospital. Once they were gone, detectives then focused their efforts on trying to understand what precisely happened in this bedroom, and soon enough, they concluded that this must have been an act of double homicide. But outside of that bedroom, something, or rather
Is
the
Trent
lack of
Rivers bad?
something, really stood out.
Price?
They suddenly realized that
Let's
there
look for
were
a flip. Look.
actually no
Look.
signs of an intruder, and there was no evidence
Just.
to suggest that anybody outside of the family had even entered the property that morning. The windows were fine, the doors hadn't been tampered with, and the locks were still intact. So, what was going on? What this meant, or at least suggested, is that none of this had actually come from outside of the family home. And of course, that left only one person remaining: the boy's mother, who was now lying outside on the driveway. It's kind of a very grim and uncomfortable realization, isn't it? And on that note, this story suddenly became a whole lot darker.
Okay.
The
Election room in
was
3 hours.
as ambulances
What do
poured
you
down
hope
the
for,
street
man?
towards Louisville, and officers wrapped the home in police tape.
I think
You
we're
could
gonna hope
see
for
the
some
confusion on
Finnegan so you
neighbors'
can go and farm like a
faces.
good
What
boy.
precisely had gone wrong inside that house? Who was hurt? And why was Tiffany lying there in handcuffs? So, focusing back on Tiffany for a moment, officers described her as dazed and disoriented, but not seriously injured, which, given the circumstances, actually made them more uneasy. Paramedics checked her over and found only a small cut near her ear, something that she later described as a graze from an attempted self-inflicted gunshot. But the thing is, it barely even looked like a wound at all, because not only was there no major bleeding,
She a demon,
there
bro.
was no real trauma either. The neighbor who had entered the house before police arrived had one
Bye,
bright
bitch.
theory to all of this
Oh,
confusion.
back for sure.
The same one
Back,
that
back,
most of us are
back.
already thinking, that tragically, Tiffany had shot her own children. And the thing is, at this point in the investigation, it seems like officers were coming to the very same conclusion. And so, right there on the driveway, she was placed in handcuffs and arrested on the spot. From the outside, things now looked even worse than before. All the neighbors could see was a mother rambling.
I need some coins from Timer. He got to donate me some money.
A dozen police cars and
Surely has some
ambulances
spare.
were now swarming her home, and 2
I need money,
children
man.
were now missing. And tragically, by that afternoon, that disbelief turned into something far heavier. Because despite doctors' best efforts, both Jaden and Morris would die from their injuries. By the evening, they were both pronounced dead at the children's hospital. Almost immediately, the charges against Tiffany Lewis were now upgraded from attempted murder to 2 counts of homicide. Whatever had happened inside that family home, the consequences were now irreversible. And
I'm making a huge profit this Ajax for it now.
So, with that said, who precisely is Tiffany Lucas? Well, Tiffany may have looked like a fairly ordinary single mother who was doing her best, but let me be not the first to say that she wasn't. Her Facebook page, which is filled with selfies and school photos, show exactly what you'd expect from a proud mum who also maybe has too much confidence. We'll get to that in just a second.
Damn.
In fact, only 6 months before the deaths of her sons and on Mother's Day, she wrote that they were always together and never apart, and called them, quote, 3 souls and 1 heart, adding that she wouldn't know how to smile or survive without them. There were plenty of photos of them hugging, wearing matching outfits, and all the rest. I mean, there are quite literally hundreds of photos here. And the thing is that if you only knew her through social media, you would probably think that she is a tired but loving mum. However, it is
I would hope so.
That she was trying to promote herself left, right, and center. If you go back far enough in her social media, you can actually see that she was trying to get into fitness and modeling. And there are plenty of pictures of her in semi-professional photo shoots at best. Tiffany would also share sneak peeks as if it actually meant something. Because seriously, who cares? And she would also call herself a bad little vibe. She would even try to launch her own runway show, which ultimately would flop. Many of her photos showed her in sports gear and outfits, in front of seemingly expensive cars, and wearing designer handbags. I really like this one, by the way, where she's sticking her butt out so hard that she's essentially Donald Duck, and her handbag is just kind of slapped leaning against her. A lot of her posts were self-indulgent too. For example, there is this one where she wrote, "Leveled up and only look back in pictures. Simply the best, better than the rest." Except that she spelled leveled incorrectly, and even managed to get Tina Turner's lyrics wrong too. I'd like to remind you that while all of this was going on, she was also posting pictures of being the perfect mother. Which, I don't know, it just kind of feels a little bit immature, especially while you're raising children. And the truth is that the deeper that you look, the more that her image starts
She got
to feel
some
more
baby
like a
daddy
performance
problems,
than
bro.
anything else. Kind
And
of
she
like
got
she was
problems
trying
herself.
to compensate for something. And that's true, because behind the scenes, Tiffany's life had been unraveling for years. So, let's rewind for a moment and go right back to the beginning. The truth is that, although we do know that Tiffany grew up in Kentucky, there is not much information
What is that?
known
Oh,
about
it's a
her
stair stack.
childhood. What we do know, however, is that she had Jaden on March the 13th, 2014, with a man named Dural Howard.
Who is not in
followed
the
a
life.
few years later in 2016 with a different father. And although Tiffany would
Oh.
never stay with either of these
Ooh.
two men, we do know that both boys
course.
remained close to their extended families. And then, only 3 years after Morris was born,
Why
tragedy
is there like
struck in
no dad?
2019 when Jaden's father Dural was shot and killed in Louisville. Now,
The
strangely, that case was never solved, but there is no evidence to suggest that Tiffany was actually linked to his murder. I have seen a few news reports try to clickbait and pivot on that and say that maybe she was connected to it, but
I don't believe that.
honestly, I can't see it. All of a sudden, Tiffany was left to raise Jaden and
They're
Morris
just
all
conspiracy
alone and
theorists,
without
bro.
much support. And
Big mans.
honestly, from that point onwards, life really did seem to steadily go downhill. In the year
Damn.
2016, and at only 25 years old, Tiffany opened a small convenience store in West Louisville called
And
Miss
it flopped,
Thompson's
right?
Shop. In fact, she even appeared in a local news segment to talk about it, and there's footage of that here.
A lot of people don't make their way down here, but if there's a Walmart, you know, you come out of the woodworks for
Yeah, she do
Walmart.
drugs.
So, probably would have brought a lot
She
of
do
people
drugs.
to,
Come on,
you know,
she
stop
a
and
hoe.
check us out.
It is kind of
She
strange
do drugs
to watch
and she a
that
hoe.
footage now, because that business wouldn't last. And we should probably talk about her former low-level arrests too. It was in the late 2010s that Tiffany was arrested for drug possession, receiving stolen property,
knew it.
and other minor offenses. At one point, she even allegedly served a month in jail on a drug conviction. Nothing that would have been enough to mark her as dangerous, but certainly enough to show that she was in fact struggling. After that jail time, she mostly fell off the radar, at least publicly. But privately, things were still deteriorating, and by 2023, Tiffany was both unemployed and using drugs again. And it turns out that her home on Bentwood Drive reflected that. Relatives described the
Eviction
house as
order or
filthy
not?
and barely functional. Utilities had allegedly been shut off for non-payment, and trash had now piled up. Apparently, family had even seen eviction notices sat on the countertop. By now, Tiffany and the boys were essentially living in survival mode. However, online, she would still paint the perfect picture.
Did she pose up with fake
Now, many of
cars?
my regular viewers will know that we've
Because
been
that
here
car was
time
way
and
too
time
nice for
again,
her
but
if she
those
has no money.
glitzy and curated
Did she
images
just
seen
find
on
a car on the
social
street
media
and take a
versus the
selfie?
actual gritty reality
She is
behind
so cap.
closed doors could not be any further from the truth. And so, this is a reminder to all of you today, but please never compare yourself to anyone online, because the truth is, it is rarely the full story. Anyway, as it turns out, Child Protective Services had even been called to the property numerous times in the previous months and years, not only by concerned relatives, but by worried neighbors too. In fact, at one point, Morris's aunt even gained temporary custody over both boys when the authorities believed that Tiffany was making the home unsafe due to her drug abuse. And looking back,
Why
they
did
were
she do
right on the
drugs
money.
and still
Eventually,
keep
both
custody?
boys were returned to their mother, but rather than lean on her family for help and support, Tiffany grew increasingly isolated. Both friends and relatives described her pulling away, becoming ever increasingly paranoid, and talking about very strange things. Strange things like people were stalking her, that both Facebook and YouTube were controlling her children's
Oh my
minds,
god,
and even that
holy
the
shit.
Wi-Fi
She
was
is
somehow
so gone.
manipulating her thoughts. Now,
She
of
is
course,
so
on the outside,
gone.
none of this was
She is
actually visible
gone.
to anyone. However, behind closed doors, things were quite
She is gone,
evidently
man.
slipping. By 2023, things were well and truly collapsing for Tiffany. With her business now closed and no stable job ever since, she was essentially financially broken. And although she was receiving some benefits from the state and support from one of her children's fathers, she was still deep in the red. And so, couple that with her deteriorating mental health and a returning addiction to a range of different drugs, well, you certainly have a recipe for disaster. To be more specific here, Tiffany had become addicted to opioids. And although she would abruptly quit them, even that was not a good idea. Because it turns out that sudden withdrawal to opioids can trigger extreme anxiety, paranoia, insomnia, and, in severe cases, psychotic symptoms. It was actually around this time that Tiffany
Have you
grown paranoid
Brother
again,
King has nowhere
believing
to
that
move.
Wi-Fi and video games were
It's a
actually
draw?
controlling
Yeah.
her children. She believed that their minds were now being altered and that something unseen was influencing the household. And by the way,
it's
this
kind of
wasn't
stupid,
just
but
too
it
much
is an easy
Fortnite
way
or
to
too
like
much YouTube, but it
dodge a
sounded
loss.
like genuine fear. And personally, I think that is what makes this part
You
of the
can literally
story so
have
unsettling,
zero
because while all of this was
zero,
going on, life on the outside just carried on as
zero pieces
usual.
left.
Again, I would like to
Against
reiterate
someone
here
with, like,
that this wasn't some
10
sort of
pieces.
huge moment of alarm
And you
for
can just
Jaden and Morris.
stuck
It was
yourself.
instead a
And then
mild
it's a
and
draw.
lingering worry until one day they were gone. On the day before the murders, that being November the 7th, 2023, Tiffany took Jaden and Morris out to a Waffle House.
It's really
Photo
easy to
footage
stuck
shows
yourself
the
if
three
you
of them
get
sitting in a booth
if
like
you're
any other
checkmating with a
family.
king.
The boys
It's
can be
easy
seen
to
eating, while
mess up
Tiffany
sometimes.
scrolls through her phone like she has so many times before. Nothing looks strange, and if you didn't know the ending to this story, you would never look twice at that video. But of course, unfortunately, we all know what happened next. Although the following day was a school day, both Morris and Jaden never made it onto the bus. We
Why
don't
not?
know whether Tiffany intentionally kept them home or if they simply missed it. But what we do know is that hours later, they were dead. At approximately 11 a.m., a neighbor's Ring doorbell camera recorded 4 gunshots over the course of roughly 30 seconds. And after the final shot, there was a gap of several minutes before Tiffany herself appeared outside screaming for help. It is reported that
Yeah,
during
she is
that
cap.
moment of quietness, she then allegedly tried to take her own life, and that is when
Of
the gun
course.
jammed. Whether that's true or not, we may never actually know. However, it would explain the small graze along the back of her ear and why
She
the
deserves
weapon
the
was
death
found on her
penalty.
bed. With Jaden and Morris pronounced
Dang,
dead
that
and
forehead is
Tiffany
crazy.
now in custody, officers were of course desperate to understand what happened and why. And so it is no surprise that, later that same day, Tiffany was then brought into the sheriff's office for questioning. As you can see, she was still wearing the same clothes from that morning, and, to be honest with you, still looked just as disheveled as when she had originally been picked up. It is worth highlighting here that Detective Richard Beale, who sat in on the interrogation, had already walked through that bedroom. He had already seen the bed, the blood, and the bullets. And now, he had to sit face to face with their alleged killer and ask her to explain what happened. And let's just say that the entire thing was bizarre at best.
Okay. There's the stones.
Manipulate my children, manipulating my mind.
Who is?
All them game systems and, just everything.
What?
James, you said?
Yeah.
The game systems.
All the games that
Killed
kids
your
play.
kids.
Yeah.
It manipulates their minds and it makes it to your mind.
Stuff that's on the internet that you have access to now is
It's
terrible.
It's terrible for the kids and they need to stop. Like, my kids are beautiful angels, you know? And
Hello, drama.
Were they misbehaving earlier?
no,
No. Do you?
they're perfect.
They are. Do you know?
I literally have no coins left though. This is bad looks,
Can you
bro.
talk to me about that?
Look at my money. I have 3 million left.
As you can tell, Tiffany was obsessed with talking about technology, which she believed manipulated
English,
her and
bud?
her children. She kept ranting about mobile phones,
Yes.
video games, YouTube, and the internet, and spoke as if they were actively controlling her household and slowly breaking her family apart. And honestly, it didn't
What are
really
you gonna do
sound
with
like
that, Krista?
technology at all. It sounded like
How are you
something
doing,
else.
bud?
Being the only sane
What
person
the fuck?
between the two,
Why are you
Detective
using
Beale
bud?
eventually guided the conversation back to the obvious
I'm not
question.
Ant, bro.
Of course, that
I'm like,
being, if you love your
I'm
children,
very young.
then how did they end up shot? And that is when she brought up a name that no one in the room had ever heard before. That being Parker Borders. And what followed next sounded less like a confession and more like a conspiracy theory.
I'm just doing Sven's right now. I'm trying to get the die. The brick reds. It's on 2x, so I'm doing fine. I need this. What? Bud means buddy. I know, man, but I don't really hear people saying bud. It's out of meta right now.
So, to recap here, Tiffany now claimed that a man named Parker
It's kind of
Borders had
outdated.
been manipulating her mind for years, and that included not only planting
There's like new
strange ideas
patches
in
and
her
stuff.
mind, but even controlling her phone.
With new
But when
language.
detectives asked where Parker was, or what he
Slang,
did, or
man.
even where he lived, well, Tiffany, she could not answer any of those questions. Instead, all she said is
Oh
that
my, this
apparently
is server
he lived
lagging, bro.
close
Stop
enough to
lagging,
remotely
man. Stop.
manipulate her. She could never provide any real or verifiable information either, only the sorts of things that would, in
She
essence,
guilty. Come
help
on,
her
bro.
defense.
She guilty.
For example, she claimed that the gun apparently belonged to Parker. And as the
Who
interview
is
went
Parker?
on, you really could tell that Tiffany was slowly cracking under the surface. In fact, she would even go on to ask for help and a
that's the
psychiatric
video going on.
evaluation. And by the end of it,
It's
investigators really did have enough. In fact, they
Instagram
were quite
mom.
sure that there was no accomplice, no
Mom
intruder,
to
and
America's
no
most
Parker
horrifying
Borders.
mother.
This was just a woman who refused
Also,
to take
why
accountability
am I just
and,
fried
in
right now?
return,
What happened to the
created an
servers?
imaginary figure. The
What
whole
just
Parker
happened?
Borders scenario was absolutely surreal. But
I just
of
got
course,
banned.
detectives would still have to take
I
it
just got
seriously.
fucking banned, bro.
I mean,
The
if there
fuck,
was
man?
even a 1% chance that a man who was capable of murdering a child was still out there, then it was worth checking. They ran the name through databases, searched local records, looked for prior contacts, and even
Chicago.
searched for
Oh,
addresses.
okay. But
Anything
I
that might connect a so-called
You're talking
Parker
like you are
Borders to
sleepy.
Tiffany Lucas. Yet, even still, despite their best efforts, they
I
found
guess. I
nothing.
don't know.
And that's because Parker Borders simply did not exist
Am I?
whatsoever. And
I mean,
once that
probably.
became overwhelmingly clear to police officers,
I'm just
Tiffany's
relaxing, bro.
story started to look less like
I'm
a
just
lead
vibing,
and
man.
more like a delusion. Because even without her statement, the evidence
I don't
already
know.
told a
I need
rather
Chicago.
straightforward story.
Literally
So,
no Chicago
what
servers
precisely
working.
did
Hello?
that look like anyway? To begin with, there were
Chicago.
no signs of forced
Oh my
entry,
fucking god.
no
What the
unknown
fuck, man?
fingerprints, and no
Chicago
indication
3.
that anyone else had ever stepped foot inside that bedroom before the children were shot. And what was left behind at the property suggested
Wait,
that the
what?
house was not the scene of an invasion or a struggle
Can you do me a favor and
It
join the
was
server? My
quiet,
friend made it. It's
contained,
exactly
and
like
essentially
Hypixel.
undisturbed, except of course.
Then
for
why
the
would I
bed,
join? If
where
it's
both
exactly
boys
like
were found
Hypixel, I'll just
clinging
play on
for their
Hypixel.
lives. And when confronted with all of this, Tiffany suddenly pivoted. Now, it apparently was also
Why do people keep asking me to join
I would like to
servers?
remind you here that
It's a bit
investigators
sus, you
found
know?
4 spent bullet casings throughout that bedroom, and both Jaden and Morris had been fatally shot. That does not sound like an accident to me. The Ring doorbell camera also recorded those 4 gunshots over
Literally
a period
every
of
single
roughly
Chicago
30
server is down.
seconds.
Hello? Chicago
That
3?
was not in quick succession, meaning that the shooter had plenty of time to figure out and think about what they were doing. To emphasize here,
Why?
the more that I looked into this case,
If
the
it's
more I
like
realized
Hypixel,
that
then
Tiffany
sure,
is the
it's
kind
probably
of
good.
person who will never
I
take
don't want to log onto any
accountability.
servers. I don't know
She will
what
never look at her actions
info
or
you can get
flaws
about
and
me
think,
because
yeah, I need to
I feel like
correct
there's no
that,
reason to
because
why people
all
keep
of us are
asking me to
broken
join
in some ways,
servers
right? And
unless
none
they're
of us
gonna
are
gain something
perfect.
from me.
But the difference between a good person and a bad
So I
person
feel like you're
is
just
the
trying
ability
to
to
get my
reflect
IP or
and
something.
improve. And here Tiffany was, making imaginary figures to take the blame for her own drug-fueled actions. Moving into the legal proceedings of this case, once the interrogation ended and the evidence had been processed, everything else seemed to move quite quickly. And that is because there was not much mystery left about what happened inside the house. The only real question now was for the courts to
What do you
determine
actually
how
gain from
Tiffany
that?
would be held responsible and whether her
I'll
mental
have a look,
state would
actually.
change the outcome. As you already know, she was formally charged with 2 counts of murder, 1 for each of her sons. And not only that, but her bond was also set at $2 million, meaning that there was no realistic chance that she would be released in the interim. Even early on in the investigation, her defense team made it clear that they intended to focus on her mental health. They never disputed whether she shot both boys, because obviously that would have been a complete waste of effort. In parallel, they signaled that they might pursue an insanity defense instead, arguing that she had been suffering from a severe mental health break which was brought on by drug use, withdrawal, and paranoia. Notice the nuance there, by the way. Drug use, not abuse. They also claimed that she was not fully grounded in reality at the time of the shootings, and that her thinking was distorted enough to qualify as a mental disease or defect under the law. However, an insanity defense is, of course, a gamble. It requires multiple evaluations, expert testimony, and a huge amount of persuasion. And given the physical evidence, her behavior after the shooting, and the fact that she immediately tried to shift blame, it was never a strong case to begin with. And then, all of a sudden, about a year after the murders, the case would take an unexpected turn when, instead of going to trial, Tiffany would plead guilty. Of course, this was a shock to many others, especially for someone who had initially invented imaginary culprits. Oh, and when asked directly whether she was pleading guilty because she was in fact guilty, she answered yes, and observers described her as both emotionless and cold as she said it. Tiffany's plea was open, meaning that not only was there no negotiated deal, but the sentence would be entirely up to the judge, and that she was effectively placing her entire fate in the court's hands. During the sentencing hearing, relatives of both Jaden and Morris filled the courtroom and delivered some of the most harrowing victim impact statements that I've ever heard. Filled with both anger and grief, it was clear that neither of the families were willing to show any mercy towards her, and honestly, it's hard to blame them.
Every second of the day I hurt. And I hope they give you 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole.
They loved you so much, but at the end of the day, you became what children their age fear the most, a monster.
To both of those families, they concluded that Tiffany had been selfish long before the murders of her 2 young boys. She was selfish in her addiction, selfish in the years of neglect, and selfish for consistently placing herself before her children's most basic needs. They believed that her addiction and her choices had put both boys directly in harm's way, and that if she had simply put both of them first, then she would have accepted their offers in looking after them while she got herself clean. Meanwhile, her attorneys reiterated that she'd been experiencing powerful delusions and a psychotic episode during the murders, again referencing the idea that she had then tried to take her own life afterwards. And although the judge did not ignore that argument, he would also not soften his language or his stance on her. Instead, he spoke about what it really means to be a parent, not merely providing just food and shelter, but safety and protection too. In the end, the judge imposed the maximum sentence available, that being life in prison on both counts. And so, now, Tiffany is basically as good as dead on the outside. I do have to say here that, technically, Kentucky law allows parole eligibility after 25 years. However, the prosecution were quite blunt about the odds, because in a case like this, with a mother killing her own children, the chances are practically almost non-existent. And so, as she was led out of the room in handcuffs, the legal process and, effectively, her life was now over. I think this story hits a little bit harder than most, because this wasn't some fraud scheme or some love triangle gone wrong, but 2 innocent children.
No, but I don't understand why people keep asking me.
The weeks and months
Like, why do people keep asking me to join the servers? It happens literally every single day. There must be something you guys gain from me joining that server.
And I speak about that from recent experience. It was only 2 days ago that I visited Bondi Beach in Sydney, where a mass shooting happened just last month, and you really could feel that sadness in the air. And for Shepherdsville, I imagine it really did feel like the same kind of grief.
It has to be something you gain from this.
Emotion here, grief. A candlelight vigil was held just days later at a local church, where hundreds showed up, including friends, classmates, teachers, neighbors, and family. Family members spoke about how many of them had tried to step in and help Tiffany and the boys. Several had called Child Protective Services over the years,
Whoa! Don't say that.
Had even offered to adopt them outright.
Isn't that like an N-word or
back,
something?
If the system had just listened a little more closely, then maybe Jaden and Morris may still be here. The Lucas household itself quietly transformed into a memorial, where flowers, stuffed animals, and letters were left at the door, and photos were taped to the fence. For multiple weeks, people stopped by to leave something behind.
Is it more or less
in a
laggy than
way,
Hypixel?
It became less of a crime scene and more a place of mourning. And through all of it, and across conversations and local news interviews alike, the same question kept surfacing up to the top. Could this maybe have been prevented? The truth is that there is no easy answer, and cases like this rarely hinge on one missed moment. They are usually the result of dozens of small failures.
That means I don't need to join.
This one
Let's go.
was, of course, no different. Jaden Howard was only 9 years old.
Why is it so laggy?
Old enough to be independent and look out for his younger brother, but still young enough to get excited about things like video games and school field trips. Family members described
find a
him
way
as
for.
gentle and
Oh,
protective,
I don't believe
the kind
that.
of kid who naturally stepped into the big brother role. He
If
liked
that was the
sports,
case, you
being
would have already had a
outside,
girlfriend,
and
bro.
doing anything that let him burn off energy. And Morris, or Peanut as everyone called him, was only 6 when he died. Smaller, louder, and always trying to keep up with Jaden, he was a little rocket of a child. He loved animals, soccer, and tagging along behind his brother like a shadow.
I have a
And if
boyfriend.
Jaden went anywhere, well, Morris wasn't far behind. Every
Well,
photo of
I don't
them,
know.
even the ones taken by their
Doesn't
mother,
everyone
told
have
the
a
same
boyfriend?
story. And although Tiffany may have recorded moments for social media, it was Jaden and Morris that were always genuine in every single one. They loved their mother. And of course, they loved each other. After their deaths, the school set up counseling for classmates and created small memorials in their honor. And at the vigils, people shared simple memories about how polite they were and how Jaden would hold doors open for adults like a true gentleman. It's kind of strange, isn't it? If you look at Tiffany's social media, all it is, well, rainbows and sunshine. Because from the outside,
nobody likes rainbows. I hate rainbows.
Really had it together. But once again, social media really can be just nothing more than a facade. Because deep down, Tiffany's world was broken. You know, I actually do believe that she deeply regrets what she did, and she never even really meant to do it. But at the end of the day, that doesn't matter, because either way, 2 young boys' lives are gone forever. This case really was senseless, but as always, I'd love to know what you think about this one, so please do share your thoughts in the comments section down below. Thank you again to ZocDoc for sponsoring today's video. Go to ZocDoc.com/coffeehousecrime to book an appointment with a top-rated in-network doctor today. Anyway, I'll be back again next week for a new video, but until that moment arrives, remember to look after yourselves and each other. And of course, stay safe and stay curious.
Thank you. And goodbye. Yes, sir. In memory of Maurice and Jaden. Rest in peace, man. Dude, me having gotten an HE good die before does count, right? I didn't actually drop it, but I literally got it in the XP table. That counts, right? I mean, it has to.
Any weapons on you, sir?
No. I did not commit these crimes, and so I plan to appeal my convictions.
Anderson is charged with first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and arson in connection with the death of 19-year-old Sade Robinson.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin is a city built on beer, hard work, and a strong sense of community.
So yeah, I'm counting that in HE good die for sure.
That sense of safety was shattered
because I missed it because I didn't have enough clicks left.
At first, police feared
it does count for me, I don't care.
But what they found next would spiral into one of the most disturbing murder cases that the city has ever seen. And it would take investigators on a wild hunt for a killer through surveillance footage, witness reports, and forensic evidence. And as people learned of Sade Robinson and the revolting man behind her murder, many people began to wonder if maybe he was possibly even a serial killer.
Ooh.
Hey folks, my name is Adrian, and in
today's
video,
maybe
we're traveling to Milwaukee where, in 2024, a closely guarded mystery turned into an outrageous murder. The world of dating has changed so much in the rise of the internet. Some for the better, but mostly for the worst, in my opinion. I mean,
Really, bro?
being honest with you, I think we've lost touch of the way of
I just
traditional
tapped out
dating.
the
And
XP table, man.
unfortunately, we've seen some pretty horrific crimes
What a
coming out of
waste.
dating apps like Hinge, Tinder, Bumble, and Poff. I mean, some have even amounted to murder, and this case is no different. Now, before we begin, I'd like to remind you that Coffee House Crime covers a range of strange, dark, and disturbing stories. Stories that require patience, delicacy, and time. It's actually a very big change to what I used to do around about 5 years ago, because as some of you will already know, once upon a time I used to be an engineer, and although the pay was good, that corporate work never really fulfilled me. I never really felt like I had this purpose. I mean, being quite honest, for years I felt this quiet sense of emptiness and dread. The moment that COVID hit and I found myself at home with free time was the moment that I started YouTube. And looking back, it's probably the best decision that I ever made. Actually, make that second, of course after adopting Nero. So, I was very lucky to find YouTube and eventually you guys. But it does make me wonder, how many of you are still silently sitting in that loop of quiet emptiness and dread? So, pragmatically speaking, the question that I have for you right now is, are you happy where you are right now? Are you comfortable? Or is it more a case that you're ready to start building toward work that you actually care about, but need the credentials to get there? Because look, if your answer to happiness wasn't an immediate yes, then I'd like to tell you about this video's sponsor, Southern New Hampshire University. And honestly, this one feels very on brand for me, because if you're anything like me, then you're probably always trying to find ways to level up your life. And I'm talking new skills, new goals, or maybe even a completely new direction in life, just like I did. And all of that is extremely exciting stuff, right? But the problem is always the exact same thing. It's time. And thankfully, that is precisely where SNHU makes things surprisingly doable. Southern New Hampshire University is one of the largest accredited universities in the United States, with some of the most affordable online tuition rates in the nation, and have built their programs specifically for real adults with real schedules. There are no rigid class times or be here at 9 AM sharp lectures. Instead, you can study when it actually fits your life. Whether that's at night, early in the mornings, on the weekends, or whenever you've got a spare hour and a cup of coffee, which, let's be honest, is way more realistic. They also help you stand out by offering opportunities to gain real-world experience, and you can transfer up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's degree. And it's not just for prior college either.
So
you can also get credit for military and other work and life experiences
why am I
too,
lagging so
which can
bad?
help you finish your degree faster and for less
Why
money.
is it so
They've also
laggy?
been voted one of the country's most innovative universities by US News and World Report. So, for
Why
my
is it
US
so
audience,
laggy, bro?
if there's something you've always wanted to pursue, whether that be a career shift, a degree you've never got to finish, or just proving to yourself that you can, then maybe this is your sign to
Yes,
start
I can.
building towards something better. It is never too late to start. Check out the link in the description
Yeah,
or
she
go
fine.
to snhu.edu/coffeehousecrime to learn more about SNHU and see what program might fit you. Thank you to SNHU for sponsoring this video. Go to snhu.edu/coffeehousecrime to find out more. And of course, thank you to you folks for your patience too. As you know, sponsors like this help keep the channel afloat, and I'm always happy to help show you guys something that helps improve your life. Now then, with that said, let's begin today's case.
You might
Please,
have to try it.
Get comfortable and let's investigate. This is the case of Sade Robinson.
Can I just find a Chicago server that works?
Howdy folks, our story today begins
Why is
right
every
here
Chicago
near the
server
cliffs
down?
of Warnemont Park. The park can be found on the eastern outskirts of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is a bustling city on the western shore of Lake Michigan.
Oh my god, why is every
Hailed as
Chicago
the brew
down?
city, Milwaukee is known for its breweries, but it's also famous for its cheese festivals and German cuisine. Basically, all of life's best things. From the sunny beaches along the lake to its lively downtown skyline, Milwaukee is charming to everyone. In fact, its name even comes from a Native American term
Yo,
meaning
why is
pleasant
literally
land by
every
the
single one of them
lake.
folks?
However, nothing in life is always
What is
beautiful.
this?
And in April of 2024, Milwaukee's image was shattered when a series of horrific events unfolded right in the city's backyard. It was on the morning of April the 2nd
What is happening
that
to
a man
Chicago,
walking
bro?
along the cliffs at Warnemont Park stumbled upon something in the sand.
Fix Chicago,
Now,
fix
at first,
Chicago,
he
fix
wasn't
Chicago.
quite sure what it was, and when he decided to actually take a closer look, well, that is when he didn't want to believe what was right in front of his eyes. It was in that moment that he realized that he had just accidentally discovered a severed human leg, and there was no doubt about it either. this belonged to a young adult female. Moments later, officers arrived at the crime scene, with their body cameras capturing the grim moment right here.
We've dealt with him before. Sometimes, mostly a good guy. He's gotten into trouble a couple times, but good dude. Okay. So they walked down the S curve from Sheridan, started walking south just for fun, you know, rough day on the beach. As they were walking, see that leg right there? Yeah. Said that it was up about approximately where the end of that stick, that branch is. By the bushes right there. Yeah, bushes. Said that they saw it up there. So it's like up on the hill, kind of? Yeah. Okay. So said that him and his buddy, who's in my squad right now, walked out, called us. And then when we came back,
okay, so Dwight St. Louis.
I moved it just
Two, maybe?
Okay, so this gets swept away? Yeah. Okay. And I documented it well on body cam with different angles of where it was. Okay, cool. Alright, we gotta... You want to tell me where it is? You usually come this way? Yeah. Yeah? It's the first time you see anything here?
Yeah. What the fuck? Is he okay?
Yeah, okay.
With this leg being found so close to the shoreline, many people initially believed that maybe this was an accident. However, when investigators took a closer look at
why
the
is it
leg,
lagging
they
so bad?
realized that due to the nature of how it
Is
was
my stream
dismembered,
lagging?
this very likely was homicide instead. But this would only be the beginning of the mystery, because that very same morning and on the other side of town, police heard reports of a burned out vehicle.
Is my stream lagging?
And, as it turns out, these two separate cases would actually be related. As seen in this body cam footage, it was the charred remains of a Honda Civic, and while the interior was destroyed by the flames, the car itself was still clearly identifiable, and thankfully, they could even still make out its license plate. Just like the severed leg found on the cliffside, investigators would quickly rule this incident as no accident. The fire had obviously been set on purpose, and as fire crews examined the scorched vehicle, they also realized that they were recovering burnt clothing from the trunk and fragments of an iPhone in the ash. Of course, all of this was chilling enough already, but in the days that followed, more body parts began to surface right across the city. For example, a human foot was found off 31st and Galena streets, not far from the train tracks that cut through the neighborhoods near downtown Milwaukee. And then, 16 days after the leg was discovered, and on April the 18th of 2024, a torso and a single arm were discovered along a secluded beach in South Milwaukee.
So just absolutely cooked.
The third and fourth unexplained
I don't see anyone complaining though.
Really was beginning to concern officers.
Maybe they're just grateful to be on. Maybe
the limbs all looked like they had come from the same person. They were beginning to wonder if maybe this was all connected to one victim and one killer. However, at this point in the investigation, there was still one vital
literally all of Hypixel servers is down. Wait, what is this?
As investigators painstakingly connected all of the evidence, DNA analysis would finally return with one tragic conclusion: that all of the scattered remains belonged to a 19-year-old college student who had been reported missing only several days earlier. A student who also seemed to be connected to the burnt-out car and the license plate. And tragically, her name was Sade Robinson. Now, Sade was not only a student, but also a local resident. Born on May the 10th, 2004, to her parents Sheena Scarborough and Carlos Robinson, Sade was well loved by her family. Originally from Vicksburg,
I actually don't understand how it's all fried.
Relocated north to Milwaukee when she was only 2 years old. She shared the home with her parents and her younger sister, Adriana Reams, who looked up to her not only as a sister, but also as a best friend and a mentor while navigating through her own teenage years. Growing up in Milwaukee, Sade attended Riverside University High School, where teachers and classmates knew her for her bright smile, her kindness, and the positivity that she'd brought into every room. And by the time that she approached her young adulthood, Sade was a student at Milwaukee Area Technical College, and at the time of her death was actually pursuing a degree in criminal justice. She was also known for her strong academic record, and was said to be hardworking, focused, and ambitious. Now, outside of her studies, Sade worked 2 jobs, that being one at the Wisconsin Country Club alongside her sister and at Pizza Shuttle, which is a local restaurant. To make all of this even more tragic, Sade was only weeks away from completing her college degree at the time of her disappearance. She was excited about her future and was even considering a career either in law enforcement or the military. So, obviously, her life was not only full of promise with a supportive family and close friends behind her, but she was also ready for the next chapter of her life, which likely would have done good for the greater community. So, with Sade being both young and single at the time, she was looking for someone to share her life with. And with that in mind, in the month leading up to April the 2nd, she decided to take to the world of dating apps to see who she could find. We're going to come back to that.
Okay, so maybe...
But for now, let me just highlight that she was young, happy at the start of her adult life, and, of course, was looking for love.
Fair enough.
With
I'm
Sade's
also
name
looking
now
for love
connected to the burned-out
on
vehicle
Hypixel Skyblock.
and multiple limbs found across town, police were sadly confident that she had passed away. And so, with this now an active murder investigation, they did what all good officers do and checked the city's surveillance network. It turns out that Milwaukee is absolutely blanketed in surveillance cameras, from restaurants and bars right the way through to buses and bus stops.
Nice.
So, as you can probably guess, they had a lot to work with.
Yes, sir.
They decided to review all of the footage with a kind of two-prong approach. Beginning
Who
with
is
the
placing
moment she was last
overflux?
seen alive and working forwards,
Who's that ass
and
placing
also where her
overflux right
burned-out
now?
vehicle was and working backwards. So, let's begin on the night that she disappeared and when she was last reported to be seen at a seafood restaurant named the Twisted Fisherman. And this is where things get immediately interesting.
Twisted Fisherman?
Investigators learned that on April the 1st of 2024, Sade had arranged a first date with a man that she had been chatting with. She told him in one of her messages that she was feeling seafood and then headed out to meet him.
Feeling seafood? Oh, okay, yeah, like going to buy it. Ah, it makes sense.
The two were seen eating and
I
drinking
was kind of
together
confused there
for
for a
around
second.
about an hour
Yeah, I'm
before then
feeling
leaving
seafood
later
right now.
that evening. Staff would later tell investigators that the man in the footage had actually previously worked here too. So, if they were wanting to look for this man, then they actually already had a lead. From the Twisted Fisherman, traffic cameras followed Sade's Honda Civic into downtown Milwaukee, where the pair were seen stopping at Duke's on Water, which is a busy bar on North Water Street.
Yeah.
From here, her Honda Civic can be
Did she
seen
get
pulling up
kidnapped?
at 6:33 p.m. Sade then stepped out of the driver's seat, while her date stepped out of the passenger door. And
Was it the
together,
date who
they
did
then
it?
crossed the street and headed in towards the bar. Inside, more surveillance footage showed them laughing, talking, and even hugging at the counter as they ordered drinks. It was a couple of hours later, and at around 9 p.m.
So they're on a
the two
date?
then left together. And tragically,
date?
this would be the last time that Sade was ever
What
properly
the fuck?
seen alive on
Why?
camera. From here on out, investigators would now
Did
have
you
to
really just
lean
go on a
heavily
date
on
to kill
other
someone?
types of evidence.
You're so
For
stupid,
example,
bro.
phone tower data and a location sharing app that Sade used with friends would track her phone leaving downtown and then heading south, where she then stopped near a house on South 39th Street. It was at 9:24 p.m. that a home security camera caught the property's back gate swinging open. The camera then detected two shadows, which were consistent with two people. It is likely that Sade and this man moved through the backyard before then heading upstairs.
Do you think so?
Cell phone tower data would also
How do you
confirm
know
that
this is
Sade's
the
phone
lobby?
stayed in that small
Oh, you're a
radius
shock boy.
for a little over 3
Hey,
hours.
shock boy.
And during that time, she never appeared on any other camera. At around 12:45
I haven't dropped the
on
eye
April
yet.
2nd, movement inside the house stopped.
Well, I have,
and then,
but
a few minutes
not in
later,
like a while.
another camera in the alley behind the home caught a Honda Civic pulling away before then heading south and then turning back towards the city.
Yeah, well, I'm
Traffic
actually so
footage and phone
laggy.
data would later
The
show
fuck
it
is going
passing
on?
through the area near
Oh,
Sade's
I actually don't
downtown
understand
unit,
why.
But building surveillance cameras
That
would
I don't
also
understand.
confirm that she never actually
Is someone in
made
my
it back
house
home.
doing some crazy
Instead,
shit right now?
it was determined that her phone
Downloading,
kept
like,
moving. It crossed into
crazy
Milwaukee's
shit?
River West neighborhood before then pausing near Pleasant Valley Park and then heading across the city towards the lake. Between 2:45 a.m. and 3 a.m., data placed the phone near Warnemont Park. That
I mean,
being
if
the
I get a
same
die in this
area
lobby,
where
I'll
her
give
leg
you
would later
what's
be
your
discovered. discovered, and at around 2:50
If I gotta
AM,
die in this
a
lobby,
nearby
I'll give
farmhouse
you
camera
1
captured
year
a
of plus
vehicle
plus.
matching her Civic entering the area. A lone figure can then be seen walking towards the beach, where it was making multiple trips between the shoreline and a service road before finally leaving around 90 minutes later. Now, of course, all of this was extraordinarily suspicious behavior for police officers to find.
I mean, bro, I
soon
need to
after
die.
these discoveries, yet another piece of footage
I'm not due
would
one at all, though,
surface.
but
But this time, unlike
wouldn't
the
mind
other
one.
stationary cameras, this one was from a bus. The bus was passing through Lisbon Avenue just as the fire began to burn in a nearby parking lot. And in the
Oh, my
foreground,
money
a
is...
figure
Wait,
can be seen
I might have
walking
to warp
away
out of the
just
lobby
as the
eventually,
fire
though,
began.
actually.
In a fortunate moment, yet unfortunate for the mysterious figure, this was the kind of surveillance footage that nobody could predict or avoid. It was just pure happenstance, but nevertheless...
Because look
it
at
was
my purse,
crucial
bro.
for
It's bad looks right
officers.
now.
They noticed that the man wore dark pants, a grey hooded sweatshirt, and
I have
carried
2
a
million
large
purse
tan
and
backpack
0
that
bank.
looked full. A surveillance camera above
I
a
need to
liquor
sell
store
some stuff.
nearby would also catch another angle
Ah,
of the
fair.
fire. In that moment, 2 people can be seen in front of the store. One
I
wearing a
can
blue
barely
jacket
spawn any
and
more
the other
stairs.
holding an
Like
umbrella.
30 more.
The woman in the blue jacket later told detectives that she saw a white male stepping out of the Civic's driver's seat before then flicking a lighter
I am
into
the
car
brokest level
and
546
walking
right
away
now,
as if
man.
nothing had happened. And footage
2
taken from
2 million
another
liquid.
bus would show the same man in the same hoodie and the same backpack boarding that bus with cash and then riding south down 35th Street. And
Do you
then,
have 2
at
eyes there?
around 8:35 AM that morning, he then asked to be let off early and
What do you mean?
not
I've
at
also
an
been up
official bus
6
stop.
hours
It
does
is
not get
worth
you that
noting
much
here
good
that
drops. What
this
do you mean?
was near Lakefield Drive,
You RG
and,
card guy.
rather conveniently, was only an 8-minute walk away from the home where Sade's phone had last been active.
Yeah, this guy is
I'm
guilty
sure
as
that by
fuck.
now you are likely tired of all of the surveillance footage that I've shown you. However, at 8:43 AM, a final camera, which was mounted on a house across the street, would capture the same man.
I'm
walking
almost
through the
max
gate of
speed through
the
though.
property. And again, he
I
was
need
still wearing the same jeans,
like
same
150 more
hoodie,
bankers
and same backpack.
and then like 200 ashbang, I think.
By that point in
Oh
time,
yeah, I need the
Sade's
new
car had
beasters
already
too.
been recovered
Yeah.
and identified. And with
The
thanks
new
to the
cave
Mark
beastery,
360
whatever
app
it's
that
called.
she'd used, her
The
family
mine
and friends
shaft
had
thing.
given all location data to
And then I need
officers.
Nessie.
And so, with her movements now mapped
Back.
out and plenty of surveillance footage to go on, officers were very interested to find out who that mysterious man was.
Dude, I just
And
need to
when
die
officers
bad,
made their
bro.
way down
I
to the
do.
Twisted Fisherman to ask the staff if
I have
maybe they
flame
knew
dye
who
and
this guy
carmine
was,
dye from this
well,
island.
they would be in for a surprise.
So
And
I
it
need
turns out
cyclone
that
and then
that
brick
man
red.
was not smart at all, and I mean like really stupid, because it just so happened that he used to be a former
I don't know
employee there. And so, with that said, let's talk
I think
about
brick red is the
33-year-old
second hardest and the
Maxwell
hardest is
Stephen
flame dye
Anderson.
from Crimson.
With a name to go with his face, detectives began to check him out. They secured his dating app activity, his phone records, and his employment history, which, to be honest with you, he had already technically done himself. As you may have imagined, the data confirmed
This
that
guy's a
Maxwell
loser, bro.
had in fact arranged
So
to
you
date
just-
with Sade, and had also
So you just
confirmed
go and date
each
with people and then you
location that
kill
she had
them? Like,
visited
what the
that
fuck is the
evening.
point of this?
Not only that, but
This
the
is so
data also
absurd.
verified that his phone activity had mirrored the exact route taken by Sade's Honda Civic from start right through to death. Of course, this was clearly enough for officers to grow extraordinarily suspicious of Maxwell. So, police moved quickly to obtain
Why
a
is there
search
so many
warrant for his
spiders? What the
property.
fuck?
And when
There's 3 other
inside,
ones.
well, that is when they recovered clothes and materials that perfectly matched what they had seen in the surveillance footage. That including the dark hoodie
Right,
and
where's-
the tan backpack. It became quite clear
You
that
cook,
this
buddy.
case was now rapidly taking shape. And not only was Maxwell the last person to be seen with Sade Robinson, but also was the only person
where is better
seen moving
hotspots fishing?
through the
Oh, shit.
locations which were now tied to her death. And so, soon enough, police decided to arrest Maxwell during a traffic stop near his own home. And once they did, they found out a few more key details about his history.
Any weapons items, sir? No.
For XP.
Born in 1990 and raised in the suburbs west of Milwaukee, Max grew up in a wealthy family of 4. As a teenager, he attended Catholic Memorial High School, and all of those who knew him back then said that he always seemed, well, a little bit off. Teachers described him as socially awkward and withdrawn, and it was the kind of awkwardness that would make.
Wait, is he going for fishing 50? Like, bro.
So,
fishing 50 is so free. And are you doing it? Wait.
Signs. However, things
Bro,
would only get worse.
how are you hyping spiders? I just saw that you're using storm armor.
Resentment when his parents filed for divorce.
Is this a new meta?
And from that moment onwards, he didn't just
I have not seen anyone hype it yet.
But actually was troubled. By his early 20s, Max had now built quite the impressive repertoire with the local police department. And by impressive, I obviously mean that he was a little shit towards officers. Between 2009 and 2010, he was arrested for a string of minor offenses, including fleeing from the police, insulting police officers, breaking a window at a house that wasn't his, and multiple underage alcohol violations. Now, most of these charges would lead to citations rather than serious punishment. However, it was becoming clear, especially by now, that this was an emerging pattern. Maxwell was becoming impulsive.
Are you just hyping and swapping armor? Is that what you're doing?
Rather than fix the problem or mature out of it, he seemed to be doubling down instead. So, you might be surprised to learn that back in April of 2011, Max joined the Navy and maybe even desired to turn his life around. However, not even this redirection would last very long, because not even a year into his service, he was discharged under unknown
Spider is actually like
he would never
pretty chill,
to the Navy,
but you have to use play, otherwise you end up just ruining yourself.
He was basically burning every remaining bridge he had left. It was in the summer of 2014, and while he visited his mother's house in Delafield, that things would unfortunately turn violent.
So you're not using Hyperion?
To arrest Maxwell on reports that he'd stolen a vehicle, crashed it, and then actually hurt his own relatives so badly that he'd.
Well, I have a big issue with this layer, right?
Don't know what the argument was about,
very rarely, well, actually, all the time, I do way too much damage, so it just despawns. That's why I need to use Flay, otherwise it just despawns.
At least the ones who were still
With Flay it doesn't,
keep him around were growing increasingly concerned about his mental health. And so, they did what all good family members do.
Okay, so you armor swap for spiders?
About it. And in response, well, he basically punched a few holes in the wall, smashed up their phones, and then threw glass at them. Look, by now, it is kind of obvious that Maxwell had absolutely no control over his feelings, emotions, or thought patterns. But the big problem here is that he never faced any consequences for his horrible actions. This is a man who was given plenty of warnings from officers and plenty of support from his family.
Okay, that makes sense. I haven't really felt the need to armor swap to spawn.
To try to better himself.
I feel like it doesn't really change anything.
They would be catastrophic.
Am I crazy?
Between 2014
like there's like you only need to kill like 3 to get a mini,
to rack up a
and a mini insta spawns
charges, including domestic abuse, drunk driving, and disorderly conduct. Yet, even still, and time again, he was somehow released with almost no consequences. Throughout this period of his life, he drifted from job to job and was mostly known as a local bartender, or occasionally a door guy at Milwaukee's venues like The Rave, Dukes on Water, and Victor's. And as of early 2024,
wow, man,
a sports bar on the west side of
wow, man, it changes everything. I'm so rich now.
On paper, Maxwell did appear to be just another usual bar worker in his 30s. He rocked the late nights, was part of the high turnover industry, and basically lived paycheck to paycheck. That is what the general population would see in him anyway. However, all of his previous partners would report him as a dark and dangerous man who was controlling, secretive, and manipulative. Basically,
bro, he doesn't know I'm going for the die, man.
That you would ever want to be close with. One ex-girlfriend who dated him would even tell officers about his obsession with hidden compartments in his home. Apparently, he was obsessed with making false bookshelves.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know bull.
Bathroom cabinet.
Hey, Blackberry J.
Behind his TV unit. She also described him as emotionally volatile, secretive about his whereabouts, and extraordinarily confrontational. Apparently, the two were out together one evening when, all of a sudden, he got himself into a bar fight with another man merely for looking at her. Other ex-partners would give very similar reports. They talked about his heavy drinking, social awkwardness, and as someone who couldn't hold down a stable relationship despite constantly seeking out new ones. Another woman who had briefly dated him in early 2024 24, also believes that he had spiked her drinks on
Crazy
multiple
DPS, I am aware.
occasions, which, yeah, is not the kind of man that you would want in your life
I hit
at
farming 60. I've had the XP for a while, but I haven't run into this. That's the reason. Nice, GG's.
Max was actually cheating on multiple
Don't you need
people
like a
using
shit
apps
ton
like
of
Hinge,
medals
Tinder,
now
and
to
Bumble.
do the
And
fortune
according to his
upgrades?
history, he was spending several hours a
That
day
one
on
is
these
actually painful. It takes over 100
platforms.
hours,
As you
I
may have
think.
guessed, this is precisely
No
how
joke.
we found Sade
Over 100 hours
Robinson.
max it.
And as soon as the two connected, he latched onto her like a parasite. It wouldn't take long for Sade to feel relatively comfortable with Max after that, and as soon as she
It
did,
was so much
she
money
agreed
for
to
JP.
meet him
Yeah,
for
I
dinner
know.
and drinks. And unfortunately, you know exactly how that ended. There is no mystery to this part of the story, folks. Considering the amount of surveillance footage and evidence available, the authorities had plenty to go on. And so, when Maxwell Anderson's trial began,
It's more unfortunate is I know, because you cannot pay to win that. It's literally like 100 hours plus raw, just farming. It's actually so annoying.
Surveillance footage,
I like when you can pay to win stuff.
witness statements. They began by establishing how Sade had met Maxwell.
I'm a pay to win
highlighting
lover.
that their initial connection was
Because on a
through
normal
dating app,
profile, I
which
just
then
want to pay to win
escalated
stuff.
to text messages,
On Iron Man,
before them
I don't
arranging
feel
to
the need.
meet on the
Obviously,
evening of April the
you can't
1st,
either. So.
2024. The terrifying thing here, folks, is that Sade was doing what tens of millions of us do every single year. It appears that now more than 15% of the Western population have actually met their partner through a dating app, and those who have met someone online at least once in their life is sky high. And so, theoretically, through the hundreds of millions of us who have tried a dating app and met someone online in
Contests are quite easy with personal though. Yeah, I know, but it still is a lot of hours, just raw hours of farming.
Sade and Max were together all night, and
because the amount of
course,
contests is still
everyone was
insanely
curious
high.
to know what happened inside his home. Photos taken from inside his home on the night that she died are mostly private, but it does tragically turn out that he had taken images of her lying face down on the couch, both limp and unresponsive, which basically translates to this sick man taking images of her as some sort of trophy. The prosecution also spoke about the hidden spaces found inside of his home, and also claimed that they all pointed towards a person who craved control, secrecy, and isolation. And while the defense objected about their relevance, the prosecution would fight back and say that it showed that his home was designed to hide and conceal evidence. The main investigators of the case would also testify that Max had remained in the home with her
I
body
guess.
for several hours.
But didn't you say you were bored of farming?
He had almost certainly dismembered her with
That's not what you just said.
knives, and an axe. And in addition to these weapons, they also found gloves, tarps, and cleaning products inside the property. Meanwhile, Max's defense were quite clearly fighting an uphill battle. However, they would still have a go. They argued that there was no direct video or audio of the killing, and her entire body was
yeah, but then you have a lot of just Jacob's. No, a lot of content extra to go now.
And confirmed to belong to her. Anyway, thankfully, the jury would see right through the baloney.
Or we got employed femboy in the lobby.
And not even 2 weeks into his trial, and only after just 45 minutes of deliberation, they all found him guilty on all counts. As a result, Maxwell Stephen Anderson was officially convicted of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, arson, and hiding a corpse, and was therefore sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Yes, sir.
On behalf of myself and my family,
get this guy gone. What the fuck?
First, to Sade's family.
How much soldiers do you need? Or did you do the glitch?
That I can share. That will reduce your pain. You are all in my thoughts every single day. I'm not asking you to forgive anybody or anything. That is between you and your God.
Oh, you didn't do the... Oh, okay. I wish I did the thing.
What he was responsible for.
So this, it would have saved me so much time.
Extreme agony and pain. We are already dealing with so much trauma. You will be dealt with eternally, like I stated. But your honor.
Wait, why am I still leveling this pet? Oh my god.
This demon be respectfully returned back to hell as soon as possible. That's what I'm requesting. Please return him back to hell as soon as possible.
When given the chance
this
to speak,
greenhouse.
Max
Well,
still
so
pathetically
basically,
maintained his innocence. Not only did he
you
tell the
just
court that he wasn't
planted down
responsible
like
for her death,
a
but
crop
also
bee,
that it must all be
and
some
then you
sort of
harvested it
crazy
after one growth
misunderstanding.
stage, and
He
then you
would
got 3
even then
million
go on to
sawdust.
say that he planned to
And you just
appeal
said
his
that.
conviction.
It made no sense. I didn't know about it, sadly. Nobody told me, so I missed out.
By this tragedy. That being said, Your Honor, I took this to trial without ever once trying to make a plea deal of any kind, because I did not commit these crimes. And so I plan to appeal my convictions.
This entire case is angering at best, and to be honest with you, it's stories like this that slowly erode my faith in the system. Max showed severely troubling warning signs for multiple years, and had even beaten up his own family
it was so
members.
nice.
And yet,
And now they
despite
just
this,
made
he
sawdust
always
terrible
got away
again.
with nothing more than a simple slap on the wrist. The main issue here is that those who were slowly introduced to Maxwell could probably see the red flags over time, and they could use that time to assess whether they wanted to grow close to him or not. But again, with Sade finding Maxwell over a dating app, she had no time to assess his nature or personality.
Why are you talking about Bangor, bro?
Essentially thrown into the deep end with dinner and drinks. In the aftermath of this horrible story, family, friends, classmates, co-workers, and even strangers
this is so
all came
stupid.
together to remember Sade.
It's really so pointless.
They celebrated her spirit, her humor, her warmth, and, of course, the future that she was building for herself. Her favorite color, which was pink, became a symbol for the way that her community remembered her. And in the weeks after
Man's
the trial,
Vanquisher.
loved ones organized what soon became known as the Pink Day Tribute.
Well, yeah, that
In
makes a lot more
protest against
sense.
his ugly mark, people arrived outside Maxwell's
yes, but
wearing
I'm not
pink
gonna
shirts,
come to
ribbons,
yours.
and balloons.
It's fine.
They wanted to
Well, unless I
proclaim
see
this
it,
House of
I don't know. I'll
Horrors
just
as a
kill
place
it
to
out.
remember Sade instead.
I'll
And so,
easily get
in
it, Max.
response,
Anyway,
they
it's
left
fine.
candles, flowers,
I'll just strap it.
handwritten
What the
messages, and even posters
Huh?
in her memory. A
Excuse me,
scholarship
game?
fund was also created in her name, designed to support the
What
students
just
at
happened?
Riverside University High School, where she once studied. For her family, that scholarship represented far more than just her remembrance. It was both a continuation and a way for
But it
Sade's
did?
life to
Really?
uplift others. Across Milwaukee, pink ribbons, murals, vigils, and memory events still continue to serve reminders, not just of what was lost, but also of what still matters. That safety, compassion, and the protection of young women is still a very critical issue in America in this year.
So no reward for you then.
By the way, and just to put it out there, there are many
Well,
conversations
we can keep it
and
running
theories
in a new
about
lobby,
whether
it's fine.
Maxwell might
Wait,
actually be a
why
serial
is this
killer.
shit so
And
cooked?
even law enforcement have these questions.
Oh my God,
And
what
although
the
there
fuck?
is no direct evidence to prove this yet, there are still several missing women in the area.
I like
And as for
doing
how
some
Sade's
gambling.
body was discovered, well, this could
No,
potentially be
it's
Maxwell's
Dobby is still
MO.
here, but
Again,
it's
this is only a theory for now, but the question is, could Sade potentially
the
be
fuck
just
just
one
happened?
of
It's
many
the same lobby,
victims to
but
Maxwell Anderson? Well,
I have
tragically,
500p
yes.
now.
Anyway, folks, that's pretty much all I
What the
have on
fuck
this
is
video
this?
today, so I'm gonna wrap it up here. But before I go, I'd love to know what you think
Alright.
about this one. Do you think that Maxwell could, in fact, be a serial killer?
Wait, it's still here.
Because the way that he disposed of Sade's body so cold and callous and calculated, that seems professional.
What just happened,
If you're
bro?
new here, please feel free to subscribe too. I do strange, dark, and disturbing cases every single week. And thank you again to Southern New Hampshire University for sponsoring this video. Go to snhu.edu/coffeehousecrime to find out more. You can also find Coffee House Crime on Instagram, Patreon, Facebook, and Spotify. And the podcast is going great so far, so please check it out. Anyway, folks, thank you again so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. And as always, I'll see you again very soon for another video, likely next week. Until
Do you
remember to
also
rise,
get that
though,
sometimes?
remember to look after yourselves and each other. And of course, stay safe and stay curious. Thank you, and goodbye.
Wait, what the fuck? It's a bug?
When Christine Holloway and her 14-month-old daughter suddenly vanished without a trace, panic spread fast. To her friends and family, it felt like a nightmare. But as police began to investigate, they quickly realized that this was only the beginning. What started as a missing persons case would soon spiral into something far darker. Surveillance footage surfaced, forensic evidence piled up, and then came the discovery
what the
of Christine's
fuck?
body.
What's wrong with this layer, bro?
But as for her baby, Vanessa,
What's wrong with this
she
layer?
was still missing. At the center of it all was a man who not only became the prime suspect, but may go down as one of the most reckless, baffling, and outright foolish killers that this channel has ever covered. This includes body cam footage, several lies unraveling in real time, and clues so damning it's almost hard to believe. And so, on that note, who killed Christine Holloway? Why? And what happened to her daughter?
We know where Christine is.
You know where Christine is?
Yes.
Oh, you guys found her?
Yes.
Well, you want to hold the baby?
Christine's dead.
Welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're looking at the case of Christine Holloway.
It feels like they're just like forcing it.
And utterly unforgettable.
They're like
Before we begin,
forcing
I post
at
true crime,
this
strange and
monthly.
chilling stories on a weekly basis here, so if you haven't yet, please consider subscribing. And now, with that out the way, please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Christine Holloway. It was just after 1 PM on Monday, December the 2nd, 2019, when officers arrived at the Holloway residence in Ansonia, Connecticut. A welfare check had been requested because Christine Holloway hadn't been heard from in a while, and with these hours stretching into days, the silence was beginning to worry those who knew her. As you can see in this body cam footage, the air outside was bitterly cold. Snow had begun to settle, blanketing the ground and rooftops in a soft white coat. There was one detail that stood out to the reporting officers, that being there were no footprints leading up to the front door. Officers knocked
Bro, they actually
first on
killed
the
it,
door
bro. They
and
actually
then on the
killed.
windows, but
That shit's
no
so
sound
bad, you know?
responded, and nothing moved
They killed it so
inside.
bad.
Strangely, they noticed a rear
Man,
window
Original Beast is
slightly
like
ajar,
useless now.
which was a troubling sign here, especially considering Christine lived there with her 1-year-old daughter Vanessa. An open window was not a good sign in temperatures
I wouldn't
like
lie,
this.
mind
Fearing
some
the
more.
worst, police forced entry into the home, breaking the door frame and the door in the process. It was a tough call to make, of course, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Making their way inside, the house was eerily quiet, and the air stood still and thick with tension. It appeared that the kitchen was spotless, almost too clean for a young family. Nearby, the officers noticed that the baby's crib was empty, suggesting that she was not inside the property. And likewise, the main bedroom, half sealed off behind a wardrobe, was still uncold. Officers assumed that nobody was home, but then, as one of the officers approached the bathroom, he called out in horror. A candle sat by
no,
the
she has
door,
electricity.
flickering low, as if it had been burning for hours, and what both officers found next would shake
I don't
even the
think
most
it's like.
seasoned of investigators.
Oh shit! What? Oh fuck, dude! What? Holy shit! Get the DV here. Holy fuck! Okay. Find it back out. No, clear the room. Clear the house.
I hate dungeons, bro.
430 D2, I'm gonna need you here.
Lying inside the bathtub was the body of Christine Holloway. It appeared that she had been beaten so badly that her brain was actually beside her body, and her hands were covered in dried blood. The scene was beyond horrifying, and quite evidently, she had been bludgeoned to a severe degree. But the most chilling detail out of all of this is that Vanessa was still missing. What followed was a wave of fear and heartbreak throughout the many streets of Connecticut.
I mean, yeah, it's
A
not a
mother
bad idea, that,
found
but
murdered in her own home, and her daughter had now officially vanished. The community was quite understandably devastated. And
yeah,
basically
I really
everyone
dislike
pitched in
Fast
to help
Average,
not
like
only try
really
and
bad.
find Vanessa, but
I've
piece
done it
together
though.
the missing parts of this story. But of course, at least to begin with, all they could do was mourn. Candlelight vigils were held, and posters of Vanessa's little face were taped to telephone poles and storefront windows. Police worked around the clock, and volunteers searched nearby woodlands and waterways.
Bro, everyone likes
desperate
Beast River, right?
search for her, but still, nobody could find the 14-month-old girl.
We've also learned that the woman found dead in the home Vanessa should have been with was her mother.
Yeah, Fox 61's Gabby Molina joins us now live from Ansonia with the latest. And I guess you've got a family member with you, Gabby.
Tim, Margot, yes, right now what's happening right now in Ansonia is family members and friends and members of the community are handing out these
Fishing Beach here, bro.
with Vanessa's picture on them, 4 pictures of Vanessa.
I love Fishing Beach, bro. That's just so much fun.
We have not seen these pictures yet, so take a good look. There are some really
Fishing Beach is actually a lot of fun.
She has brown hair and brown
Damn.
eyes, and that's right. Family members have met
How
here
old is she?
in Ansonia to spread the word about this, and I'm joined right now by Vanessa's cousin, Joshua. Joshua, tell us a little bit about what has been going through the family's mind these past few days.
It's very hard on my grandparents, and I could only imagine the other side of the family. We just want her home at any means necessary. We just want her home safe, healthy. I mean, Christmas is coming. Like, you know, she got to have her second Christmas, you know what I mean? And it's cold here. And it's so much things going on in the world, and we would never think it would happen to your own.
Thank you so much, Joshua. And he is
Yeah,
by a
they
couple
need
of
to
family
stop
members
this.
as well.
They do this just all the time.
At the edge of the street, any car that stops by, they're walking over and handing flyers. They brought their own flyers. If we take a look over here, people are handing out flyers to just any car that comes by, hoping to spread the word to bring Vanessa home safely.
Despite the community's best efforts here, no sign of Vanessa was ever found. But then, officers finally experienced a break. Not on Vanessa's
how many Emperor Swords did you get?
But her mother's murder instead. Tucked away in the corner of a nearby street, a security camera had captured a vehicle roaming the streets around the time of her death. It wasn't crystal clear who this was, but it was enough to warrant a second look, and also enough to suggest that this was not a random drive-by.
Yeah, it's going down.
More time to look into this deeper, and over the following days, what they found was a treasure trove of evidence.
I think I made like, yeah.
Now, we'll take a close look into this footage in a short while, but it is worth noting here that this was the first real clue towards solving this case. To make things even more unsettling, it was observed that Christine's boyfriend, who also just so happened to be the father of Vanessa, was not only alive and well, but also now living in his parents' house nearby. Naturally, that put him straight into the spotlight, and maybe they were right on the money too. And so, with that said, let's look into the complicated lives of Christine and Jose. Before tragedy struck, Christine Holloway lived a life full of love, warmth, and kindness. At 43 years old, she was the beloved daughter, sister, and friend, but
you can get it
she was the devoted mother of her only child, Vanessa Morales. It is clear to everyone who knew her that Christine and Vanessa were absolutely inseparable. To Christine, a mum was not just a responsibility. If anything, it wasn't at all to her.
It is really profitable, bro. The Golden Balls, man.
Growing up nearby in Bridgeport, Connecticut,
catch on.
Christine was the eldest of 5 siblings, which, of course, in turn would help her naturally grow into a nurturing and caring person, even from a young age. Her heart was just as big as her smile, and she always looked after her younger brothers and sisters. Alongside her age, it was no surprise that her compassion made her the first in her family to earn a college degree, that being a bachelor's in psychology. It is nice to hear that
you literally, it literally is like 2 of them across a day.
She dedicated her career to something that she truly believed in.
Oh man.
Was working with children. She was a daycare educator and was especially fond of caring for babies. And whether at work or at home or in her community, Christine was the kind of person who would do anything for anyone. She was a proud parishioner of St. Andrew's Church in Bridgeport, an active member of the Columbiates, and a cornerstone of her family. Her days were often filled with simple joys like helping her nephew with schoolwork, doing puzzles with her niece, and spending time with her brothers, parents, and extended family. And you could say that she was a real homegirl at heart. Moving on to someone
it's just the Golden Balls, man.
It was through her
she's insane.
would first cross paths
It is
with a
literally
man
an infinite
named
money
Jose
bitch.
Morales. Over time, the two seemed to grow closer, before eventually finding themselves
Is this still
entangled
500k
in a
profit per?
relationship. and then, months later, it turned out that Christine was pregnant with his child. Now, at first, the relationship did seem stable enough. They were not married, but they did share responsibility of raising Vanessa. Friends say that Christine was extremely excited to become a mother, and despite the relationship having its challenges, as many do, she was deeply devoted to giving her daughter a safe and loving home. Focusing on Jose for a while, before his life intertwined with Christine, he seemed to live a life that was, in many ways, under the radar. After moving from Puerto Rico to the US in 1989, he grew up in New Haven,
Golden balls, man.
He was born on November the 12th, 1976, and as far as we can tell, his early years did seem to be rather unremarkable, just like his academic milestones and his career. In contrast to Christine, Jose was a man with many rough edges. Someone who lived a quieter and more troubled existence. And someone who, you could argue,
bro, you do know what I mean, bro.
And I'm just going to throw it out there, but maybe didn't deserve.
He knows what I mean.
Moving into his adulthood, Jose had several small brushes with the law,
Come on, man.
including charges related to assault and.
Why does this guy look like the guy from Mr. Beast?
This did suggest that he possessed a temper and a poor ability to keep himself under control. Not the best characteristics to have as a boyfriend or as a father. People who knew him described Jose as someone who could be charismatic, but also volatile when pushed.
Is he a demon?
Utilities, he wasn't known for having a steady career path
Is he a demon?
Community ties. But regardless, Jose did eventually cross paths with Christine, a woman whose life had been built on patience, kindness, and stability. Quite understandably, he was likely drawn to her for her nurturing and loving demeanor.
I'm actually about to run out of money here.
Well,
this is
she
really bad.
Liked the idea of saving a man in need. Their relationship
really,
would
really
eventually
bad.
bring Vanessa into the world.
W. Vanessa.
As time slowly moved on, tensions between the two began to surface. It appeared that arguments became more frequent, and there were rumors of jealousy and controlling behavior from Jose's side too. But Christine was a real peacemaker, and she tried to maintain it for the entire family. Now, Jose had a long-standing issue with drugs, and that alone did not do him any favors. Not as a boyfriend or as a father. Christine put up with more than most would. I mean, it was obvious that she loved him, maybe even too much. But those closest to her, they could see it all over her face. She was clearly waiting for a version of him that, sadly, may never come. To add to her kind demeanor, Christine was also loyal to a fault. And the messages that she sent to Jose painted the picture of a woman who always kept loving, hoping, and forgiving. But behind the hope was exhaustion, and as time went on, those
why is this actually so much?
Grew wider, and all of those
is it 37? What the fuck?
Friends and family were, quite honestly, worried for her safety. And then, on December the 1st, 2019, Christine...
I still don't understand, bro. It's just insane.
Stopped responding to all messages. Meanwhile, police began a painfully familiar process and began talking to the partner. Jose became the first person they questioned and the last person they knew saw Christine. And let's just say, things did not go well for him. From the very moment that Jose stepped into the interrogation room, his energy seemed off. He slouched in the chair, had his arms crossed, and barely made any eye contact with the detectives. It wasn't the posture of a grieving partner. Instead, he was defensive and guarded, and at times, he almost looked bored too. And other times, he even seemed frustrated, like he was the one being wronged.
Even though the door is kind of closed, I mean, you're free to leave. We brought you here to talk to you. Stand here.
I'm free to leave.
Yes, bro.
Where am I gonna walk all the way home?
No, we'll give you a ride. I'm just saying you're not.
I want 100 bill purse.
So why what I came here for?
To talk to you.
About what?
We're trying to find Christine and your kid.
Okay,
yes, obviously,
that's
the kid.
What I've been trying to call her too.
Yeah, so help the officers.
All right.
Help the officers then.
So
we're in the same page.
Okay, good. I'd rather have it that way. When's the last time you talked to her?
I talked to her, I think it was Monday morning.
Bro, what's wrong with this guy? Is he on drugs right now?
That was yesterday morning.
Yeah. Why is he speaking like this?
Early in the morning.
Okay. So that was talking on the phone or in person? On the phone.
Jose claimed that the last time he spoke to Christine was one day prior. Apparently, she seemed to be rushed and didn't want to be on the phone, and that's why it only lasted for a minute. He also claimed to have last seen Vanessa over Thanksgiving, when they apparently slept over his parents' house.
Did you stay over there this weekend?
No.
You didn't stay over there this weekend? Do you normally stay over there during the weekend?
Sometimes I do, yeah. Not normally, but sometimes I stay over.
Right. So, when's the last time you saw her in person?
Friday.
Throughout the investigation, Jose desperately tried to claim that he and Christine were not actually that close.
Who doesn't like
and
Iron Man,
rather than
bro?
discuss how important she was to him, he seemed
Iron
to
Man is just fun, bro. Iron Man is fun.
We are boyfriend, girlfriend.
You guys are.
Yeah, but we're not that close either. Because she got her own place. She do her own life.
What's wrong with this guy? Why is he tripping so hard? Your daughter and your girlfriend is missing.
Christine, your only girlfriend?
You seem so unserious. My boy?
Does she have other boyfriends?
Fuck him, bro. What the fuck?
It's like,
I would be screaming and shit.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like she might.
I would do anything.
We say that, we use that word very lightly, but we have a baby together. That it happened, so I guess I'm assuming a little bit of responsibility by helping her out a little bit.
So where did you stay over the weekend?
What?
I stayed with my friend Hector.
Wait, so you don't stay with her?
What's Hector's last name?
I don't know.
Last name. You know where he lives in East Haven? Does he know you're Christine? Or he has no idea? So he has no idea who Christine is?
He knows that girlfriend, that's it.
I mean, do you have any idea where she could be?
Yeah, it's, Diana is... I don't mind Diana. If it just doesn't come that often, it's fine.
No idea where a 1-year-old would be.
Vanessa?
Yeah. Christine is an adult.
Why does he not worry? I would be freaking out right now. If my daughter of 1 year old is missing. Why is he just so chill?
When detectives asked him about his whereabouts over the weekend Christine was
Yeah,
killed,
no.
he would only seem to offer up rather vague answers.
What's wrong with this guy?
House at all this weekend? Her house, Christine's.
This guy needs to die, man.
You didn't go there to pick anything up, drop anything off?
In fact, he would pause very often. Sometimes so long that I can even narrate sentences like this between the officer's question and his answer.
I don't.
When asked by officers if he could prove that he spoke to Christine the day prior by showing his call logs, Jose did agree to show them his phone, but lo and behold, it appeared that no phone call actually took place.
Well, of course he didn't. He knows everything.
There are no missed calls. There's nothing.
I don't know, that phone is bugged out. That phone dies out. Is it a smartphone?
Jose, when did you go to Hector's house?
Bro, what is this guy doing?
Friday.
When Friday?
Friday night.
And when did you come home?
What?
Monday.
What time, roughly?
To my mom's house?
Yeah.
To where I live at?
Yeah.
What is wrong with this water bottle?
During the day.
Who put the tip upside down? What the fuck?
During the day, not sure what time. Yeah.
Your dad said you went to Christine's Friday with her. Why would he tell me that?
He said that I went to Christine's.
Yes.
Friday, that's why he thought I was.
Why would you? You said you told him where you went, and if you told him you went to Hector's,
She
you
got
wouldn't
her
tell
own.
me.
She got her own card.
Right, but why would
Oh.
you tell me that you went to Christine's if you told him where you went?
Uh-oh.
Why would he tell? He probably assumed.
Vanessa's missing, and it's my 1-year-old daughter.
I'm worried. That's why I keep trying to call my kid.
Jose, the whole right here, you talked about everything but her. The whole right here, you didn't talk about a 1-year-old daughter that's missing. I don't get that.
That's my daughter.
Yeah, we want to find her. Right. And the only reason you're here
is to find her.
Is to help us find her.
All right,
yeah.
So
where is she?
What is he talking about?
She's with no idea. I feel like you don't want to give us any information. Your father's given us more information that you're willing. And you would know every single piece of information that your father would know.
She's with Christine. That's all I know.
Christine's a big girl. I'm not worried about Christine. I'm worried about a 1-year-old that has no control over her life. 0. That's who I want to find.
All right.
Not 40-year-old Christine or however old she is. I'm here to find your daughter.
Okay,
and like I said, I find it absolutely bizarre that the whole right here.
So what do you think, that I have my daughter hidden somewhere?
I don't know. I'm asking you for help to find her. I don't know. You have no idea where she could be, nor did you even really talk about it on the whole ride.
So let's talk about it.
Do you have your daughter?
This was getting extremely uncomfortable for Jose, but the most striking thing is that there was no emotion behind him. No outrage, no sadness, and no disbelief.
Yeah, this guy's
just
so tough.
pure apathy.
I need to... Hold on. I'll do some GeoGuessr while I'm eating. Because... Is Xbox here? Bro, he needs to join up. I'm actually becoming a pro in GeoGuessr. Yes, sir. That's the music we need to hear, bro. Yo, what the fuck is he doing? So this is in Netherlands? Right? Yeah. Hey, Pole? What do you mean Pole? Oh yeah, Poland, maybe. Wait, you might be right. Because that's you are right there. Hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean no? What? But is it not Netherlands? This does look kind of German though. Bahnhof. Okay, that has to be Germany. Bahnhof. I don't know where in Germany now. I just put it there. What? You lied to me. Austria. Wait, what? This is a crazy spot. That was not Austria, was it? There's no way, bro. And maybe. Wait, do they speak German there too? Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Is this the UK? He looks very British. I'm not gonna... Well, actually, he might look Spanish. Alright, think about it. He might be Spanish. Oh, Poland. This has to be Poland, right? Mm-hmm. Let me go back to her real quick. Alright, so... Wait. Is this like a rich... This is not like a rich place, is it? It's like a mid... This is like a normal ass place. Oh shit. There's a hole in the roof. Okay, maybe it's a poorer place, to be honest. Why is there holes in the roof? What the fuck is this? I think this was where the X-Lux guy lives. The guy in my Twitch chat. He likes leave his hair, bro. This is Poland, right? Croatia. Okay, that actually makes sense. That makes sense. Wait, do they speak Polish there or... Wait. I don't know what words and languages stuff is. If I just learn basic languages. No, basic words. Huh. What the fuck? Hold on. Are we really in the American desert right now? There's no way, right? Hypixel. Oh. This is Arabian country, Arab country, whatever. I speak Arabic. It does not look like that country. How does like Iran look, or Israel, or whatever? Saudi Arabia, Pakistan. I'll just go Pakistan. What the f? Oh. Yeah, that's a big app. Hold on. What the? Arr. Horse and ponies. Is this America? Let me see. Is there fast food somewhere? There has to be fast food inside. Otherwise, it's not America. I don't really see fast food here. Hello? Church to Camo drive-thru. What's up, dude? I mean, not much, man. I'm out here trying to win. Oh, this looks like Cali. Is this Cali? Melbourne. Never mind. This is. Oh my god. Okay. Oh man. Not bad though, I guess. Yeah, this is America. Look. Let's see if there's any fast food around. It's any fast food. T-Mobile. Wait. Should we try? On the road already. No, didn't I? No, I guessed the other one, didn't I? I already guessed on the other one. Casino Montana. I mean, it says Montana there, so you just try Montana? I mean... Oh, miss it. Let's do one more. Wat de boede zegt, ja.
Ja?
Dat is wel gezet. Parallels.
Ja, nee, dus. We moeten dat
Dat was stuur in check, hè? Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. Look, trust me, bro. Trust me. I could do better than that. Right. Come on. What is that? That is not a real flag. What the fuck is that? Is that the pride flag? Oh, Indonesia. Yeah. But this looks like kind of an island. I'm gonna be honest with you. No, I just clicked out of. I just clicked away by accident. Oh, this has to be America. What the fuck? Look. There's Jack in the Box, a McDonald's, Subway. Yeah. Paru Verde. Wait, where is that? Barbecue land. Stop sending this shit, bro. Is that Goon Hedge? Wait. Job. Why does he want to hide it so bad? Moon badge. Oh. Trust me, bro. Long Beach? Wait, isn't this that? What the fuck? Yeah, wait, Long Beach. Oh, of course, Long Beach is in. Bro, I knew that. Of course, Long Beach is in Cali, bro. I'm stupid. Well, no, I knew that. Where the fuck is this, bro? Is really Arizona or something, bro? Bro, that was not even a bad guess. Yeah. Is Europe only easier? Yeah, it probably is. If I had the base where she is from, she has to be either German. Yes, it's something German. You can tell by the way she looks. Like, just look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Bro. The fuck? Who is this, bro? It's so Can I touch that thing? Oh, this is Finland. That actually makes sense. If I had to guess, I'm gonna guess America here. I'm just put it down here. Hungary? The fuck? Doing the brava. That's all come. No, I'm actually thinking it's Poland. He doesn't even look Polish though. He looks like he's African or something. Stasin. Sazin. Zazin. Yeah. Zazin. It's Sazin, bro. Oh, I know exactly where this is. Wait, what flag is that? What flag is that? Oh, it's Poland. It's Poland. It's Poland. Okay, so it's Poland, but Poznan. Sklep available. Okay, I know exactly where there's this. It's around here. Sasino. Bro, I've been here before. This looks like Peru. Peru. Where in Peru would I put this? Probably like around here. Well, fuck you. What the fuck is that? Malta. There's McDonald's on Malta. There's Eurobroni. Are you sure? Oh yeah, it is. This is Italy. No, no, this is Hungary. Hungary. No, this is Greece. This is Greece. This is Greece. Bro, some other guy said something Albanian the other day, but that's literally not in Europe. I'm pretty sure Albania is in South America. So I don't know why you're expecting to that. Alright, let me see here. Oh my god, this is so blurry. What the fuck? This is a very beautiful place though. I really like this place. They probably don't have good Wi-Fi here, but like otherwise it looks pretty good. Oh shit, hold on. Wait, she is not a Grecian. There's no way this is the gas station. What the fuck? Hey. Yo, she has double tits. This doesn't look like a poor place in Albania though. In my opinion. This has to be in some wealthy place. Well, it's Greece. You stupid idiot. Hmm. Ooh. Be on island. Strandpromenad. Is this Denmark? Let me look at that letter again. Enhøjvej. That means one-way drive. Is this Sweden or is it Denmark? Let me have a look again. I need to look at some more text. What do you mean avatar? Is it Denmark or Sweden? Oh, this looks like Sweden. This. You see this? This is Sweden. This is Sweden. We're in Sweden though. It's like right by the shore. Or the end of the world or something, isn't it? Yeah, this is like the end of the world. This is the end of the world. Wait, yeah, wait, it is Denmark because of the letter. The you know? In Sweden, I think they have a different way of typing it. Hold on. Yeah, it is actually Denmark, but it's like with the... It's with the water. What does it say there? Strandpromenaden. It's like in a little place. And it actually exits. It's here, right? No. This is not Germany, bro. I think you understand this. This is Danish. That means one-way drive. It is Denmark. This is like with all the boats and shit though. Welcome to no. Wait. Wait, what? Is this? No, but wait. Oh no, East Buffalo, East Pinda. East Pinda. Nyhed. Okay, so it is Danish. But it is Denmark, you fucking idiot. But there's a lot of boats there, bro. What the fuck? Whole lot of boats. You can see the water out there, right? I'm gonna just put it there. Because I was over here. Oh, wait, let me see. Policia. Ooh wee. This is Russia. Okay, so Russia. That's Russia, but where in Russia is this? Trying to find the city. Wow, this is a very nice place. Really like this place. What happened? Yellow, yeah. I've been here yesterday. I see road signs. Oh, can we get there somehow? Wait, how do we get over there? Dude, how do we get over there? No. Oh, it's Turkey. Oh, it's Turkey. It's not Turkey. It's Russia again. Okay, what road is this? What road is this? Give me the road. Road. Is there no road? Slovakia? This is Slovakia? It's a really nice place though. I kind of fuck with this place. Oh, Hitachi. Oh wait, where's Hitachi from? Where is Hitachi from? Oh my god, isn't that Japan or China? Oh, this cannot be Japan though. You keep saying Ukraine, but I don't know if it is Ukraine. It might be. I think actually it is Ukraine. Let me see. No, it's not. What flag is that, bro? Wait, it's not Ukraine. That is Bosnia, no? Bosnia. Wait, DHL. Wait, we have this in Norway. But this is not Norway. I'm actually so confused. And that looks like a prison. DHL. Oh my god. Hey man. Oh my god, there's a cat here too. Wait, what? Why is it even saying that? Oh. This is like a very industrial place in Russia, I think. But is it this country? Wait. Okay, so where do you think this country is? What country do you think this is? Hmm. Well, this might be England because it says man on the car, but that could mean other stuff. I see. Why is the cars like driving inside of each other? What the fuck is this? I'm so confused. Are Ukraine and Bosnia like good friends? Because I've seen that Bosnia flag like twice. But I've seen the Ukraine flag once. Yeah, it is still the same round. But look, we started here, right? It's the Ukraine flag. Polisia. Polisia. Would they have a different country flag on the police station though? I don't think so. I'm kind of confused because it doesn't. But is that a man or a woman? I think that's a man. He's ugly. Let me find a woman. Let me find a woman real quick. Where the woman at? Yeah, what's up, mommy? Is that you? Yeah. She's definitely a Ukrainian mommy. Hold on. That's a Ukrainian mommy right there. I'll take. Sorry, it is Bosnia. Why do they have Ukrainian flag then? Why do they have Ukrainian flag? What the fuck? Is it to support Ukraine? But like, why would the police station have a Ukrainian flag? That's what makes no sense to me. Because there was a police station. I feel like police station usually always has its own flag. I don't know. This has to be the UK. Look at this stupid roadway. Are they driving on the right? They're driving on the right. Okay, never mind. It's not the UK. Bulgaria, maybe? Wait. There could be a lot of it. This could be Sweden. Is this Sweden? I think it's Sweden. It has to be Sweden. Just look. Look at that tree, right? You see those trees? That looks like Sweden. It looks like a Swedish tree. Yeah, it has to be Sweden. I must say it's probably far down. Oh, never mind, it's far up. Okay. But yeah, it was a Swedish tree, I told you. Okay. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, so it's Sweden again. Oh, what the fuck? Back to back Sweden. We're in Sweden though. Did they just throw it around the same place? Fuck it, bro. Okay, so it's a polar opposite now. Okay, you fucking stupid game. Okay, last one. Then I'm retiring. Oh. Oh my god. What flag is that? What the fuck is that flag? What the fuck is that? What? Is that Georgia? This looks like a pretty important building in Georgia. Wait, what flag is that? This is the final countdown. Okay. Yeah, it has to be Georgia. Isn't this what Georgia's great deal more to look at? Chill the drinks. Wait, maybe not. McLaurin's Lotto. Ooh. Seeded cream. The driving on the left. Okay. It's not the entire UK though. What flag is that? What flag is that? Is that Ukraine as well? Everyone is just having Ukrainian flags. A bar. Unis domain. Okay, North 67. Wait. You'd like Ukraine? Why not? But okay, 67. Yeah. Where is 67? Bro, you would do anything for a Ukrainian girlfriend. Shut up. Yeah, you would. They're like top 10 baddest woman, bro. Top 10 baddest women, probably, in Ukraine. 100%. Probably top 5. Okay, so there's Ireland. Okay, yeah, I know you want to fuck them. It's okay, man. I understand. Okay, so you can be the husband then. What do you mean? Okay, let me look at this. Pericolo d'incendio. Ooh. Let me have a think here. Poland does not look like this because Poland is too poor to be like this. Poland does not have nature like this. There's no way. Moravera. Okay. De Castildas. What? Yeah, it doesn't look this beautiful in Ukraine. Well, it does in Ukraine, but not in Poland. What the fuck is... Okay, hold on. Is this slave camp? Wait, what is this? Okay. This is where the slaves are staying. Let me go back. Let me look. I think this is Bulgaria, maybe. Is that what it takes? Capu Ferratu. Capu. Okay, that seems pretty Spanish. Yeah, that might be true too. You might have a point. Rare W from you, maybe. Capu? Capu though? You think Capu though? There's no way Capu. No, bro, I don't believe you. No, you're lying. You just lying. Maybe Monaco. Capu, Castilla. Whatever. No, I don't believe you for Croatia. Whatever. This might be an island though. Let me look at Andorra. It's trust me. Bro, I was literally about to click there. What country does that belong to? Who owns that? Who owns this place? Is it Italy? Hunar buffet. Trash. This is disgusting. Where is this, bro? That place actually makes perfect sense. I was trying to look for the... Okay. Trash place. Okay. Libanske Nuki. Dunav Gruba, Dunav Urusi Gurugranan Shuna. Oh, you might be right here. Slovakia. Oh, wait, isn't this Pragu? Pragu? Whatever this is called. Isn't that the place? Yeah, this has to break you. Is it this? I don't know. What? Serbia. Italy. Yo, this is really beautiful, huh? Oh, look, the sunny weather. Aquai. Rua. Wait, this might be an island, actually. Matus Arielaser. Radio Igraya. The fuck? What the fuck, Portugal? Okay, bro, I'm retiring. I'm retiring for now. That doesn't even make any sense. All I learned from this is that Poland is ugly, bro. Holy shit. Well, actually, should I take a look at Poland? Should I search up Poland and look at your country, bro? Poland. Most beautiful place. How is this your most beautiful place? Like this. Why is Poland so dirty and poor? Ask AI. It is a common misconception that Poland is dirty and poor. See? As the country has undergone a massive transformation over the last few decades. However, there are a few specific historical and environmental reasons why people might still have this impression. Why some perceive it as dirty. The dirty level usually refers to air quality rather than trash on the streets. Oh no, I mean both. While Poland is now a high income economy, it is still catching up to Western Europe neighbors. See? Oh, oh, oh. 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 The communist legacy. Oh my god, what the fuck? I did not know this. Oh. Decades of Soviet imposed central planning left Poland's economy stagnant until 1989. But yeah, you can't afford anything, probably. You make like literally no money in your country. Economic growth. Poland has had one of the fastest growing economies in the world over the last 30 years. Cap. My friend thinks Poland is a better Ukraine. Wait, what? Why is it actually more rich than Ukraine? How is it possible? Compare it to Norway in English. Compare Poland is a comparison between a rapidly developing tiger economy of Central Europe and one of the world's wealthiest, most stable welfare states. The point is catching up. The gap in wealth and environmental quality remains significant. So, but Norway has a 4.6% unemployment rate. Damn. Can earn much more. The Christian also can be. Yeah, but how is this housing? Rent for one-bedroom apartment in a city center significantly lower in Poland, approximately $750 a month, compared to Norway, where even a small flat can cost over 1,800 a month. Well, that's just wrong. That literally depends if you live in the city. That's statistically wrong. If you live in a city, then maybe. This is the most striking difference. Norway has some of the cleanest air in Europe. In contrast, Poland frequently struggles with smog during winter due to its reliance on coal. Woo! Comparison table. GDP per capita nominal. Poland 25k, Norway 86k. Average monthly salaries. Oh my god. Cost of living very high, relatively low. Air quality moderate to poor. Norway excellent. Retirement / dividend net improving. Norway top tier. Man, Somewhere as a Finnish wealthy country with high prices and high quality of life, but fun is would you like to know more? Okay. Is it possible to live with the I really want to know this. Often used 4% which is considerably dropped, but just for 30 years with a hyper foreign care for every retirement. Thailand, one of the top destinations of foreign can be better on. Okay. I can. With good internet connection. Okay. I need this. I need this. All right. In English. Okay, wait, no, I'm trying to look at something here. How much, if I can live somewhere with 500 savings, then right among the fastest in the world. I'm back on. We are the best value in here. Not the fastest and cheapest fire. Okay, the more because of the. It's fine. Wait, should I do that, boys? Is that worth it? Is that the plan? Damn. Is that a W play? Yo. That's actually crazy, dude. Wait. Bro. Oh. Bro. Is that worth it? Maybe. Dude, honestly though, guys, if I have 500k when I'm at like 30, like, I could never work again. That's actually crazy. Really? Yeah, you can. I can fly back for like multiple. Yo, this actually might be the play.
As the hours
Anyways,
dragged on,
alright,
that lack
right,
of
right, right,
emotion
right,
and
right, right.
reaction became the loudest thing in the room, because sometimes it's not what people say or confess, it's what they can't fake.
But
And
my
Jose
screen was
Morales,
hidden.
he couldn't even pretend to care. So, the story of Christine's murder
Oh,
was
I
now
was showing a
becoming
lot
all
of
too
stuff on my
painfully
screen. Oh
obvious
my
for the
god, why
police.
did nobody tell
But
me?
even still, it wasn't a story that anyone wanted to believe. And look, I know I'm showing a lot of interrogation footage here, but this is one of those rare
Okay,
occasions where
that was
officers
W
really
downtime now.
don't hold back. And Jose, he was crumbling hard.
Hopefully the server is still cooked.
The conversation that I'm having
Right,
at
and
the
half
moment.
the stuff doesn't
So
add
what?
up. Your
Which one?
father
You
said-
want me to? What you want me to cry for my daughter? Cry for Christine? Cry?
No, you can
listen,
cry, you can laugh, you can do whatever the hell you want to do.
What is happening, bro?
Christine and her, they not that close. Not that close to them.
Yeah, you said you weren't close to Christine. You didn't care about her, but your daughter was extremely important. You said that.
Well, I guess, yeah, but my life.
What do you
is
mean?
the
I
kids that I met
guess
at my house.
it's your daughter,
That's why I
bro.
did
What the
that.
fuck?
Let's talk about them.
All right, let's talk about them.
It's your daughter,
You
bro.
want to be there for them?
Yeah.
It's your daughter,
So I'm
bro.
going home.
Okay.
Okay. Just
How long do you think that?
keep me updated.
What happens if we never find
You
Vanessa?
will. What you mean? What happens if you never find Vanessa?
Because I don't know where they are.
Damn.
Jose, if I knew where they are, you wouldn't be sitting here right now. We wouldn't even be having a conversation. We wouldn't have
How come
bothered.
Steven is not here and everybody else is not here?
Because they already were here. We already had this conversation.
All right. This is crazy.
So you understood what I told you, right?
What?
That somebody saw
Yes,
you leaving the house
yes,
today?
yes, yes,
Monday?
yes.
Yes, you understand that?
He was then asked to surrender his clothes to detectives and then given a white suit to wear on his way home. And just like that, Jose was then released back into the public.
I can put the sneakers on? You really gonna have me go home like this? You the boss?
And then, of course, only one day later, officers would find Christine's body in the bathtub. From that moment onwards, the
Damn.
case shifted gears, because this was no longer a missing persons report. Instead, it was a full-blown homicide investigation.
Okay, that
And all
was
of
a
sudden,
lot of
all
downtime
eyes
there,
were
to
on
be honest.
Jose,
But
because not
and no
only
more
had his
downtime, bro.
girlfriend now
I need to
officially
stop
been
downtiming.
murdered, but his daughter was missing without her mother. No surprise, but that is precisely what made this case all the more urgent. Because this wasn't just a simple tragedy that had now finished. A child was actively missing. And just as the weight of this evidence was now becoming somewhat substantial, something else happened. Something that would propel this case to the next
The issue
level.
is though, wouldn't hiring at
It was
age
on
30
December
be
the
like
4th,
super boring?
2019, that two volunteers were
Just think,
clearing out
like
the
working
clothing
for
donation bins
no work for
outside of
50
St.
years. It must be
Michael's
so
Church.
boring.
Now, this was only meant to
'Cause
be a routine
I don't really
job,
mind
simply
working.
sorting through bags of old clothes and then putting them in the truck. However, what they
I
found
mean,
this
if I could
morning
work
was
like
anything
part-time,
but ordinary. As
that would
they
be
unlocked
perfect.
one of the bins and started pulling the
Full-time,
items out,
I mean, it's full-time, I don't
something
want to do for the rest of my
strange
life,
caught their
but
attention.
part-time, sure.
Among the donations was what appeared to be a diaper genie.
'Cause
Nothing too
I would get
suspicious.
bored if I
After
don't work at all,
it's
to be
good
honest.
for any child. But that was when they realized that it was covered in blood. Now, at first, the volunteers were not so sure what they were looking at. But as they kept digging,
That's
they
all it
realized it
takes.
wasn't only one or two
Like
items.
3 days of work a week now.
Instead,
That's
there
it's
appeared
perfect
to
to
be
me.
several bags all spotted in blood. They loaded the items into a van and then brought them back to the warehouse. It was only the following day, however, that they would take a closer look, and that is when they found something extremely chilling. Inside one of those bags was a woman's dress, and alongside it was a letter addressed to Christine Holloway. The name already appeared to ring a
Damn.
bell, and a quick Google search would tell them everything they needed to know. News
Mm.
reports had erupted with Christine as the woman who was recently
Well,
found
shit.
murdered in her own home. And so, in light of this, they called the police immediately. Now, the police were already growing quite suspicious
That's not
over
good.
Jose, especially after his rather terrible performance in the interrogation.
Wait, when is the election
But
brief?
then,
1 hour,
something
1 hour,
else
1
came
hour.
through. More surveillance footage. Now, of course, building the timeline wasn't instant.
Yeah, we
but
do the
moment
same
that
deal on
Christine
next
had been
lobby, it's
found
fine.
dead in the bathtub,
Go,
officers
go, go,
started
go, go.
asking neighbors for any Nest Cam footage. And after a few days of collecting that footage, let's just say
Wait,
that,
I might have
well,
to
the pieces
reset the
started
rainbow
coming
bit.
together, frame by frame. And what that footage would eventually reveal was something that no one was prepared for. To begin with, forensic
Yeah, I
analysts
needed
determined
this.
that Christine
Have
was
you eaten
murdered
cakes?
sometime between the late hours of November the 30th and the early hours of December the 1st, which meant the surveillance footage that came next, it was captured after her murder. At exactly 6 a.m. on the morning that Christine was killed, her vehicle was caught driving down Myrtle Avenue, which is the same street
Visit this guy,
where
visit this guy.
Jose and Vanessa
Visit him, bro.
lived.
Rainbow bit.
Only
Pull
5
up.
minutes later, it was then again spotted heading south on Elm Street, meaning that with it traveling in this
You need to visit here.
direction,
Visit this
it
guy.
was leaving the home
Visit him, bro.
and the crime scene.
Rainbow bit.
Only a few minutes later, the same car shows up on Darby Avenue.
Trust me.
driving
This is the
towards
best
St.
cakes you can
Michael's
ever eat.
Church. And if that name rings a
Yeah,
bell,
this is the best
well,
cakes
it
you can
should,
ever eat, bro.
because that's the exact location
Trust me on
where
this.
the blood-covered diaper genie
Yeah,
and her clothing were all found in the donation bin. And so, right there, we have the car, the crime scene, and the dumped
very
evidence
good cakes.
all linked to this driver. But the burning question here now was, who was behind the wheel?
Who is
6
Shock
minutes
Boy?
later, the same vehicle
Bro,
was seen
it's a
heading
guy.
back in
I
the
told him
opposite
to visit you
direction,
for cakes.
retracing its path. And while the footage did give them a good
He's in my
timeline,
YouTube
the
chat.
resolution was too low to ID
Delicious.
the driver.
See?
That was until our next surveillance camera, which was the real watershed moment.
W Rainbow
At
Cakes.
6:18 a.m.
Yeah.
and ignore the timestamp here, a surveillance camera from the Shell gas station on Main
Bro,
Street
you
showed
should have seen,
Christine's
dude.
vehicle showing up.
Luke
Not
keeps
only that,
wanting,
but it parked
wanting
right in
to
front of
punch
the
me in the
entrance.
chest,
And side note,
but he keeps
the
losing.
driver
I don't know
clearly
why.
did not care about the massive no parking sign here. And guess who steps out? Yup, it's Jose Morales. After walking inside, he tries to buy a pack of cigarettes.
He's actually
but
so bad at
unfortunately
chess.
for him, he can't find the change, and
That's
so
my
he
goat.
walks off
No, it's
instead.
not, bro.
Another camera inside would catch his face quite
No way.
quickly, and there is no mistaking it. By this point, the sun's beginning to rise. Jose spends the next hour and a half
Jose.
driving back and forth almost aimlessly.
What drop is that?
Before then eventually
I got a
heading
double
back
drop.
at 6:25
I got a
via
double drop,
Cottage
man.
Street. He then stays at the house, that being the crime scene, until 8 a.m. and then leaves
Wait,
again
stock
shortly
exchange,
after,
isn't that the
before
thing?
returning at 8:25.
There
and
your
then
XP
again
shrimp
at
don't
1
work
p.m.
on tire.
The following day, Christine's car is spotted leaving and then returning.
You don't like it?
4
It's
separate
fine.
times
I
in the
don't mind
morning,
it.
that being at
You gotta eat what
4:30,
you-
6, 7:30, and 9:30. It's safe to say that the people of Ansonia are not shy with their Nest cameras, because as you can see, there are plenty of these cameras
fuck?
tracing his movements. And then, only a few hours after all of
Let me
that
see speeding
back and
up.
forth,
That car is
the police
trash.
show up at the front
What is
door.
that
With all
noise?
of this new information, it became quite obvious.
Where
what
are you
needed
doing
to
it? Are you
happen
doing it in the
next.
big
The
thing?
police were
The big
desperate to
spot?
speak to Jose again.
Can't you just
And
do Sven at the
thankfully,
same
he
time?
wasn't too hard to find. Turns out he'd gone back to his parents' home to lay low while police discovered his girlfriend's body. And when they showed up for a second time, let's
Is
just say
Acacia the
they
best?
seemed too shocked. Jose told the officers that he would never hurt Christine, and especially not Vanessa.
I thought Jungle
And
was the
despite
best.
his rather sluggish reactions, he would even say that he had no idea Christine was dead. At first, he claimed that he hadn't been at the house all weekend, but detectives, they knew that was a lie. And as soon as Jose clocked onto that, well, he tried to shift and change his story. And as for his parents' reaction to the news, well, you don't need me to describe it. You can see for yourself.
But isn't there competition everywhere though? Uh-oh.
This is the moment that officers informed the Morales family of Christine's death. You can see
Wait,
just
we have
how
an issue,
upset
guys.
Jose's parents were. But meanwhile, in the background, he hardly seems emotionally
I
moved
cannot
at all.
spawn another Slayer. Well, wait. Hold on. Can I withdraw this? No. Can I withdraw this? No. Mm.
It is noted that both the
Damn.
officers and Jose's parents all seem to be
Okay,
rattled,
so
not just by the
what
news,
the fuck
but
do
by
I do
his
now?
own reaction too. Investigators had already seen
I
him
guess this
leaving
is the
Christine's
best, right?
home on
This,
multiple occasions, and yet in that room, Jose acted like he still couldn't or wouldn't face the truth.
She's at her apartment.
They sell mutant. Mutant has no use, right? Baked too. I guess.
We can't find the car that he says she's always driving. But we know where the car is that you say that she's driving.
How much money is this?
Yeah. What's that?
When I asked you about her buying a new car, you said you knew nothing about it.
No, I know about it.
Well, why did you say you didn't know anything about it?
I know about the no first time car. What? She bought a car. She bought a car. Jose, where you was today?
Okay, don't buy. I'm buying divine gifts. I'm doing it.
The car is gone?
Yep.
I'm buying divine gift. I'm going all in.
No, I don't know. What you want me to come up with an idea, make something up? What you want me to think? What you want me to say? To just invent a situation?
Cornered by the facts, he suddenly seemed to shift his story. But even
Divine
then,
gift.
something was
Here we go.
off. His words didn't carry
Trust
the weight
me,
of
divine
someone
gift is
who
gonna
was
be worth it.
genuinely shocked or grieving. Instead,
This is
he
what's gonna
appeared
get me
be
to
quite
die. All the
defensive
dice.
about the entire thing.
Obviously, something did happen.
Were they in a serious relationship? Were they in a serious relationship? Yeah. Well, he said it was.
Oh, we was in a serious relationship.
Yeah, they were dating.
But what?
So he's gonna say you were.
I was at
on Monday.
I know. But the cyclamen die is.
No, Monday. But you just said you were with Hector on Monday. You said I don't remember what I was doing on Monday.
I was with Hector on the weekend. What about Monday? They asking about Monday.
And to make matters even worse for him, detectives were able to poke holes
No.
in his new version of events right there on the spot.
I haven't really felt the. I don't really see the point. It literally spawns so quick anyway.
I'm not a clear-minded person.
Okay, I can understand that. You have a lot of stress in your life.
Oh, I didn't kill Dupit.
So,
My bad,
by
bro.
now, it was no surprise
I
when
did not
Jose
kill
was
Dupit.
officially
GG's.
arrested for the murder of Christine. I mean, the evidence was quite literally stacking up by the day. And his story,
Yeah, this guy's cooked.
I mean, there was so much for officers to go on here. Surveillance footage, phone records, and his own shifting stories painted a picture that was simply too curious
I'm
to
still
ignore.
missing 25
But the
Abby
real thing
phone
that sealed his
contacts.
fate was how he reacted to the
Sure, I'm gonna get
information.
that soon.
Nevertheless, his arrest sent shockwaves through both families. And Christine's
I still
parents
also
were
need
absolutely
Telepathy.
heartbroken that a man she had let in was now being trialed for her murder. And as for Jose's parents, well, let's just say it was a different kind of grief. A sort of dark and morbid confusion.
Okay, should I
that the
actually just
man,
sell
their son,
stuff
who
and get
they'd
1
loved and raised
billion
for so
bank
many
on the Iron Man?
years, now turn into a monster?
I've been waiting for
Unfortunately,
years to see
it
that.
would
I've been
take
checking
5
literally every
long
single
years
week.
for
I don't know.
Jose's trial
It has to be
begin,
close, right?
Which is why a case that started in
It has to be.
2019 is only now unfolding.
I've been
By the
waiting and
time
waiting
that
and waiting.
moment would finally arrive, well, Jose, he had a whole new version of events. And although he admitted that, yes, he was at the property when Christine was murdered, he insisted that it was not what it looked like. According to Jose, on the night
It has
that
to
she
be
was
like 2
murdered,
weeks at
he
most.
stepped outside to smoke PCP and claimed it left him foggy, off balance, and disoriented. He then claims that when he
Fair
returned
enough.
to the apartment,
Okay, should
he
I
went
sell
into
some
the
more
bathroom
crops
and
actually?
sat down on the toilet.
Probably
And
should.
that is when, through his drugged-out haze, he noticed 2 masked intruders approaching the home. But with
Well,
his
is red
pants
mushroom
down and
useful
his
for
mind
anything?
clouded,
Or can I
he did
sell
not
that?
react in time to stop them. Jose then claims that
Does
he
that have
reached
any
out
use?
for Christine's phone and dialed 911. But before he could say anything, one of the intruders allegedly hit him across the face and chest, which would ultimately leave him on the floor incapacitated. It was from the floor that he then claims to have heard Christine scream. One man allegedly attacked her,
How much is
while
that?
the
Oh
other
my
grabbed
God.
Vanessa. Jose then watched his girlfriend get beat with a crowbar.
That's a
Allegedly,
lot of
he
money,
then
money,
says
money,
that the
money, money,
intruders
money,
fled,
money,
leaving
money.
him with Christine's
Dada,
body.
dada.
But as for baby Vanessa, apparently she had been abducted. So, that's Jose's new story. But the problem was that his statement completely contradicted what he originally told investigators. At first, he initially claimed that he hadn't seen Christine at all that day. In
What
fact,
just happened?
he
How
said
did I
that he
insta-die?
wasn't
Okay.
even at the property at all,
400 mil
and
bank though.
certainly hadn't called 911 to report
I'll
2
sell
masked
some more
intruders.
rumors and stuff
So,
tomorrow.
with him now suddenly
Then I should be
placing
fine.
himself at the crime scene,
I feel
in
like
the
I should
middle
just
of a
have 1 mil
violent
bank.
break-in, and claiming to be a helpless witness rather than a suspect, well, to
Although
the
I'm probably gonna lose
prosecution,
1 mil
that
bank because
shit
I keep
wasn't
spawning
just
slayers, right?
suspicious, it was entirely damning.
Mr. Morales, did you kill Christine Holloway?
No.
Yes.
Mr. Morales, were you so intoxicated on
Yes,
a
you did, bro.
substance, PCP, or alcohol, or any other substance that
Yes.
you do not remember killing Christine Holloway?
I did not kill Christine Holloway.
I just want to be sure, right? We heard the 911 tape. Is there any possibility that this is a delusion that you are engaged in?
No.
Okay. And you're 100% sure of that?
I'm 100% sure that people came into the apartment.
People came into your house.
Okay, bro.
They
This
killed.
guy gotta shut up, man. You know you're guilty, bro.
One of them did, yes.
It is also worth noting here that the jury ended up needing more breaks than usual, largely thanks to Jose's absolute bumbling. His inconsistent testimony, constant stumbles and
Bumbling.
backtracks, and half-baked recollections made it painfully clear
Oh,
that
this
he
guy's
was either
his face is
completely
pissing me off.
unprepared or wasn't
But he
telling
killed
the
his
truth
1-year-old
at all.
daughter, bro.
And let's just say that in a courtroom
With
like
no
this,
remorse.
neither is a good look. Adding to the weight of evidence against him was his very own landlord, who at the time was running a small workshop in the garage beneath the property. He told the court that on the day that Christine was killed, he could hear loud, heavy thuds coming from the apartment upstairs.
Oh, my
That
sax
did
is so
seem to
valued.
stand out
No, it has like
because,
no value
according
now,
to
though.
him, he almost never heard anything
I have a
from
solution,
above.
though.
And then, of course,
I
came
might
the
have a solution in
forensics,
my
the
back
part
pocket,
that
man.
no one could talk their way out of. Christine's DNA was found on Jose's shoes, inside his car,
Wait,
and
did
on
I
several
fail to
trash
kill Deep
bags
again?
inside his trunk.
I need to
Not only
retire.
that, but his hair was found on her hands, and phone data placed him at the crime scene at the time she was murdered. Surveillance footage aside, the physical evidence would tell its own story, one that only seemed to get darker when a forensic anthropologist reconstructed fragments of Christine's
This guy is
skull,
disgusting.
revealing the unmistakable signs of blunt force trauma, likely through a crowbar. The jury would only take 2.5 hours to discuss the verdict, and when they returned,
Guilty.
the courtroom fell into a heavy silence. Because despite the bizarre story that Jose had told, despite the years that had passed, and despite the legal back and forth, the evidence was overwhelming. And so it is no surprise to tell you that Jose Morales was found guilty of the murder of
Woo!
Christine Holloway.
So
He
do you
was
think I'm
also
gonna
found
get
guilty
this time?
of tampering with evidence.
Docket number AAN CR
Well, if you grind it, yeah, but from just doing bestiary, I don't know about that one, sir.
Morales with the crime of murder in violation of section 53A-54A of the Connecticut General Statutes. How do you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty.
In docket number AAN CR 20-018-6660T, in the second count of the amended information charging the defendant Jose Morales with the crime of tampering with physical
I mean, maybe.
in violation of section
If you use Clover Helmet, maybe.
53A-155 of the Connecticut
Because it's
General
gonna
Statutes, how do you find the defendant as to the
100% boost your drop chance.
physical evidence? Guilty or not guilty?
However, even with the conviction secured and so much time passing by, there was one question that still remained. Where is
Are you gonna
Vanessa?
miss doing
Christine's murder
the
was simply
wolves?
tragic enough, but the fact that her 1-year-old daughter has been missing ever since makes this story all the more haunting. But despite the national coverage, Amber Alerts, and countless efforts, Vanessa still hasn't been found. Not a trace. And tragically, as time goes on, it looks more and more likely that not only did Jose murder his daughter, but he got away with it too. And as for Vanessa's mother, Christine Holloway was a devoted mum, a beloved daughter.
Oh my
and a
god,
woman
what
who
is this,
tried
bro?
again
What the
and
fuck
again
is
to see
this?
the best in someone who ultimately did not deserve her. Her life was stolen far too soon, and her daughter, even still, has vanished into the unknown. And although Jose Morales may now be sitting behind
You
bars,
guys are such
the story
fanboys.
is not over. Not for Christine's family, not for the investigators still
Absolutely
searching,
fanboys,
and
man.
certainly not for Vanessa. And until she is found, until that final chapter is written, this case remains a haunting reminder that justice does not always mean resolution. We can only hope that one day she is found safe and well.
It's good to be fanboys. No,
Jose could be one
always.
of the dumbest killers that I've ever covered on this channel.
Yeah, this guy is a
I
retard.
mean, I know technically he could have got away with disposing of his daughter's body, but everything else just screams absolute idiot. From leaving behind a mountain of evidence to showing no emotion to then changing his story mid-trial, well, he basically gave the prosecution everything they needed. I think I'll finish this video here, but before I go, I'd love to know what you think about Jose's story. And even more importantly, what do you think happened to Vanessa?
Mm.
Personally, I think he very likely did murder his daughter. Honestly, this is just one of those stories that leaves you absolutely.
Wait, why am I just not?
So, with that said, please share your
Why does
comments
the
down
profit
below.
tracker not
And
show up?
before I go, I'd love to say thank
Why?
you so
Why?
much
Where
for
is it?
watching this video and making it this far. I really do appreciate it. If you'd like to support
There
the
it is.
channel, then please remember that I do have a Patreon, or alternatively, follow me on social media, most notably my Instagram. Once again, thank you so much for spending your time with me today, folks. I really do appreciate
It's just fine, but
I'll likely see you again in a few days, but until then, remember to look after
yeah,
each other, stay safe, and of course,
I do.
stay curious. Thank you, and goodbye.
I do, and I have no regrets. I should do it again, you fucking idiot. Okay, I'm sorry.
Let me ask you
My bad.
something. How safe do you feel in your own home? And how sure are you that you'd notice if something was off? Something as
100%
simple
sure.
as a door opening, a footstep in the hallway, or a presence that didn't belong. Do you think that you'd recognize that danger in time?
Yes.
Or would it move quietly around you while you slept soundly at night? On November the 13th,
I would wake up instantly, bro. Come on,
those
man.
questions stopped being hypothetical when 4 university students
Oh.
were murdered inside their own home in Moscow, Idaho. At the time, they were living just off campus in a place that was meant for rest, studying, and safety. And what followed forced a community and then an entire nation to face one of the most horrifying and notorious cases of 2022. Welcome or welcome back to Coffeehouse Crime, folks.
Welcome
My
back,
name is
show
Adrian,
boy.
and today we're heading to Moscow, Idaho, to look at a case
Moscow?
that eventually became known as the Idaho 4.
You know,
I'll be honest with you here, the more that you dig at this case, the more that it seems to unravel.
My profit tracker
In fact,
didn't work
there
in
are
the
many
lobby, so I had to
details
swap.
that I didn't even know about until I started researching this one. By the way, here is a quick reminder that I and the rest of my team at Coffeehouse Crime are all in fact humans, and we don't present with AI. We do have a cat though named Nero, so subscribe for Nero. Or, of course, to support your favorite YouTubers.
What?
We really do appreciate it. Thank you. Now then, with that said,
Thank
let's
you,
get down
goodbye.
to the usual. Please, grab yourself a coffee,
Profit tracker
and
is
let's
fake.
caffeinate while we investigate.
No,
This
I
is
need the
case
profit
of
tracker,
the
man.
Idaho 4.
I'm gonna sell all these drops.
Welcome to Moscow, Idaho, folks. With a population of just over 25,000 residents, Moscow is inseparable from the University of Idaho. When I say that, what I mean is that the university isn't simply in the town, but it is
Are you sure
literally
you aren't just
Moscow's
downtiming?
pulse. As for its students, Moscow feels safe. Violent crime is rare enough to feel abstract, and when something bad happens, it tends to be elsewhere to other people. Houses
he
near
fell
campus
off,
blur
Luke's.
into social spaces. Friends come and go, and
No, I
doors are
care.
routinely left unlocked. It's the kind of place where noise complaints are the most likely police visit, and where life feels like one long social event day in and day out. Now, on King Road, which is a short walk away from campus and found on the southwest corner of town, was a 3-story rental house that stood like many others.
3-story rental
As
house,
you may have
okay.
already guessed, this was
Is that 3
just
stories?
another
Bro,
usual run-of-the-mill
that is the
student
most
house,
weird
cheap
house
and
of all time. What the
cheerful
fuck
and
is that?
filled with 6 young adults.
There's
The
no way
location
that
was
third
great,
story is
actually. You had
counting
the
as a
university
third.
to
It's
the
terrible.
north, and a few
That's
restaurants
like 2
found only a
rooms.
few minutes
Maybe one at
further.
most.
However, it was just before noon on November the 13th, 2022,
Emergency.
that this
Boom,
house,
bitch.
found on the skirts of
Boom,
Moscow,
bitch.
became the epicenter of one of
Boom,
the most
bitch.
violent and brutal
Boom,
stories that
bitch.
America had seen in years.
Damn.
911 location of your emergency.
Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
Tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Can I just tell you
What the fuck is happening?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, we gotta go check.
Come on, give me something. Oh, that's trash, bro. Come on, bro. It's crazy. Bro, it's driving footage.
Hello? Is she breathing? No.
I think they are driving to the place.
The ambulance and law enforcement, stay on the line.
There's a police here right now.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, they're driving to the place.
Okay, thank you.
Shortly after this terrifying phone call was made, police arrived at the residence. From the street, nothing looked wrong or out of place. There was no shattered glass, no signs of forced entry, and the curtains were drawn. As they approached the property, some of them even expected that they would only be helping someone wake up. But once they were inside, the reality
so they're all alive.
of it all quickly set in. What officers encountered was nothing short of horrific. And that's because this wasn't a single or small medical emergency, but was an all-out catastrophe.
Have tactics
units
wise.
called in immediately.
Wait, how do
The
you want that with
changed
wise
from
armor?
a student house into a full-blown crime scene. The home was unnaturally still as police officers moved through its narrow hallways, pausing at corners and closed doors, and announcing themselves into rooms that never answered back. The first grim discovery came on the second floor when two students
Wait,
were
how
found
do you keep
inside one
hyping
of
it
the
then?
bedrooms,
Didn't they
and as
patch it
officers
taking hype
continued in
damage
their
like
investigation,
2
they
weeks
found
ago or
two
something?
more victims in another bedroom. It was at that moment that they realized that 4 young students had all had their lives ended in the same house, across multiple bedrooms and on a single night. And so obviously they realized
Okay, so you
that
for
whatever
like
was
5
going
tap
on,
it.
this extended far past them, or the officers, or even Moscow. Meanwhile,
Wait,
outside,
what? Did I get nothing, bro?
tone
No, man.
shifted. It is the kind of tension that everyone dreads, because as police presence grew and the patrol cars arrived and then remained at the property, everyone waiting outside knew that this was not
It
going
was
to
so
be
have
just
tax.
another noise complaint. It was in that moment that one of the officers stepped away from the property to speak with
What do you
one
mean
of its
deserve?
surviving roommates. And
Boy.
from this footage, you can tell how horrified and shaken Dylan was.
All I heard was I heard her
You can't just
go
spawn
upstairs,
have
okay, I'm gonna
tactics.
go to sleep now because she's going upstairs. All
You heard who go upstairs?
Kaylee and the dog Murphy.
How do you not have the recipe?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
You're about to be lower level than Luke's, I think.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up, I heard her scream, and she ran upstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared.
Uh-oh, scam.
And
Be
I
careful.
heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not.
Don't get scammed by Luke's, by the way. He's gonna scam you.
His forehead and his mouth. And I locked the door, and I called, and I didn't know what to do.
This is at 4.
Oh, fall for it.
Now, Dylan claimed that she'd woken up in the middle of the night to sounds that she couldn't quite
Good
explain.
boy.
Movements and voices that all felt a little off. It is worth noting, however, that despite the strangeness, she never felt threatened by any of it. Apparently, he was dressed all
Where's my
in
dad?
dark clothing and
It
didn't
will be
even acknowledge
like
her
you want to go
presence.
for
He
like
just simply
10 minutes
walked
or
by
something.
towards the exit. It's the kind of encounter that you'd feel very uncomfortable in, especially as a woman. But with this being a student house,
Hold on.
there could have been a million innocent explanations. And so she simply walked back inside her bedroom and shut her door. But the important part here is that her recollection of that evening changed everything about the story at that stage of the investigation. Because not only did it verify that an unknown, mysterious man
What
was
did I get?
inside the property
Bite rule.
on
Come
the night
on,
that
bro.
her
What
4
the
friends
fuck,
were
man?
murdered, but also that he had acted while everyone was fast asleep in bed. And as
A demon.
investigators took a closer
A
look
real
at the
demon,
crime
bro.
scene, they realized that, although clues were in fact sparse, there were a couple that they could indeed work with. But
I wish
before
I
we
could
jump the
sleep
gun
today.
here, who precisely were the Idaho
Like
Four?
what? It's
So,
really boring
before
to sleep
answering that
by
question,
yourself, though.
I'd
I
like
want to
to take
sleep
you
with
behind
someone.
the scenes here at Coffee House Crime. With the turn of the new year, a lot of us are thinking about returning to work, getting back into the swing of things, and of course New Year's resolutions. But the truth is that a lot of us YouTubers don't actually stop over the festive period. And I'm going to let you in on a small secret here about YouTube. But by the time Christmas and the festive season has ended, many of us YouTubers actually see a huge dip to our AdSense earnings. Which makes sense, right? Because
Corny
everyone's
ass
out of
cool.
their usual routine over Christmas. and by
What?
seeing their family and friends, they're probably focusing on more cozy subjects.
What?
So with that in mind, I just want to say thank you to all of you who come here week in and week out to help support the channel. And with a natural dip over the festive period, this is precisely how our sponsors, like today's paid partner ZocDoc, can help keep the lights on over quieter
Oh, bro, you need to
moments.
stop talking
So,
about
on the
Soko.
topic of resolutions,
Oh,
what have you decided for yourself this year? Is
Oh,
it perhaps pick
yeah.
up a new hobby, maybe go to the gym more regularly, or finally get
Oh,
around
yeah.
to looking
Do you not
after
like
your
sleeping
health?
with
Now,
others?
personally for me, I think this is probably the year that I finally get around to fixing my repetitive strain injury that I picked up at the gym.
That's way more
And
fun.
ZocDoc will definitely help with that. And if health is on your list too, then I would love to tell you about them. For those of you who haven't heard of ZocDoc, it's a free website that helps you find and book high quality in-network doctors so you can find someone you love. With more than 150,000
I'm
providers
so tired
across
because I
50
literally slept for like
states, you
1
can
hour, I
search and
think.
book providers across more than 200
Yeah, I am kind of
specialties,
cooked. I'm
including
not gonna lie.
dermatology, dentistry, primary care,
Yeah,
and eye care.
we kind
View
of cooked.
thousands of verified patient reviews to get a real sense of who your doctor
Every
is,
Indian
and find
thinker
one
is
that
so
you
shit.
actually vibe with. You can also
Right,
see
isn't
their
that's half
real-time
the population
availability,
known
click
as
to book
is
instantly,
Indian.
and decide in person or video.
But I don't know why
Appointments
you're
made
calling
through
him the
ZocDoc
N-word though.
typically happen within
That's a
just
bit too far, I
24
feel
to
like.
72 hours of booking, and you can even score same-day appointments too.
It's
So,
actually a
if
bit
you
too
are
far.
serious about your health, then there is no better resolution than looking after it. And ZocDoc will help you find a doctor who listens, understands, and,
Suck
of
that.
course, supports you. So, go to
Suck that.
ZocDoc.com/coffeehousecrime to find
It's,
and
I was
instantly book a
told thank you
top-rated
means
doctor today.
N-word.
Thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you folks for supporting the creators that you care about. And now, let's dive into who the Idaho 4 really were. As it always goes, they were all just ordinary people
Okay,
before this
so
story
you're
became,
being racist
well,
towards a
story.
robot?
Much
That's
like you and
disgusting.
I once were, they were all simply students, just caught in the ordinary gravity
How is that
of
fake?
college
That's
life.
disgusting.
So,
You should be
beginning with
arrested
Madison Morgan, she was
for
21
hatred
years old at
speech.
the time and was a senior at the University of Idaho studying marketing. Friends described her as outgoing and loyal, and someone who kept people
Why are you
close
guys talking
and
about
made
sleep
plans
calling?
easily. This is something we'll
I'll
come
be
back
there.
to towards
Alright,
the
bro.
end of the
What is
video.
this, man?
But Madison worked at a
My
local
Twitch chat is
restaurant
so
named
cooked.
the Mad Greek. Having grown up in
My Twitch
Idaho, she
is
was nearing
cooked,
the
bro.
end of her college years, and so she was naturally looking ahead after graduation and whatever came next. Her close friend, Kaylee Gonsalves, was also 21 years old at
Oh
the
my god,
time,
I'm going to
also a senior who was
sleep
studying
with you.
general studies. She
The
and
fuck,
Madison
bro?
were
What's wrong with this
described
guy?
as inseparable. By now, they had known each other for several years, and would have likely been forever friends. Now, Kaylee was only weeks away from graduating, and had already accepted a job out of state. In fact, she had already even recently moved out of the King Road house and
He's
returned to
Canadian.
see her friends. As for the weekend that she
Oh,
was
never mind. He's
tragically
like
murdered,
Polish and shit.
Kaylee was
He
back
lives in like a
Moscow
poor,
to spend
dirty
time with
country.
Madison, and
I
also to
googled
show her
earlier,
the new
and
car that she
they
had
kept
recently
saying that.
purchased.
Yeah, it's true.
Now, on the second floor lived Sana Konodal, who was a 20-year-old junior that was studying marketing at the time. Alongside her was her boyfriend Ethan Chapin, who was also 20 at the time. Ethan was a freshman who was majoring in recreation, sport, and tourism management, and was well known on campus for his warmth and friendliness. And although he
Even
didn't
minus
actually live at the King Road house, he spent much of his time here with his girlfriend, Sana. Interesting side note here, both Sana and Madison worked at the same restaurant, and their connection was not accidental. This was a house that was shaped by overlapping friendships. Now, you could say that the house on King
Man,
Road
I
was
was so
rarely
yawny.
quiet. It wasn't overly drunk or dangerous or disorderly, but it definitely was social. Many of their friends would come by without any notice whatsoever. Music would play on the porch on most days, and with this many visitors, the noise was kind of inevitable.
I think we
It
can
is
work
worth
with that.
noting that in the
My
months
sister
leading
is
up to
fucked.
November, police had already been
Damn.
called to the address on more than one occasion.
You really ran
It wasn't
through
for
like that?
violence or anything criminal like that, and it was merely just noise complaints. But of course, with students being students, a lot of the other neighbors around would lose out on sleep. And as it turns out, one of those
Where's my
visits
boss?
was even captured on police body
Where's my
cam
boss? Oh my god, I
footage.
literally fell half asleep right there. I literally fell half asleep.
If they have a safe way to get home, you need to kick
I
them out.
call you good
Or tell them
words.
to come inside and be quiet. Because the houses that are on this hill all the way around here, we can hear you from clear down the road when we were coming up here. We can hear the music. And that's
I'm so sorry.
where we're past the point of having polite conversations, okay?
Whoa, you guys are being so weird,
As you
man.
can see in this video, officers approached the house late at night. The atmosphere was relaxed, and Sana, who answered the door, was cooperative, apologetic, and even friendly. The officers told Sana that she had to
I
keep
really
it
want to
down
buy some
before
water.
then being on their way.
You're
And
just
from this
jealous for
footage, you can
sugar,
see how
bro.
chill she and everybody else really was. And
I'm gonna
so,
buy some
with that
water
said,
though.
let's talk about the night of November the 12th.
I'm pretty hard
followed
right
by
now
the
though.
morning
I'm not
of
gonna lie.
November the 13th. It was a Saturday, meaning that football was the talk of the town. The University of Idaho Vandals played that afternoon, and with it being a home game at the Kibbe Dome, it drew in thousands of students. The Vandals would go on to win that evening, and so it is no surprise to learn that everyone in the area had a reason to celebrate. Sana and Ethan spent their evening at the Sigma Chi fraternity house, and friends would later confirm that the two were together for the entire night afterwards. It turns out that nothing about their evening stood out, and it's reported that the two left sometime around 1:45, before then heading back towards the property on King Road. Meanwhile, both Kaylee and Madison spent their entire night downtown, staying together while they moved through their usual spots in the area. They eventually arrived at the Corner Club, which is a bar just off Main Street, and once again a regular stop for them. Both surveillance footage and witness reports placed them here until around 1:30 that morning.
My dad is telling me to cut my hair.
With nothing
I don't
out
know
of
why.
the ordinary happening.
Is
There
that
was
W or
nothing
L
to
advice,
suggest
bitch?
that anything was wrong or amiss either. So, just like the other two, there was no obvious sign of drama or issue. When the bar closed, Madison and Kaylee walked a short distance towards the grub truck, a late-night food stand that was parked downtown.
W or L?
Just out of coincidence, it turns
I
out
think
that
that's
the
an
truck was
L.
actually live streaming on Twitch at the time. The camera had surveillance
Seems
over
like
the
L to me,
sidewalk
dog.
in a wide, grainy view, where both Madison and Kaylee can eventually be seen appearing on camera while waiting for their food. As you can see, they occasionally glance over towards the street, and then, at approximately 1:56 a.m., the two then leave in a taxi, which was heading back towards
Why?
King Road.
Bro, I'm not gonna do it,
Madison
bro.
and Kaylee arrive home just
I don't need
before
to.
2 a.m., and coincidentally,
Yeah.
both Sana and Ethan also make it back around
I mean,
the same
I'll
time.
only do if I go fully bald.
And soon enough, all of the lights were out, and the property fell silent at last. Now, for a while, nothing happened, and all was peaceful. However, as we know, around 4 a.m. all of that changed.
But I'm also
It all
not gonna
began
go
when
fully
Dylan,
bald for
who was
free.
asleep on the second floor, woke
That's
up
the
to
issue.
what
I don't
sounded
want to go
like the
fully
dog
bald for
playing
free.
upstairs. You see,
That's not worth
Murphy
it.
the dog belonged to Kaylee, and of course Kaylee was visiting Madison over the weekend, and all three of them lived above Dylan on the third floor. And with this being a student house, noise even this late at night wasn't unusual. It wasn't long after this encounter that Dylan then heard Kaylee say something along the lines of, "There's someone here." And again, while that was an odd thing to hear, it didn't register as a danger or a warning at the time. Instead, it sounded casual and perhaps even dismissive. A short while later, she then heard even more noise, but this time, it was actually coming from the same second floor. She described the sound as crying coming from Sana's room, to which she then heard a male voice respond
Bro,
with,
I should just
"It's
put a
okay,
sub goal
I'm
for
going to
shaving
help
my
you."
head, and then
However, once again,
once I hit
Dylan
it, I
felt
shave my
more
head, and then boom,
confused than
done.
worried, and there was no obvious
You know what
sign
I'm
of
saying?
struggle or shouting going on. And so, after checking her front door for the second time, she then headed back to sleep. But after opening her door for the third time, well, what she saw would stop her cold, because that is when she came face to face with a man who was walking straight towards her. Slowly slinking down the hallway, the man was dressed all in black, wore a face mask, and had bushy eyebrows, a detail that would later matter. But rather than say or do anything to Dylan, he quite literally ignored her existence. Instead, he walked by her and
Look
towards
homeless,
the
really?
sliding glass door. I mean that quite literally, by the way.
That's
because
actually- isn't
this
that a
man
good
didn't
thing?
even acknowledge Dylan. Instead, he just walked right by her and then, just like that, vanished into the night. Dylan stood frozen as the man passed by. Once he was gone, she then shut her door and locked herself inside her room. And it turns out that she was
I don't
not
know.
the only person or
Because
thing
homeless
to
people are
spot
very
something
sexy.
strange that night either. At approximately 4:17 that morning, a security camera, which was
Have you
found
not
less
seen
than 50
homeless
feet away from the
drug
property,
woman,
captured some
drugged out
rather
women?
strange
They're so
audio.
hot.
In this footage, you can
That's
hear
what
what
that's
sounds
what
like
looks wants, by
voices
the
or
way.
a whimper, which was then followed by a
There was some
loud thud,
girl yesterday
then a
with
dog
full
barking
face tats, and
repeatedly.
looks wanted that person, bro. I don't know why, bro. She's fucking crazy.
It was around the same time that a white Hyundai Elantra was captured making several passes through the neighborhood, after which the car was seen leaving the area quite rapidly. Moving on to the crime scene. In the hours after the brutal discovery, investigators searched for clues high and low. Detectives concluded that the killer had actually done a very good job in leaving almost nothing behind. But, of course, in this day and age, there is always something that they can work on. It was on the 3rd floor.
Was she bad? No, you cannot be bad if you have face tats.
Discovered
What?
a tan leather knife sheath on the bed. The sheath was stamped with the markings Kabar USMC, and judging by its design, the sheath was designed to stay attached to a belt and not left behind at a crime scene. With all of this in mind, the sheath was carefully collected and then sent for forensic testing, and when the results came back, it was resounding. Located on the metal snap of this sheath was a single male DNA profile. The profile wasn't a
she was
mixture or
disgusting.
degraded in the slightest.
But sadly, she
Instead,
ended up
it
dying,
offered
so
one
I was sad.
single suspect. As the lab work continued, investigators profiled the neighborhood and asked both far and wide for surveillance footage, and thankfully, what they found was movement. Through all of the hours of footage they scoured, no surprise, but they would eventually be most
She was
interested in
mentally
the
ill
white
and all this
Hyundai
shit, bro.
Elantra that we've already mentioned
Like, and
before.
Lux wants
Now,
that.
initially,
For some reason, Lux
analysts
wants a
believed
mentally
the
ill
car to be a
girlfriend.
2011 to 2013
It's just
model.
insane to
However,
me.
this was eventually
That seems like a
extended to be
fucking
as new
nightmare.
as 2016. When police asked the community for help in identifying the vehicle, their response was overwhelming. We're talking about thousands of tips pouring in, with many leads extending into Washington, Oregon, Nevada.
No, what he
and
said,
even
he said, no,
That
you
was a
can
lot of
manipulate them
land for
easily.
police to cover. But
That's what
I'd
he
like
said.
to draw your attention to here, to the nearby town of Pullman, Washington, which can be found about 10 miles away from Moscow. Despite being in different states, driving between these two towns only takes around 15 minutes. And it turns out that one particular white Hyundai Elantra that came from the town of Pullman had now come across their sites. The vehicle's records would
But
lead
if he's
them
gonna
to
do
graduate
a
student
quadruple
living in the
homicide,
area,
why
and
would
his
you
name
drive
was
your car?
Brian
And especially,
Koberger. And surprisingly,
if the
not
car
only
belongs
did
to
his
you.
vehicle fit the bill, but when detectives took a closer look into
If you're
his
gonna do this, why
profile,
would you
they
do it with
realized that his
your own
trail
private
was
vehicle?
not actually subtle at all. In fact,
Come
he
on, bro.
already had history with Moscow.
What a fucking
It was
idiot.
in August of 2022.
I'm
only
happy
a
you
few
got caught,
weeks
but like,
before
why
the
would you
killings,
do
that Brian
a
would be
quadruple
stopped by
homicide with
Moscow
your
police
car?
for a routine traffic
That is
violation.
insane to me.
Now, at the time, this interaction was quite unremarkable.
That's
He
like
gave the
step
police
number one,
officers
did
his
not do.
ID, answered their questions, and then provided them with his phone number.
That's
So,
true.
when investigators later applied
Oh.
for warrants to obtain historical phone records, they took
I'd
this
rather watch
opportunity
a
to check
tree
out
grow.
his location data. And when they did, well, let's just say that it painted a pretty devastating story. Surprisingly, it showed that Brian was in the area of King Road at least a dozen times in the months leading up to November the 13th,
Oh my
with
god.
most of these visits happening late at night or in the early hours of the morning. Of course, this was a very strange detail for
Bro,
detectives
he
to
really,
realize
did you really
because
try
Brian had no
bait
business
me
in
to
the
say
area.
N-word? Come on, man.
So, why was he
That was the most
repeatedly
obvious shit,
traveling
bro.
to King Road without any purpose or reason? Detectives also realized that between they switched on and connected back to the network, it showed Brian traveling southwest away from the crime scene, which of course aligned perfectly with the surveillance footage. And all of a sudden, the data and even the lack of data was creating a very damning picture.
Oh, well, my stream got
Now,
taken
if
down?
that wasn't enough already,
Oh, fuck.
detectives
What
in
the fuck am I gonna...
Pennsylvania would then go on to
Bro.
recover trash from Brian's family home. Of course, the
shit.
main aim here was to try to find DNA that belonged to Brian or his family. And when they finally tested trash that belonged to his father, lab analysis showed that the profile was consistent with being the biological father of the person whose DNA had
What
been
happened to the
found
internet?
on the knife sheath. All of a sudden, all of these separate articles of evidence which had once floated
It says I am
separately,
alive,
that
though.
being the sheath, the car, the DNA, and the phone, was now all coming together. And what initially began as a lone, mysterious man walking down a hallway had now transpired into the actual name of the Idaho 4 killer. So, we know his name and we know all about his behavior, but who precisely is Brian Koberger? 27 years old at the time, Brian Christopher Koberger seemed ordinary enough at first. Of course, minus that death stare, because that is not ordinary.
Okay.
Now, on the surface,
Is it
his
fixed
life
now?
appeared
Am
to
I
be
live?
structured and was directed
Hello?
by his routines, academic goals, and a quiet sense of ambition. Born on November the 21st,
Hello?
1994, and raised in Pennsylvania, Brian grew up in a suburban home
Oh, I
with his
fixed it.
parents
Okay.
and sisters. Family members would later
Okay, I
describe
fixed
his
it. Okay.
childhood
Yeah.
as normal and definitely not troubled. He attended local schools, moved through his
Because
teenage
everything
years
is
without any
Chicago.
mechanics of crime itself. And then in 2022, he enrolled in a PhD program in criminology at Washington State University in Pullman. Brian came across as both serious and reserved, and although he wasn't known as an extrovert, he was described as sometimes confident. Other people would say that he was cold, corrected others during discussions, and would take debate way too seriously. Oh, and another interesting side note, but he had also applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department
Wait,
as a data
what
analyst.
happened?
And although he wasn't accepted into the
Wait,
program,
what?
you can quite clearly see his intentions. In the
What
days
happened?
and weeks
Am I
after
bad?
the murders, and while Brian was still a free man,
My exit
people who
lag
saw
account
him
is
say
gone.
he appeared quiet and more withdrawn. It was also noted that he attended all classes as usual, continued on with his routine, and although a little bit more quiet, his behavior didn't seem much different than before. It was almost like nothing big had happened in his life. But little did he know that, soon enough, he was going to come face to face with dozens of armed officers. It was on the morning of December
Wait, what
15th,
just happened to my account?
2022, that Brian and his father were driving home for the holidays. This included a 2,300-mile journey from Idaho to Pennsylvania. However, not long into the journey, officers would stop them in their tracks. But not for the reason you'd expect. They were initially stopped wrong. This
Wait,
time,
what
it was an
happened? Did I
Indiana
lose my
State
shit?
Police trooper that stopped them for the very same reason as before. But even still, no search was conducted, and once again, they were released without a warning. Now, at the time, neither of these stops was unusual or strange, and no laws had been broken. So there was no plausible reason for them to detain Brian. But of course, these two moments stand out not for what happened, but what didn't happen. You have to remember here that at this stage in the investigation, both Brian and his car were under the spotlight. And yet here they were being noted down not once, but twice, before then being allowed to go on their way. However, thankfully,
Did I lose my
less than
exit
2
lag
weeks
account?
later, their journey would end in a very different way. By the final week of December, the investigation had gone quiet on the surface. However, behind the scenes, investigators were no longer looking for who was responsible, but instead were merely waiting to act on it. They already had the outline of the case, the car, the phone data, the timeline, the DNA, and the man responsible. And so, in the early hours of December the 30th, 2022, law enforcement finally made their move. It was shortly before dawn that a tactical team arrived at Brian's family home. Now, according to police reports,
Wait, why did I
they
get a
actually
message from
found him while he
OnlyFans
was
saying
digging
my
through his own
subscription is
family's
about
trash can
to
while
expire?
wearing latex gloves. Now, for any innocent person out there,
What?
I don't think that's how you'd
I-
spend your typical Friday
Wait,
morning.
what?
So,
I
guess
am
you
not
could
subbed
say
to
that
anyone
they
on
actually
OnlyFans.
caught him red-handed.
Wait, what?
Brian was
Let me
arrested
log in and
without
check.
incident,
What the
and
fuck?
when he arrived at the
Am I
police
subbed to
station,
someone on
he was
OnlyFans?
charged as a fugitive from justice, that being a procedural step that allowed
Wait,
Idaho
what?
authorities to bring him back across state lines.
No, I actually haven't.
Simultaneously, search warrants were
Wait,
executed on his home, his
subscriptions.
belongings, and the white Hyundai Elantra that had already traveled thousands of miles with him. Detectives would also seize both his phone and his computer, which, funnily enough, would conveniently lead to an entire album of his selfies being released, categorized into selfies that he had taken before the murders and after. Speaking of selfies, this one was taken not even 6 hours after he had murdered 4 innocent people. I would also like to question why he took so many photos of his own butt. Investigators would later
photos
state
of
that
his own
sections
butt,
of his
excuse me?
browsing history from the weeks leading up to the murders were also missing, and that absence was extremely abnormal. And as for his mobile phone, well, unfortunately, data was sparse. Brian barely kept any contacts in his phone book. It was mostly just his mother and father, and records showed that they frequently communicated in the days after the murders, which included both
What the
text
fuck are you talking about,
messaging
bro?
and phone calls. But beyond that, the authorities have been quite careful in what they have publicly released. They have referenced material suggesting rather disturbing interests, and have also noted that there are patterns of online activity that point towards fixation and control. However, most of that evidence has not been disclosed publicly in detail. But what really mattered here is that each element on its own would describe a little bit of the story. But when they were all put together, well, that created a much stronger picture, and one that was far more believable. The public's outrage was immediate, and as for Brian's reputation, well, you could say that he's become one of the most hated men in America. In fact, he's become so notorious in the recent 2 or 3 years that I'd be surprised if he hadn't heard of his name before clicking this video. His trial was scheduled for June the 30th, 2025. And for about 2 years, everything was building up towards that moment. During all that time, they'd
I
been
don't
collecting
remember my
statements,
password, do I?
testimonies, and of course all of the evidence that we've already talked about. But the thing is, that trial would unfortunately never happen, because only a few weeks before it was set to begin, Brian accepted a plea agreement. To elaborate here, Brian formally pleaded guilty to the murders of Madison, Kaylee, Sana, and Ethan, and an associated burglary charge. And with his plea accepted, he narrowly avoided any trial whatsoever. However, one of the most frustrating things about this case is that Brian refused to comment past his plea deal. What that means is that he didn't provide any explanation or acknowledgement beyond the admission itself, and neither could the court ask him to describe what he had done or even why. It also meant that because he had pleaded guilty, the state was forced to withdraw its pursuit of the death penalty. It basically meant that because Brian had merely said he was guilty, he wouldn't face trial, wouldn't have to explain himself, wouldn't have to face his victims' families, and wouldn't have to face death itself. But the good news here is that he also waived his right to any future appeals, and the legal system accepted certainty without any further detail, meaning there is literally no way he can
Password
lose
answer
innocence.
is not
However,
strong
on the
enough.
other side of the coin, it still means that we will never know his motive or any intricate details of his crime, because unfortunately, his right for trial in the future was waived away too. At his sentencing, the judge imposed 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, ensuring that each victim's life was recognized individually and that there would be no mechanism by which Brian could ever be released in the future. He was also given additional time
I
for
want
the
to see your
burglary charge
ass.
too, which of course was largely symbolic in the face
GG's,
of his
GG's,
life
bro.
sentences. During his hearing, family and loved ones of the victims addressed the courtroom. They spoke of who the Idaho 4 were before November the 13th, and how now their futures will never unfold due to the actions of one disturbed individual. Unsurprisingly, Brian himself offered no statement of his own and basically kept quiet for the entire thing. And when the hearing was over, he was led away in handcuffs to begin the rest of his life in maximum security. And
Yes,
thankfully,
sir.
from this moment onwards, his movements will be heavily controlled, his contact limited, and his days will be extremely repetitive. His life won't be easy, that's for sure. Not that it deserves to be, or, quite frankly, that he even deserves one. As you can likely imagine, his plea agreement did nothing to bring relief. In fact, for some people, it actually kind of felt unfinished. By removing the death penalty and requiring no explanation, his agreement left dozens of questions unanswered. Of course, as a result, the full story would never be told in court. And I'm still left wondering here, why that house? Why did he target those students? And what truly happened in those final minutes? Tragically, we will never know. Okay, as far as the factual information goes, this is where the story ends. But before I finish today, I would love to talk about the incredible speculation that we've seen. As far as motive
Yeah,
and
I put
direction
the
is
new password
concerned,
as like
many people believe that
50
Brian may have
letters.
been targeting Madison,
Let's see
whose
if I
bedroom
remember
was
that.
located on the 3rd floor. I would like to highlight that there is no proof that the two had any personal relationship or even knew each other. However, Brian's movements do assume that maybe he was targeting her. The reason that some people believe this is that when intruding the property, he bypassed most of the rooms in the house and went
so I
straight
can
to
try
her
and remember
bedroom.
it because
It
it's
is
fun.
also the same room where Brian's knife sheath was found. But the problem for Brian is that, unexpectedly, Madison's friend Kaylee was also there at the time, which of course would have
Okay, so I
shifted
did
his
all this
actions
exit like
entirely.
shit
Mobile
just for
phone
it to not
data would
change
also
anything.
suggest that
It didn't
Sana,
change
who was on
anything.
the second floor, was also awake on
I
her
still have
phone
the same
shortly
issue.
before the murders, and that her room sat along the likely path that Brian would have had to take to leave. This means that both Sana and Ethan would have likely been unintentional witnesses that Brian would have likely wanted to silence after murdering both Madison and Kaylee. And with the speed in which Brian left the property and the sheath left behind,
You know what? I'm just gonna
many believe
put
that
myself
the
in
situation got
Mexico.
out of hand and then he panicked. And so, if we were to believe these speculations, we would assume that Brian had broken into the property with the objective of targeting Madison, panicked when he realized that she wasn't alone, murdered 2 innocent women as a result, and then doubled that to 4 when he realized that he couldn't leave any witnesses behind. Speaking of speculation, there are many thoughts and feelings around the Mad Greek,
What does
which,
none of
of
the
course,
Chicago
is
ones
the restaurant
work
where
right
both
now?
Madison and Sana worked. In the early stages of this investigation,
Does
there were
Chicago
some
work for you
media
right now?
reports that suggested that maybe Brian had
fuck is
visited
this?
the restaurant in the weeks and months leading up to the murders. And of course, this opened the doorway to possibilities of how Brian had maybe become aware of Madison, or even Sana. The restaurant's owner has publicly denied recognizing Brian and stated that neither she nor any of her staff ever recall him being there. In addition to this, law enforcement has never confirmed any interaction between
I'll
him
just
and
put
the
myself in
victims at
St.
the
Louis. I don't care, bro.
restaurant, and no evidence has ever been released to support the claim either. And so,
St.
as
Louis.
it stands, and as far as we know, the whole Mad Greek connection remains
Okay,
unverified.
St. Louis it
And
is.
all of that is despite this image right here, which is an image released by law enforcement showing a raw data extract taken from a Google review. Anyway, that is as much as I would like to speculate, and I'm going to wrap this one up by remembering who the Idaho 4 were, because their lives matter far more than the person who took them. Madison Mogan was more than just a name tied to a case. She was a friend who showed up, a co-worker who made work easy, and a daughter
I
who
cannot
stayed
afford
close
one.
to home even when she was planning her future. Family and friends alike
Yeah, I need
miss
to
her
just kill some spiders, I
tremendously,
guess.
and the void that she has left behind
Surely
will
this will
likely
fix
never
it.
heal. This is the same for Kaylee Gonzalez, who was a true friend with an honest path ahead. She had plans already forming, a new job waiting, and a life that was only beginning to open outwards. She loved fiercely, spoke openly, and
Sell
returned
what,
to
bro?
Moscow that weekend for only one simple reason: to lovingly spend time with one of her friends who had become an important part of her life. Sana Kanodal was known for her energy and her humor, and her friends remember her
I'm
for
at
the way
daily
that she
NPC
filled
limits.
a room without even trying.
I'm at
She
daily
balanced
NPC limits.
work,
What do you mean?
school, and relationships responsibly, and still made time and space for happiness. Ethan was described as kind beyond measure and made people feel included without effort. On the night that he was murdered, he was staying with the person that he
Ariana
loved,
Grande fan
in
really
a
just
house
got
that
something.
he felt safe in, and in a town
So grab from
that
bank.
always
Well,
was.
yeah,
As
but
for the house on King
it takes
Road,
too long
it
time.
remained vacant for a long time.
I
But
just
over
do
the
this.
weeks, and
Okay.
then months, and then
Go Maddox.
years that it remained empty, it basically became an ominous ghost in the area, reminding people and the town of the horrors that it held. And so, it is no surprise to learn that, eventually, it was decided to be torn down as a matter of
Nice.
respect. Now,
Yes,
only
good.
open ground remains in its space, and it's not clear if anything will ever be built on top again. In the same way that we finished last week's video, I always find it fascinating.
Bro, you don't even
how
have a
buildings
Clover
left
helmet, so I don't want to hear
behind,
shit from
not
you.
only for what it stood for before the murders, but also how it transformed in the process. I think in this case, it absolutely was the right decision to demolish the house, because, unfortunately, those 4 walls have experienced so much pain. And that, folks, is the case of the Idaho 4, at least as it
And who's the
currently
one having
stands
to
in
scam
January
people for
2026.
coins?
Of course, with Brian not sharing much of his own motive or story, there is still potential for more information to come out in the future. We can only hope that he does so to bring closure to the victims' families. Before I go, I'd love to know what you think about this case, because, of course, it is quite the notorious one, so I'm sure you have your own opinion. As always, please
Yeah, you should stop scamming people, maybe.
Down below. I really do appreciate the feedback too. And thank you again to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video. Go to ZocDoc.com/coffeehousecrime to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. If you'd like to follow me on social media, you can go to my Instagram, Facebook, or Spotify, all under the name of Coffee House Crime.
I really want my money back though, because you owe me like 80 more million from the Clover collapse.
Today, so I'm gonna end it here. I'll see you again very
still
shortly for another
owe me
video
80 million, I
likely
think.
next week. But until that moment arrives, remember to look after yourselves and each other. And of course, stay safe and stay curious. Thank you, and goodbye.
And goodbye. Is it 80 million you owe me? I don't actually know.
What I'm going to ask for you to do is to do some buys for me then. Okay, where you'd have to wear a wire, you'd have to go buy marijuana from individuals.
Why can I not move? Hello? I cannot teleport?
You know, depend upon
the fuck, bitch? Bitch? Bitch?
It was the kind of place where people
You're such a bitch, bitch.
to lock their doors. But all of that changed in May of 2014 when Andrew Sadek vanished without a trace. His car was found parked but sodden inside. His wallet untouched, his phone off, surveillance camera not
He's
working,
a demon.
and Andrew himself
What did he do?
gone. This would remain the same for several weeks, but then, only 2 months later, something horrifying was
I
discovered
hate
in
everything
the
about
nearby
you,
river.
but I love
What
it.
followed was a rabbit hole of secrecy,
Damn, bro. That
lies,
seems like
and
your guys'
behind-the-scenes
relationship.
feelings that no one, especially his parents, were prepared for. Because it turns out that Andrew was not just another student. In fact, he had been pulled into something far more dangerous and confidential.
You and your
something
boyfriend,
that may
isn't
have
it?
actually, in the end, cost him everything.
I
But
never
why?
know.
Who was really pulling the strings
Really?
behind this kid? And how does a small town college
Why
student
not?
just suddenly disappear overnight?
Do you not hate the fact
And
that he's
even
Polish?
more peculiar, why was law
Bro, he's
enforcement
Polish,
at
bro.
the center of this mystery?
GG's.
Welcome or welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian.
He's literally
and in
Polish.
This case, the deeper you go, the more unsettling it becomes. So, I think we all know of a case or two where law enforcement seems to get in the middle of some rather shady business. Well, this is one of those stories. In fact, it's probably one of the most peculiar yet. Before we begin, if you like true crime, strange or chilling stories, then please...
Like, he's one of those
subscribe
typical
because it really
Polish
does help the
fanboys.
channel out. And now,
There's a
with
lot
that
of them
said,
too, bro.
please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Andrew Sadek.
That's
If you
okay.
were to fly
No,
over
it's
the
not.
United States at night, there is one spot that might seem quieter than the rest and almost forgotten. And that stillness, that is North Dakota.
Why not?
A place of vast skies, endless plains, and many towns where everyone knows your name, or at least pretends not to. It is no surprise that this is the third least populous state in the country. However, don't let that fool you, because this quiet stretch of the Midwest has seen
Oh,
its
you're
fair
so
share of
cute.
unsettling mysteries. From oil boom towns that rose and fell faster than the price of crude, to remote farmhouses where secrets can be buried.
Why is this guy?
deeper than the
Why is
frost
this guy
line.
touching my
North
shit so
Dakota
much?
holds much more than just
I don't like
heat
it.
and wind. In fact, here is one chilling detail for you. The entire state has fewer people than the city of San Francisco, but in contrast has twice as many unsolved disappearances per capita. And so, here's a simple question for you. What does that tell you about the state's ability to solve murders and disappearances?
None.
This is the kind of place where a stranger's face will automatically stand out, and where the line between local gossip and an active investigation is paper thin. I mean, it's scenic, sure, but if you read between the lines, you'll notice corruption. And I'm not just talking baloney here.
I love
because
corruption.
Within this story alone, there are many vulnerable questions within local law enforcement.
Like, corruption actually
And
is
so,
super
on that note,
entertaining.
you better buckle up, because these waters, they don't just run deep, they run dark. It was on May the 1st of 2014
That's quite the saying.
something very unsettling happened on one of North Dakota's student campuses.
Banker,
It
I
was
got a
on that
banker.
morning, and I should say the very early morning hours, that one of their students, Drew
I got a
Kugel, woke
banker.
up to realize that his roommate, Andrew, was missing. Today's mystery begins in Nordgard Hall, which is a student dormitory in Wahpeton, North Dakota. Found on the northern side of campus, Nordgard services the North Dakota State College of Science. It's part of the city of Wahpeton and is found right on the Red River, which just so happens to be the border between North Dakota and Minnesota. With a population of more than 8,000 residents, almost half of the people here are students. And just by looking at
Is
this
Tara
map,
down
you
in
can
price
see
right
that
now?
there is
Can you see
plenty
the
of
7-day
wilderness
average?
surrounding the city.
I'm
It
kind of
was the night
curious. I feel
prior
like it's
where
really down.
20-year-old Andrew Sadek had returned to his dormitory with his friends, where they then proceeded to watch a movie together in one of the dormitory suites. They shared a few snacks, spoke about their coursework, and then eventually decided to head to bed. But when his roommate woke up the following morning, Drew realized that Andrew was nowhere to be found. Now, at first, Drew and all of Andrew's friends were not particularly worried. Andrew had a girlfriend living nearby anyway, so maybe he went to spend the night with her. But when he failed to show up to all of his classes later that day and then
Love the
failed to show
D4
up in the
dance, man.
evening, they all knew that something was wrong. The following day, Drew and his friends reported Andrew as missing to campus police. Within the hour, officers had inspected the surveillance cameras.
Oh,
and
everything I
what they
want for
found was
Christmas
concerning.
is
At 2 a.m. on May
me.
the 1st of
Everything I actually
2014,
want for
a
Christmas
surveillance
is
camera captured
a
Andrew
primordial
leaving the
eye.
building. He was alone and at
primordial
the time
eye.
was wearing jeans and a Tampa Bay Buccaneers hooded sweatshirt. It also appeared that he seemed to be carrying a black backpack.
Okay, and for
Officers
current price is
noticed
what?
that he was also carrying his cell phone, which mysteriously
Okay,
had
so
since
it's
been
down.
turned off. But what
That's not
happened
very
next,
good.
or where he went to, is almost
That's not very
anybody's
good.
guess. Because, at least on official record, this is the last known image of Andrew alive. However, let me tell you, so much more was about to happen both in and around the community of Wahpeton, and this story will
What did I
leave you
get?
shocked beyond
I got a
words
tier
with
6.
many questions. Now, honestly, there is so much to say here
That's
that I'm
fair.
actually struggling to formulate a way to say all of it in a way that makes sense.
What did he do?
So please bear with me here. As the news of Andrew's disappearance spread around town, many local residents and students alike all pitched in to try and find
So
him. And of course, when his
now
parents
Lux
found
is
out
gonna
that he was
invest in
missing,
this and
they
try
were
and hope
absolutely
for like
terrified.
10
However,
million
it turns
profit.
out that Andrew had actually
Because
been
he's the
harboring
pro.
his own secrets in the background, which were only
Or
built
he
by
invests
other
in like
secret
gold
intel
blocks
made
or
with other
something.
people, including the police.
Isn't that like
In
the
fact,
worst
this
strategy ever?
investigation would get extremely messy for everyone involved. And so, to make things more straightforward, let's first go back in time to look at Andrew's history before we find out what happened to him. Born on November the 22nd, 1993, Andrew was raised on his family's cattle farm near Rogers in North Dakota. He was one of two
How long do you
children
hold
shared
the
by his
gold for?
mother, Tammy, and father
And how
John,
much did you
with his
invest?
brother
That's
Nicholas
the issue.
only a couple of years older. However, tragedy struck the family at a young age, when Nicholas was tragically killed in a grade crossing accident near the family home. This, understandably, had a huge impact on Andrew's childhood, and both his family and teachers alike would describe him as both quiet and shy. Andrew was known to be a very loving child, but also he never really had much to say.
It's
While
the
growing
election
up,
in
he
7
attended
minutes.
Valley City High School and
It has to be
then,
cold,
after
not cold, right?
graduating, aspired to become an electrical technician. It was for this reason that he decided to study at North Dakota State College of Science, where of course they were able to provide the certification he required. Outside of school, he enjoyed
You're me
life
foxy.
activities, golfing,
Oh, you're
bowling,
one of
and
those
working
fox
with
girls.
electrical systems.
Are you like
His
Fox
dreams were also
Foxboy
rooted in
Rain?
his family, and he aspired to eventually take
Ooh,
over the
Foxboy
family farm.
Rain.
His mother would also describe him as a homebody, and the young man always kept his nose out of trouble, except for one minor speeding ticket. However, on the notion of staying out of trouble, Andrew found himself in hot water back in April
Are
of
you the
2014,
carnival?
and that marked the beginning of his downward spiral. Now, this isn't rare at all. In fact, it's extraordinarily common. However, while in college, Andrew would step out of his comfort zone and try weed for the first time. Eventually, this was
Whoa,
a habit
not
that
the
stuck,
weed,
and
man.
Andrew would try weed on a semi-regular basis. He would even go as far as to sell a gram or two to his friends from time to time.
How would
It's
he
worth
sell
saying
weed? Is
here
he
that this
stupid?
was quite literally 1, 2, or 3 grams per sale. This was definitely not big money. And that would be the first domino to fall over, because, as it turns out, one of the students that Andrew was selling to was actually an undercover agent working for Semca, a local drug enforcement agency. As a result, Semka performed a consent search on Andrew's dorm room, where they would find a plastic grinder with marijuana residue. And although Andrew did admit that the weed was his, he was not arrested or charged at the time.
Nice.
But then, the following day, a certain deputy would
Bro, I
pay
don't
him a
understand the
little
point of all
visit,
this
and
weed
let's just
crime
say
shit.
he came
Come on, man.
pretty strong with the possible ramifications. As a result, Andrew was taken down to the local
I guess
police
it's
station
better to
to
not have
discuss
it
his
than actually have it.
options. And I think it's best that I just play the tape and let you come to your own conclusion.
But like, if weed is banned, right? Why is cigarettes not banned? I mean, that's the thing. I'm not opposed to both being banned, but shouldn't both be banned?
As you can see in the surveillance footage, right off the bat, the officer seemed to try to scare Andrew into submission. The officer claimed that since both of these sales were made on campus grounds, they are considered to be Class A felonies. He then went on to say that Andrew could face up to 40 years behind bars with a $40,000 fine.
Alright, well, you expressed interest that you probably want to help yourself out. Yeah. Okay, like I said, you're facing 2 felonies, and then, of course, a misdemeanor charge from yesterday. 2 felonies of deliveries, since they took place on campus, both of them, they're enhanced, so they're Class A felonies. 20 years in prison, $20,000 fine.
Huh? You're not getting 20 years in prison for selling 1 gram of weed at high school. Come on, bro. What is this guy talking about?
You're going to get 40 years, but is it a good possibility that you're going to get some prison time? If you don't help yourself out, yeah, there is. Okay, that's probably not a way to start off your young adult life and career, right?
Okay, he did admit that that was not probably going to happen. Okay.
That he would likely not face the maximum sentence. However, here comes the punchline. Because immediately after, he would then go on to say that if Andrew were to work for them as a confidential informant, then they would significantly reduce his punishment.
What I'm going to ask for you to do is to do some buys for me then. Okay, where you'd have to wear a wire, you'd have to go buy marijuana from individuals, and then, you know, depending upon how you do and so forth, you know, a lot of this could go away. You know, is it all going to go away? Probably not. Are you going to probably have to plead guilty to like maybe a misdemeanor possession of marijuana? Probably, you know.
Oh, that's W, but you're kind of fucking over everyone you know.
Is that fair enough? Okay.
The officer then immediately proceeded to squeeze as much information out of Andrew as possible. This included the information of his dealers, their arrangements,
What the fuck?
even if any of his
Did he say that shit?
Well, I'll sign you up, and then it's up to you to make your contacts, okay, and go from there. You know, you got 2 felonies.
Bro, this guy's a devious snitch.
We're gonna look at probably doing.
See, he's just being a cop's good boy for no reason.
Okay, so you have to do 2 deals on per individual, and then we're gonna be looking at probably 3 or 4 individuals.
He's gonna go out of his way to help detectives, and he doesn't even get paid for it.
For sure that you can do it, just a matter of doing 2 more. Okay. And like I said, we'll give you the time to do it, you know, relatively soon. Go into the summer, obviously. And stuff.
Oh.
We want to, the faster we can get it cleared up.
Is that France?
Get it cleared up, do you understand? So,
Is it France?
we just got some paperwork that we're gonna do, real quick.
Where is this, guys? On the gear user.
And then, quite literally within 10 minutes of beginning this conversation, he then proceeded to get Andrew to sign an official contract as a confidential informant.
Oh.
Not only that, but here are a few other surprising things
where is it on the map?
That as a confidential informant that you are not an employee of the state of North Dakota, nor are you entitled to workman's compensation or unemployment benefits from the state of North Dakota.
Is this not France?
State liable for any injuries or damages incurred by your reason of association with BCI. Basically, your days of smoking weed, possession of drug paraphernalia are done. Okay, while you're working with me.
What?
Once we're done working,
What do you mean what?
Go back to your old ways and do whatever. Then it's just a cat mouse game again between me and you. You understand? Yes. While you're working, you need to stay clean. Okay. If you get jammed up in trouble with the police or anything, don't tell any law enforcement officers that you are associated with me. Okay. At the time, whatever you did, take your lumps and then you call me afterwards. Okay, and then we'll work it out. You're gonna have to check in with me every so often that we see.
Oh man, it's so hot.
Lose contact with you. I'm just gonna assume that you don't want to work anymore, and then I'm just gonna cut the warrants for your arrest and then throw you in jail.
Now, in the interest of time, I'll cut the video there, but in short, it is quite clear to see that Andrew was being coerced by the officer to work for Semka as some sort of confidential informant.
Oh,
now, this is just
no,
an
let me
opinion
finally
here,
hit
but
this.
I
I
have
need
to
to
say,
die.
the way that the officer tried to control the situation is
That
extremely
was actually gonna be the die if
From
he
what I
didn't
see,
tickle
he
it.
abused his power,
I wish he just
exaggerated the
tickled my
information,
pickle
and then
instead.
tried to rush Andrew into some sort of contract. And by the way, this was before Andrew had any chance to have any legal representation or even speak to his friends or family. And again, because this
Do you
is
want
a
to tickle
really
my
important
pickle?
fact, Andrew was caught selling 4.5 grams of weed. Not kilograms, but quite literally grams. He wasn't some sort of drug lord, he was just a student selling a tiny amount.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
obviously, it's worth mentioning, but
It's
weed
like
is
literally
literally
nothing.
legal in some states now. It's also questionable if Andrew would have ever been sentenced at all, let alone probation or
He would not have
even
his
stop in
sentence.
jail. And so
He
to
would
be
have gotten a
threatened with
ticket,
40
let's be
years
honest.
behind bars,
So he's gonna
that is
snitch for no reason.
absolutely insane. Despite the glaring imbalance of power, Andrew would eventually agree to work for Semka. He was quite clearly shaken and scared for what any sentence, whether that be big or small, might mean for his future. And so,
Facts.
it is no
That's fair.
surprise that he eventually cooperated. By the end of April 2013, Andrew had completed his first and second controlled buys, and as a result, effectively luring yet another student into the hands of law enforcement. It is worth noting here
Bro,
that during
how
his
rare is primordial eye,
the
bro?
officer told him it
I
would
would need
all
this,
be
bro.
over by Christmas.
Come on, bro.
But Christmas
Bro.
would come and then
Please,
go,
bro.
and Andrew, he
Bro.
was still on the hook.
Bro.
After a brief pause over the Christmas
Bro.
period, he would then resume his role in January of
Bro.
2014. This time, he purchased a small quantity of
Bro.
marijuana from a brand new
Bro.
dealer. But following that buy, something seemed to change, and Andrew stopped responding to Semka. Now, technically, and according to his contract, he did still owe them. He was expected to organize a second purchase from this new dealer, and then snare a third one entirely. However, he would never make those buys. In the real world, he had begun to move on. He was preparing for graduation, interviewing for electrician jobs in Bismarck and Grand Forks, and had even begun to see some.
I'm gonna get some cream right now.
You could say that his life was now
get some
beginning to
cream.
bloom.
I'm
However,
gonna get some
behind
cream.
the scenes, a dangerous game still loomed, and Andrew was running out of time. It was on the weekend of April the 25th, 2014, that Andrew returned to his
Yo, that
family
looks like
home
America.
to spend time with his parents. He seemed happy, and there was nothing to indicate that anything was wrong, with Andrew even spending his time to tend to the family's cattle. It was a quiet visit, the kind that offered a brief escape from the pressures of college life and the secret he was carrying. The following night, and after traveling 120 miles back to his dorm, his mother Tammy decided to call him. This call was only a quick check-in, and nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. Andrew seemed happy. Not only was he occupied with his work, but he was ready to gear up for his exams. And so, there was nothing to indicate that anything was wrong. However, unknown to her, this would be the last time that anyone in his family would ever hear from him. And as we know, only a few days later, Andrew put on his sweatshirt, walked off campus, and was never seen alive again. And so, as you can see, our confidential informant's backstory was not entirely straightforward. This would eventually place suspicion not only on him, but also his officer and even Semka. But Semka would not react kindly either, because in light of his disappearance, they merely assumed that he had fled and left his former life behind, because he didn't want to work for them. Which is entirely wild to assume, by the way, because Andrew had so much going for him. I mean, not only was he ready to graduate and had several interviews lined up, but he loved his partner. He was ready for the next stage of his life. But with Semka being Semka, their response was not to worry about Andrew's safety, but to slap 2 felonies on him instead, hoping it would eventually lure him back. But Andrew never showed up. And despite these charges, his silence persisted. Oh, and by the way, his parents were quite literally shocked to realize that not only was their son quite literally a confidential informant, but now had 2 felonies under his belt too. Now, in my opinion, it is very likely that Andrew never told his parents because he was too embarrassed to admit that not only was he taking drugs, but he was caught with them too. And of course, once the media got hold of the news, this put the police, Semka, and many others in the spotlight. Search parties grew by the day, as residents, students, officers, and friends all chipped in to try and find him. Search efforts focused on a 5-mile radius around campus, which included the nearby rivers, woodlands, and fields. However, sadly, no sign of him was found. In the meantime, his parents pleaded for him to come home, but still, there was nothing. And as the days turned into weeks, and then weeks into a month, hope slowly began to dwindle, while both fear and dread remained steady. While his friends and family were desperate to find answers, the police response felt quite underwhelming. In addition to this, as the spring unfolded, the Red River started to swell with seasonal rainfall, thus reaching its typical maximum flood height. The authorities claimed that, as a result, the conditions were far too dangerous for a proper search, but they did reassure everyone that they'd revisit the river once the waters receded. That was expected to be around 1 month after Andrew's disappearance. However, that search would never happen. Instead, almost 2 months later, fate would take a different course for them. It was on June the 27th, 2014, that a local dive team was conducting a routine training exercise near Breckenridge, Minnesota, and it was in that moment that they made a chilling discovery.
Oh
At
no.
the bottom of the river, they found him. Andrew's body had been resting beneath the surface all along, and after being identified through his dental records, there was no doubt that this body belonged to him. It turns out that this was not a simple case of merely lying low or running away. In fact, Andrew had not been hiding at all. On the contrary, he was dead. What was both very interesting and concerning here is that the authorities branded Andrew's death as self-inflicted. And that's because, after pulling his body from the Red River, they noticed that he had a small caliber gunshot wound to the head. Now, I'll explain soon enough why they think this meant that he'd ended his own life. But if you want my honest opinion, I really don't think this was the case. Nevertheless, this discovery was awful. It was also noted that he was wearing a backpack loaded with rocks, therefore suggesting an apparent attempt to weigh himself down. To some, this looked like a tragic yet fairly straightforward case, but for others, especially those who knew him, things didn't quite add up, and for very good reason too. For starters, no weapon was found at the scene, and that detail alone caused some serious doubt, because if Andrew had really taken his own life, then surely it would be nearby. After all, a body cannot dispose of its own weapon. But then came another curveball, because, as it turns out, the family's firearm was now missing from the farmhouse, and so the authorities assumed that maybe Andrew had stolen it and then used it on himself. But then again, if that were true, then where was the firearm? Because surely something that heavy would now be at the bottom of the river. There is also the question of motive, because Andrew seemed to be quite happy. And by the way, toxicology reports would indicate that there were no drugs or alcohol in his system at the time. His friends and family would also confirm that, in the days leading up to his disappearance, Andrew seemed happy, upbeat, and there were no warning signs whatsoever. He had a lot going on for him, like I said before. He had friends, family, graduation was coming up, and he had multiple interviews lined up too. There was no reason for him to want to take his own life. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to this surveillance image. Take a close look at the clothes he was wearing on his way out, and how easily recognizable they were. Well, it turns out that they were not the same clothing his body was found in. In fact, the clothing found in the river were not his at all, because nobody recognized them. His key personal belongings, which included his wallet, were also missing from the scene. And his parents did not recognize the backpack either, so it likely didn't belong to him. No surprise, but the more that these details unraveled, the murkier things became. The theory of him merely taking his own life began to feel increasingly forced, and almost convenient for the authorities, wouldn't you agree? Either way, law enforcement stuck to it. However, you can probably guess that this evidence left far too many questions unanswered. Now, let's talk about the car, because I believe these details are widely understated. After Andrew vanished, his family picked his car up from campus. Now, to begin with, nothing seemed out of place, and all was fine. And then they opened the trunk. The carpets inside were thoroughly soaked, and as for the spare tire well, that was covered with several inches of standing water. Now, of course, this could be explained in one of two ways. Either A, the car had recently been somewhere extraordinarily wet, or B, the car had recently been thoroughly cleaned. To Andrew's family, this was not a mere water leak, and appeared that the vehicle had been through some sort of extreme condition, before then being washed and returned to campus as if nothing had happened.
I honestly love
And for those of
so
you who are
much.
thinking that maybe this theory is a stretch,
It's
get
so
this.
good.
It turns out that on the night Andrew disappeared, the surveillance camera looking down at the car park and his vehicle was either turned off or disabled. And to make things even more suspicious, it turns out that someone came forward to say that they saw 3 people cleaning a car which looked eerily similar to Andrew's vehicle on the very night he disappeared. So, let's just paint the picture here. There is a car which is soaked in water, the driver has disappeared and ends up dead. The surveillance camera looking down at the car is magically not working that night, and only a few hours later, there are reports that 3 people cleaned it. Does this really sound like an accident or self-inflicted to you?
No.
We can't begin to grieve. It's still so fresh, and we don't want other kids to go through this.
In this developing story, Tammy Sadek is fighting back tears as she talks about not having answers in her son's death. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Christine Stanwood. The Sadek family is bringing their own attorneys to the fight, and now they want the FBI to investigate. Their son, Andrew Sadek, was found dead in the Red River near Breckenridge nearly 2 years ago. He had been working as an informant for a regional drug task force. Today, the family is asking the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to turn the investigation of Andrew's death over to the Department of Justice. The Sadeks continue to believe their son's death was a murder.
Quite understandably, Andrew's parents were furious with the system and the multiple entities which all contributed to their son's death. North Dakota State College of Science had one clear policy. If students were ever caught violating drug or alcohol rules, then their parents would be notified immediately. However, Andrew's parents say that they never received such a phone call. Not once by the college or the police either. They had no idea their son had been caught. And more importantly, they had no clue that he agreed to become a confidential informant for the police. There were no warnings, no discussions, and no opportunity to intervene. Moving forward, many people did try and help find the missing weapon. For example, in August of 2019, and while fishing on the Red River, a woman did find an old firearm. To begin with, many did speculate that the gun might have been Andrew's. However, after using ultrasonic cleansers, it was revealed to not be related. And then, a couple of years later, in 2021, 2 YouTubers named Brandon and Austin Kinsler would use a magnetic detector to try and search for evidence. But sadly, nothing was found, and the video has since been removed from YouTube.
Today we are down in an area we have never been to before, and we are joined by the victim's mother in this case.
Hi, I really appreciate you guys coming down here. We suspect that the weapon that killed my son is in the river here. The death is undetermined, but the officers believe it was a suicide, and I just want a little closure.
Andrew's body was found with a backpack full of rocks that was tied to him, and he also suffered a gunshot wound to the head. So with all of that said, it's time to magnifish. Let's get it. And here's the first find. Sort of the background on why Andrew got into this mess was he was arrested on campus with attempt to distribute marijuana. The cops convinced him to become a CI.
So, what are the possible theories behind Andrew's death? Well, as it turns out, there are a few. The official narrative, or at least the
police
enforcement seems to stand by, is that Andrew unfortunately took his own life. He was depressed, overwhelmed, and didn't want to work as a CI. And so, unfortunately, he claimed his own life. As you know, their theory leans heavily on one specific detail. The .22 caliber handgun went missing from the family home, and it turns out that Andrew's gunshot wound matched that caliber. So, it appears that he used it on himself. But here's the thing, they never found the weapon, and by the way, let's not forget that there are quite literally tens of millions of these firearms across the US. And so, is it just me that thinks that linking a wound to a specific pistol without any evidence whatsoever is just an absolute reach? The more compelling theory, and the one that many find harder to ignore, is that Andrew was actually murdered instead. But even then, the how is still wide open. Some people believe that him operating as a snitch likely put a target on his back, because in this world, trust is currency. And if someone found out that Andrew was actually working for the police, well, it's not hard to imagine that someone would maybe want revenge. In contrast, there are some people that believe that maybe even the police were responsible for his death. but honestly, I think that's a reach too. Now, in my opinion, it is far more believable that the police were careless or maybe even negligent or abusive. But to be outright malicious, I don't think so. To this day, Andrew's family remains convinced that their son did not take his own life. And without a weapon, without a clear motive, and with so many pieces still missing, their doubts are impossible to ignore. Because in the case of Andrew Sadek, the truth did not just disappear. It was buried underwater, shadowed in silence, and swept away by the current. In the aftermath of Andrew's tragic and mysterious death, his parents turned their pain into purpose. They did this by advocating for change, and eventually they introduced what would become known as Andrew's Law. The law, which was passed in North Dakota in 2017, was created to protect students like their son, someone who was young, vulnerable, impressionable, and unaware of the risks that they were being asked to take. Under Andrew's Law, law enforcement is now barred from using college students as confidential informants in drug investigations without first notifying their parents, if, of course, the student is under the age of 21. It also mandates that students fully understand the risks that are involved before agreeing to help law enforcement. The law ensures that there are clear written agreements in place, and, perhaps even more importantly, it prohibits the police from using non-violent drug offenders as informants in felony-level investigations. The only way around this is that if they have strict safety protocols being followed. Andrew's parents still believe that their son was pressured into cooperating with officers, and had he fully understood the danger, or at least been informed, then things might have ended differently. As a result, they filed a wrongful death lawsuit in 2016 against Richland County and Deputy Jason Weber. They claimed that Jason Weber coerced their son into becoming a CI by threatening him with severe legal consequences for minor marijuana sales, and then failing to provide adequate supervision or protection during his informant work. But unfortunately, in
I don't think they will win.
the district court dismissed this lawsuit, stating that there was insufficient evidence to prove that law enforcement actions directly caused Andrew's death. 1 year later, in 2020, the North Dakota Supreme Court upheld this decision, agreeing that the case lacked the necessary evidence to proceed to trial. And although there has been some progress since Andrew's death, his parents remain unconvinced by the official ruling. Sadly, with law enforcement unwilling to reopen the investigation, the Sadek family are now left with only their own efforts to find closure.
Tammy Sadek, the mom of Andrew Sadek, and as always, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Chris.
Our continued
for
thoughts
having
and
me.
prayers go
X
to you and
looks
your family.
is fingering himself
My
right now.
question to you is, and I'm going to quote him here, when they were talking about using college students as confidential informants, Leslie Stahl proposed to Jason Weber, hey, what are we doing here exactly? And Jason Weber said, and I quote, a drug dealer as a drug dealer, whether you sell a big amount or a small amount, whether you do it once or 100 times. Personally, for me, that was fairly jarring. Your response to that was what?
Oh, I just wanted to reach through the screen and grab him. It's preposterous. It's possession of a small amount until you sell a joint to your buddy, for instance, and then you become a dealer. It's not where the drug dealer's standing on the corner with opening up his trench coat, you know, asking if you want to buy something. That's what I would consider a drug dealer.
If Andrew had told you that he was thinking of becoming a confidential informant, what do you think your reaction would have been?
Oh, we'd have gotten him a lawyer and told him no.
We've never heard of such a thing, you know,
Yeah.
using college students for snitches or whatever you want to call them, stool pigeons, or I don't know, what do you call them, you know.
And that was the story of Andrew Sadek, a quiet kid
I mean,
from
X looks
Dakota who
should.
got caught in something far bigger than himself. You know,
Wasn't he
whether
gonna
it's poor
sleep with you or
decisions, bad
something?
luck, or merely a system that entirely failed
Weren't
him,
you gonna
his
sleep with
story
him?
has left far more questions than answers. Andrew was only 20 years old when he passed away. He liked country music, loved his family, and helped out on the farm. The young man had no criminal record, and most people who knew him described him as kind, soft-spoken, and respectful. Just a normal guy trying to figure things out. And now, all we are left with is a legacy wrapped in confusion, suspicion, and a
Yeah,
named in his honor.
he definitely got killed, but the fact that
Quite
it
honestly, I
wrapped
have
it up
no
so
idea
quickly
where I
is
sit with
crazy.
this one. What I do know and believe is that the officer really screwed this case up with his reckless and abusive behavior. and it seems that millions of others would agree. A lot of things just don't seem to add up for me. For example, let's go back to the car. Why was it soaking wet? And while I think about it, Andrew left the campus in different clothes to the ones that his body was found in.
Exactly.
Does that really sound like the behavior and actions of someone who's planning to take their own life?
No.
I mean, I've heard of people removing their clothes before death, but not switching up their outfits. I think it's safe to say that there are so many details to this story that simply make no sense whatsoever. But on that note, what do you think happened to Andrew? For example,
They realized they might be cooked, and then they just didn't report anyone.
Alright, I'm gonna stop this video here, but thank you so much for staying with me until the end. I really do
No worries,
appreciate
baby.
it. Just very quickly,
No worries,
but if you
babe.
want to support me in the channel, then please feel free to go to my Patreon here, or alternatively, go to my social media, most notably my Instagram. Thanks again, folks, and I'll see you again very shortly for another video, likely in, I'd say, 5 or 6 days.
What's that?
Until that moment
Why
arrives,
not
though,
7
remember to
days?
look after yourselves, look after each other, and as
Wait, is
always,
6-7 still
stay
a
safe.
meme?
Thank you, and goodbye.
Yeah, 6-7 is still a meme. It has to be. I'm always like 4 months late on memes, so I don't know.
Can I ask you something? What is obsession to you? Is it that fleeting spark that lingers longer than it should? A harmless attraction
Yes.
that quietly twists into something darker?
Yes.
Is it longing? Or is it control that is dressed up and masquerading as love?
Yes.
And at what point does admiration become fixation anyway? And what happens when someone you consider a
Ooh.
friend stops seeing you as a person and starts seeing you as their property? When
What?
no becomes an insult, and when your boundaries aren't just ignored, but routinely violated. What do you do in that situation? For a young woman
You
named
murder
Phoenix
them.
Nets, this was not merely just a philosophical question, but actual reality. One that crept closer, tighter, and more dangerous as time went by.
I like it
until
very
that line
tight.
between discomfort and danger finally snapped. Welcome or welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today
I love
we're
when it's
diving
really
into a
tight,
story
baby.
filled with lust, fixation, and escalating obsession. And I have to say, this is one of the most gruesome crimes that I have ever covered. And as you'll soon realize through the sheer
First to
amount of
find me,
surveillance
find it's
footage
100
covered in this
Alright,
video, our obsessive killer may as well have vlogged her entire cover-up. I have to say, she is definitely not the smartest cookie. By the way, Coffee House Crime is run by
Bro,
two
it's
good
cap.
friends, Nero and myself. We're just a small team dedicated to sharing real stories told properly with respect. And after last week's video, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you who support the channel, listen to our sponsorships,
Wait,
and show
she
interest
does
in
it?
what's behind the camera.
Hey, I thought it was
It's kind
3
of crazy
people.
to think that this channel is almost 5 years old, because honestly, it still feels like half a year ago to me. Trust me here, but so many things have changed
Coffee House
since this
Crime.
channel's beginning, and now that I've hit my 30s, moved country and become a homeowner, it is kind of obvious that I'm entering a new stage in my life. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. This is
Let's
just
go.
a reflection. Renovating in the daytime and working in the evenings and nighttime has reminded me how tiring taking extra work on can be.
Yeah.
It's also taught me how important health is.
Uh-oh.
Because if that's off,
Stock
everything
Doc.
is. And that is precisely why I love this video's sponsor, ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free website where you can search and compare
Knew it.
high-quality in-network doctors, choose the
Yeah,
right
right.
one for your
It's the
needs,
same as-
and then click
the same guy all the
Instantly book an
time.
appointment. And the great thing is that ZocDoc isn't just for one type of care, because they have more than 100,000 providers across nearly every specialty, ranging from primary care to dental health, eye care to urgent health to mental health, and much, much more. It's the one-stop shop for all of your healthcare needs, and there's no need to call a
Sure.
doctor's office and wait on hold either, because ZocDoc lets you do everything online. And when you found the doctor you need, you can see the
Damn.
actual appointment openings too. Oh, and did I mention that ZocDoc helps you get appointments fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. Not only that, but you can
Is
even
that
score
fast?
same-day appointments. So, stop waiting and start getting the care that you need. Go to ZocDoc.com/coffeehousecrime to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. Thank you again to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video, and thank you so much to you folks for listening. I really do appreciate it. Now, I believe we have an important topic to discuss here. And so, on that note, please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Phoenix Nets.
Come on, die, bitch.
The date was May the 12th, 2020, and it's a time that none of us want to remember. As you know,
Oh,
lockdown had
what
smothered
happened?
most of the world into silence.
Oh yeah, true,
Especially
true.
England. Roads which were once filled with cars were now long, empty concrete corridors. In fact, entire cities were
I
starting
kind
to
of
feel
like COVID,
abandoned,
but
and they were
sadly,
almost as quiet as the rest of England's many fields and forests. I mean, just seeing or hearing a car drive by was now much more noticeable, no matter where you were. And deep in the forest of Dean, someone noticed something quite unusual that evening. It was on a narrow road just outside the town of Colford that a local resident saw a lone car driving through the darkness. The strange thing is, it wasn't just passing through either, and it seemed to be circling around the area as though the driver was searching for something.
I don't know how to feel,
Feeling
but
uneasy and perhaps a little bit
because
nosy, the local
the issue
resident
is
decided
I
to
still have to
contact
go
the
to school
police,
for like
and
1
after
hour a
running a
day,
quick license plate check, officers
and there was
realized
literally
that the
school
car
every
was
single day
registered to
during
an owner
COVID.
who lived in
There's literally
Wolverhampton,
no days
nearly
closed.
80 miles away. Okay, in hindsight, it did sound a little bit ridiculous. I mean, imagine the authorities getting all bent out of shape because a car dared to be 80 miles away from its
Yeah,
registered address.
I was
It feels
calling you out,
almost
Lex Lux.
dystopian,
It was
and
bad
kind of like
looks.
something straight out of the Hunger Games.
I had to, bro.
However, at least
I
at this
exposed
point in
you
the pandemic, traveling that far was strictly against the rules.
for a bit in
Everyone
theory.
was meant to stay put while we tried to figure out this
theory.
whole COVID situation. And so, when a lone driver is seen zigzagging and circling around the country in the middle of the night, well, yeah, you could say that eyebrows started to levitate.
What does that mean? In
When
theory.
police officers intercepted the driver, they recorded this moment on body cam. And as you can see, the driver stepped out, seemed quite visibly anxious, and insisted that he was merely waiting for a friend. So the police officers reminded him that this was still the middle of a lockdown, and unless his friend was in a medical emergency, he had no reason to be here.
Okay,
With no
moving
evidence of a
on.
crime and nothing immediately illegal in sight, they just merely issued a warning to him and then told him to head home. But as the car faded into darkness, something about the encounter didn't quite sit right with them. Less than an hour later, those same police officers were once again patrolling
I
the
need to come
same stretch of
officiate a
road.
wedding on my
Apparently,
island.
a gut feeling had brought them
Oh,
back
wait,
there,
with who?
and that is when they realized they saw more headlights caught in a strange silhouette by the entrance to Stowfield Quarry. It turned out to be the same car that was now pulled over with its engine turned off, and
Wait,
beside
what?
it was a lone figure who was standing next to two large suitcases. The body cam footage from that moment shows
Is there gonna be a lot of
whoever
people?
this woman
We need
was,
we
she
need a
seemed
big
to be
event.
both concerned
How
and
many people can you have on your
defensive,
island?
and as the police officers edged closer towards her, she
How
would
many people
become
can you
even
have?
more
You have
erratic.
plus,
At
right?
the time, nobody knew what she was hiding.
Is this a big
It became
event?
quite clear to officers that she was desperate to keep the contents of those suitcases a secret, almost like she was maybe hiding a body in there. Spoiler alert, she was.
You're trying to stop us, which is now really concerning.
No, wait, just listen. Just listen.
You're gonna get arrested for obstructing police.
All right, I don't want to stop you guys.
You are stopping us.
Okay, could I
How
just-
many
could I
people
just
can you have?
explain? Because
Just ask
as I said
your girl or
before-
something.
As I said before, like I don't. I've
Or are you gonna
had
advertise on Hub
I've had
1?
issues with that before.
Step away, please.
Just stand there. Okay.
Get the girl to listen to you.
What the f is that? That's a person.
Oh, what? Wait, what happened?
That's a fucking person.
Wait, she's driving around with a dead body?
Urgent.
Holy shit.
Inside the first suitcase, officers found human remains.
What
and
the
as for the
fuck?
second one, well, that held even more. It is no surprise to
What
learn
the
then that
fuck?
both the woman standing there and
Let
the
me know
driver
when I can
were
pull up,
arrested
bro.
immediately and then taken down to the local station for questioning. But the thing is, that would only raise more unsettling questions. I mean, it kind of leaves us with a few rather enormous ones actually, doesn't it? To begin with, who precisely was this woman? And why was she standing in the darkness with a dismembered body zipped up in two suitcases? And just to throw another one out there, why was she 80 miles away from home during a national lockdown with luggage that you definitely would not take on a holiday? Well, whatever you're imagining right now, the truth is actually far darker than anyone expected.
Really?
But let's
Explain.
start at the top here and first talk about our first suspect, Carissa. Her full name was Carissa Conita Gordon. She was a Jamaican national who was 28 years old at the time of her arrest. Born in Jamaica, she spent her first few years under the sun.
Do you think I
However,
care if they
everything
hate?
would
They just get them
unfortunately
to the
change
island,
for
bro. I
her
don't
when she
care
was
what they
only
think.
7 years old. Imagine living in a bright,
I literally
colourful and
couldn't
warm
give a
country
fuck.
and then being uprooted to England. For Carissa, that was her reality, and before she knew it, she was flown across the Atlantic Ocean to live with her aunt. She was suddenly dropped into a new world with new accents, new
for
weather,
what?
new rules, and new expectations. And it was only later that her mother
Maybe
actually
they are the
followed
problem
her,
then.
and
Maybe
even
we
then,
aren't the problem.
family
Maybe
never
they are.
quite fit together the same way after that. She then moved to North London and attended an all-girls state secondary school. And although her early years in the UK did appear ordinary from the outside, her late teenage years would sadly take a terrible turn. Somewhere along that path, Carissa became entangled with
So
an
what
older
am I
man
meant to
who
say?
exploited her and
We
then
don't want
forced
any
her into
arguing.
sex work. She became trapped in an abusive
Bro,
and
I'm not gonna
exploitive
respond to anyone,
relationship,
bro. I don't
and
care what
by
people say.
adulthood, Carissa was a woman who was now
Well,
shaped by trauma.
I'm not gonna respond to them.
Psychologists would
I'm not
later
gonna give them
diagnose
attention. I
her
don't
with
care.
a
It's fine.
personality
Just
disorder
get it
with a low
started. I'm
tolerance
ready.
for frustration and intensely struggled with rejection. And of course, this is a dangerous combination.
They're
when left
feeding.
untreated.
They're
Fast forward
feeding
to
for my
2020,
response.
and Carissa
I still
had
haven't
escaped
given them
London and was
any
hopeful
response
for
in
a
like
better life. That is when
almost
she
3
ended up
months.
in a refuge
I know
for
they want
vulnerable
it so bad.
women
They
in
would
the
love
Los
drama,
Elms
bro.
area of West Birmingham.
Oh,
a
they want
place
my
that is
they want the
designed to
drama.
give people
Oh,
stability and, most of all, safety. And it was inside that
they're
refuge
starving.
that she met another resident. Someone who was also trying to rebuild her life, and someone that Carissa took quite a fond liking to. And her name was Phoenix Nets. Born in the early 1990s in Croydon of South London, Phoenix was the only child of her parents Mark and Saskia. They described her as supportive, loving, and a fantastic daughter. Until the age of 11, Phoenix attended the parish church junior school in her hometown. It's one of those classic South London primary schools where everyone knows everyone, and where childhood feels like one long blur of classrooms, playgrounds, and inside jokes.
Parish
Her
church.
classmates remember her as bright and articulate.
How many churches
She
are there
loved
in the
drama,
world?
adored performing,
There has to be
and
so
for a
many, bro.
short while
Literally
was
every.
even a keen
I
horse
swear every
rider.
city has a
She
church.
was one of those kids who had the kind of spark that suggested a very bright future ahead of her. It's a shame that, unfortunately, that would never materialize. By her late
Church must be a
teenage
big
years,
business, bro.
Phoenix was ready for her independence. In 2009, she left her home to move to Kent, where she then enrolled into Canterbury Christ Church University. This was all part of her plan, because Phoenix dreamed of becoming a paramedic. She was driven, compassionate, and someone who was genuinely wanting to help others. However, somewhere between her first and second year, her path slowly began
How about
to
this? You
fracture.
just get people to visit your island and I'll
Phoenix
visit
left
when it's one
university
spot left.
before completing her degree. And although we don't quite know why, there always is a reason. Those closest to her say that she struggled with depression, occasional drug use, and general pressure to succeed. Despite all of this, Phoenix and her parents always maintained a very strong bond. They always remained supportive to her, and in return, she loved them deeply for it. After dropping out of university, Phoenix then traveled northwest to the city of Birmingham, a place that, Lord knows how,
Is
she
Xux
somehow
gonna be
grew
there?
to love.
Or no?
However, by late 2019, cracks unfortunately
is he
began
busy?
to appear again. Her situation became much more fragile, and that is how she found herself in the same refuge as Carissa. The building functioned as shared accommodation. It included communal kitchens, narrow corridors, and small private rooms that branched off from one another. It was not glamorous by any means, but it was a safe place that provided both support and stability for vulnerable women, which is precisely what we need more of in this world. And, at least in theory, it was temporary, and Phoenix certainly saw it that way too. Although she was just settling into the refuge, her mind was already drifting back towards home. She planned to return to London and to move back in with her parents as soon as she could. But of course, that had to wait until all pandemic restrictions eased up, and only then could she legally travel back. However, as the lockdown loomed and dates shifted back again and again and again, well, that escape plan kept falling behind. And while Phoenix waited for the moment to arise, that is when she crossed paths with Garissa, and that connection would turn into one of nightmares. By early 2020, both Phoenix and Garissa were living in neighboring rooms inside that refuge. So, of course, over time, the two got speaking to one another. Now, from what we know, it looks like they were not actually the most compatible of friends, and they weren't even that close. Their bond had definitely formed more out of proximity than choice. But as winter slowly bled into spring, the atmosphere between them began to change, and by February, Phoenix had started telling her friends that things felt off with Garissa. And when I say off, I'm not talking about small arguments from across the table. I'm talking about Garissa repeatedly asking Phoenix for sex. This wasn't romantic interest or even misguided affection either. It was just this weird and obsessive fixation from her. And for Phoenix, it was deeply unwanted. The imbalance was quite stark though. Phoenix was polite, kind, and wanted to keep the peace. Meanwhile, Garissa became this increasingly volatile and horny goblin. And then came April the 11th, 2020.
Damn.
It was on that night that Garissa phoned the Samaritans both drunk and distressed. She spoke to the operator about liking another woman and wanting to have sex with her. And in her own goblin words, she told the operator that, quote, her loins were hot. Just a quick side note here, but please can we ban that phrase from ever being said again? It was on that night that the UK then entered strict lockdown. Visitors were not allowed, movements were limited, and support services, which were already stretched thin, were then suddenly reduced. Staff at the refuge were rotated in and out too. Isolation seemed to hit everyone differently. But for Phoenix, it made her situation exponentially worse. The lockdown meant that she could no
did you not ask Guild?
And it also meant that she could not put any physical distance between herself and someone who was now beginning to scare her. Instead, she was now trapped with the very person that she feared, separated only by a thin bedroom wall. They used the same shared kitchen, passed each other on the same narrow hallway, and shared the same bathroom too. And of course, while all of this was happening,
X-Lux is on the island too, hey.
Now, Phoenix was trying to stay positive, and she was texting her friends to say that she planned to leave as soon as restrictions eased. But over time, you could tell that her messages grew more anxious. For example, in one text message, which was sent on April the 7th, she said, "There's a girl here who keeps asking me to be sexual.
Did you really build this shit?
I'm going to have to move back to London. It's scaring me, laugh out loud." Meanwhile, Garissa's behavior became even more erratic. Her fixation deepened.
What the fuck is happening? What happened?
And with
what
every
is this?
day, Phoenix found herself with fewer places to retreat, fewer opportunities to get away, and fewer people physically present to intervene. And in the early hours of April the 16th, 2020, the relationship had reached its tipping point.
You light that light even the darkest days.
It was early that morning that Phoenix was still awake. She was on her phone to a friend, again emphasizing that she wished to return home as soon as lockdown was over. However, shortly after that phone call, Garissa barged in through the bedroom door, stabbed Phoenix 4 times in the chest, and then left her in a mortally wounded state. The most haunting thing about this is that this was not a quick story. Phoenix was left there to die alone for several hours.
What if he says no?
Phone calls because Garissa had stolen her phone.
What if he says no?
One of the most frustrating things here is that all of the other women in the refuge heard strange noises coming from Phoenix's room in the hours after, and this included banging, scraping, and even the faint sound of a woman crying. In fact, several of them would even claim that they heard her saying, "Help me." For several heartbreaking and grueling long hours, Phoenix must have felt ignored as she faded in and out of consciousness, wondering why nobody was coming to save her. Between 1:04 p.m. and 3:07 p.m., Garissa then used Phoenix's phone to make several desperate searches. This included how to fix a punctured lung, internal bleeding, and can someone recover from getting stabbed. It was later that afternoon that Phoenix's friend tried to call her mobile phone, but received no answer. Now, at first, she wasn't too concerned. However, as the hours passed by, worry slowly began to creep in. And the horrible thing is that while she was fighting for her life, Garissa was already beginning to plan how she would get rid of her. By the morning of April the 17th, 2020, Garissa had shifted fully into cover-up mode. Seen here in this surveillance footage, she bought a 45-pound circular saw on Gumtree, then having it delivered directly to the
Benny was on that
refuge.
night.
After it arrived shortly before 11 a.m., Garissa then began to dismember Phoenix's body. What followed was total erasure of Phoenix's room. The mattress had vanished, her bed frame had now disappeared, and both the carpet and its underlay were ripped up. Everything was thrown out, and the floor beneath was scrubbed down so vigorously that the room stank of bleach. She also hired several people to remove the evidence, branding it as waste. As seen from these nearby surveillance cameras, you can see two men carrying rolled carpets and heavy black bags out of the house, both completely unaware that they were actually helping clear the aftermath of a murder. With the room now stripped away, Garissa turned her attention towards Phoenix's mobile phone and social
Isn't
media.
that exotic?
She began to impersonate her,
That's
sending
animal.
text messages to her housing support manager, her friends, and even her parents. Garissa's text messages mimicked everything perfectly, from her emojis to her abbreviations, right down to the number of kisses that she would use. Most people genuinely believed that Phoenix was alright, and that is when her deception escalated even further, and she did that by combining homicide with AI. Garissa downloaded a voice editing app and then began to craft new audio messages using Phoenix's voice from old recordings. Apparently, the results were eerily real, so I guess you could say that, although Phoenix was already gone, Garissa was keeping her alive online. Meanwhile, Phoenix's remains had already been wrapped and then packed into two large suitcases.
Wait, what happened?
And in the days after, surveillance cameras all across Birmingham would unknowingly record Garissa's strange and frantic movements. One clip would show her cycling through quiet residential streets with a heavy suitcase. Later on, she appeared at a police station, agitated, unsettled, and clutching a phone. She claimed that she needed to charge her iPhone and was meant to meet a friend in the area. But when police officers asked her for ID, Garissa seemed both panicked and hesitant. The following day, another camera captured her entering a home bargain store where she bought cleaning products and a sleeping bag. She paid in cash and then left abruptly. She then booked a taxi the next morning, where yet another surveillance camera would capture her stepping out of the
did you not get more people, bro? How did we not get more?
Sensing that something was rather off about the situation, the taxi driver would even abandon her.
I feel like X-Lux has a very bad outfit for getting married, though.
And in a moment of pure
I couldn't really take him serious. I saw his outfit.
She decided to do the one thing that you absolutely should not do while trying to hide a body. She called the police. Garissa claimed that the taxi driver had stolen her bag.
Like, what is his skin, bro?
When the officer asked what was inside so they could track it,
just gonna wear
she
what they
then
want.
backpedaled immediately, claiming that the driver had actually returned it after
Even a bra?
By now, even the surveillance cameras were probably thinking, bless her, she's trying. The following day, CCTV caught her
And a tongue?
again, this time boarding
Oh,
a
then
train
it isn't
towards
built around
Colford,
it. It's
the
built
Forest of
upon what
Dean,
people
and finish
think
what
someone
she'd
value the
started.
most.
She then
What
made
is it,
several
dick?
searches on Phoenix's phone, including how do killers get caught, can bodies burn
Or
to
fanboys?
ashes with petrol, and
I
what
don't know.
happens when you burn a body with petrol. Proving once again that criminals don't get caught because the police are psychic, but instead because they make ridiculous Google searches as if they are literally auditioning
Or asshole
for
with
prison.
poop in it? I don't know.
When she eventually reached the forest, Garissa then camped beside the
I don't think I could fuck a
with
guy.
Tilly sleeping right
Because
next to
imagine
the
if you
Phoenix's
fuck him and then
remains
there's
without
poop
any
in his
thought
ass.
whatsoever.
Bro.
For multiple days, she then wandered around the quarry's paths, both exhausted and
But if there was
disheveled.
no poop in his
Whatever
ass, I
reason,
could probably
it
fuck
looks
him.
like Garissa could not bring herself to bury the remains. Burning the body didn't
I want to
seem
get married
work
for
either,
no.
because without a strong accelerant, the suitcase
No,
never caught fire
well,
in the way
actually,
that
Rainbow,
she
can't you
imagined.
just
After leaving
divorce
the
him and
forest,
take
another
50%
camera
of
captured her
his
journey
net
back
worth?
towards Birmingham. A petrol station camera recorded her filling plastic
Hold on, you
jerry
might have
cans
made a
with
good
fuel.
play.
The footage showing her standing rigidly over the nozzle, watching the containers fill, and then walking
But why
back
would I
into
do
the city.
that?
Through Gumtree,
So
she
you
then
could
hired
have
a
a
man
G-Drag
named
bank?
Mahesh Saratia, paying him to drive her from Birmingham to the rural outskirts of Colford. At 5 p.m. on May the 12th, 2020, Mahesh then picked Garissa up and drove back towards Gloucestershire. She asked him to stop near the entrance of a quarry, said that she needed to retrieve something, and then told him to come back later. The thing is that Garissa would never actually return. and because she essentially
Teresa.
disappeared, Mahesh grew anxious over her safety. Because he was
Were
anxious,
people
he then
out there
started to
tripping in
circle the
2020
area
doing
to find
crazy
her.
shit?
And because he was circling
I
the
mean,
area,
bro,
a
why
watchful
is she
neighbor
driving with a
called the
dead body? I
police.
still
And of
don't really
course,
understand.
that is exactly how our story unraveled.
She
Which leads us to
decapitated
this
her
body cam
and then
footage
cut up
where
her
they
body in
found
pieces
Garissa
and then
and a
put it
suitcase
into
full of
suitcases and
human
is driving
remains.
around with it. Like, what is this?
What the is that? That's a person.
Bro, Trump would love
You're
this.
under arrest.
This is an immigrant. Oh my god, Trump would love this. That guy, man.
Urgent.
Maybe we've been talking about this for a year. Alright, Twitter settings. Why does scoreboard keep going away? It's actually so ass. How about I will congratulate you as though for getting married.
Finally
I'm not sure how long it will last though.
The black bin bags found inside would confirm
Because
their
I'm pretty
greatest
sure
fears.
Rain is wanted
So,
by a lot of
surprise,
people.
surprise, both Garissa and Mahesh were arrested immediately. They were then processed, photographed, and placed in an interview room. And apparently, all of Garissa's answers seemed to contradict each other. At first, she claimed that she was meeting a friend, and then she said she was traveling for no reason at all. And then she even claimed that she had no idea what was in those suitcases. Meanwhile, Mahesh was busy blabbering everything he knew, and it became quite clear early on that he had no role in Phoenix's murder.
That I am.
He was merely just a driver that was hired off Gumtree. You could say he was merely in the wrong place at the wrong time, but thankfully he would not have to pay a hefty price. But for Garissa, well, that was a very different story.
Yes, sir. She
Being
just
honest with
die,
you,
bitch.
It was not looking good. I mean, if it wasn't for
Also,
all the
why is it
surveillance
lagging?
footage that was already going to screw her over, it would be the countless Google searches she made on Phoenix's phone. And if that wasn't enough already, when they finally searched her bedroom back in Birmingham, they would find a hacksaw with Phoenix's blood all over it. In April of 2021, Garissa's trial finally began. The prosecution
what happened
laid
to
out all
Crimson,
of the
man?
messages, Google searches, surveillance footage, and forensic evidence. And the jury was horrified to learn that Phoenix could have survived for up to 12 hours after the attack if anyone had stepped in to intervene. The surprising thing here is that Garissa's defense did not try to claim that she was innocent. Instead, her lawyers spoke of mental health struggles, PTSD, and a life defined by trauma and exploitation, including being forced into sex work by an older man years prior. He also described his client as volatile, damaged, and unable to regulate herself under pressure, which, of course, wasn't an excuse, but instead an explanation for the
I
instability
honestly
beneath
do
her
believe they
crimes.
have
But one thing
downgraded
that
their
definitely did
servers.
not help Garissa
I
was
mean,
a letter
it's
from
a
her
conspiracy
very
theory.
own
I don't
mother,
feel.
where she described her daughter as, quote, a ticking time bomb who never received the support that she needed. In fairness, she did insist that Garissa was not
Honestly, I
inherently
feel
a
like they
bad
have.
person, but instead was someone who was failed repeatedly by the system. Throughout court proceedings,
That I
Phoenix's
am.
family gave multiple victim impact statements.
She
Her
agree.
father said that their lives had been irreversibly changed, and that their anguish was indescribable. And her mother described
Oh man, I really want to listen to the song right now, but I sadly cannot
the
because
judge called
it would get me
Garissa
banished.
a very dangerous woman and described the crime as callous, calculating, and evil. After that,
Where
she
is
then
the tarantula
sentenced
web? Hello?
Garissa to life in prison
What?
with a minimum term of 23 years
What?
and 6 months. In the aftermath of this case, housing providers across Birmingham reassessed their safeguarding procedures because, being honest, they quite clearly needed to. In parallel to this, charities also reviewed how risk is identified in shared accommodation, and the publicity around this case also sparked calls for better communication between mental health services and housing providers. Now, what I think is most heartbreaking about this case is how avoidable Phoenix's death really was.
Look at this guy.
What I think is horrifying and despicable is that even after being stabbed, she lay there on that bedroom floor crying out for help for 12 grueling hours. And despite several neighbors even hearing her, nobody stepped in to intervene. As for Garissa, well, she clearly became fixated on Phoenix for reasons that we will never fully understand. And although we don't know the why or the how or the moment it all began, we do know that over time those feelings intensified. It is very clear that Garissa had no idea what to do with those feelings, and left unchecked, they twisted into something unstable, and then something obsessive, and then something dangerous. What really bothers me here is how all of this happened inside a refuge. A place that is meant to be a last resort where safety is guaranteed.
Yeah, man, I hate asexual dying. It's literally just like slowing down the shit.
Devastating. And I do truly hope that her family are finding a path towards healing. And with that said, I think that pretty much wraps up our case today, folks. But before I go, I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, because of course, Garissa's trauma and mental health do certainly muddy the waters a little bit. On that note, do you think Garissa deserved the punishment she received? Or maybe do you think she deserved higher? As always, share your thoughts down below. And it turns out we're getting very close to Christmas now, so Merry Christmas to you, your family and your friends. And happy holidays to you wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for being here so close to the festive season, and hope you have a great time off, no matter how long or short it is. Oh, and thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring today's video.
Who is shooting me?
/coffeehousecrime or click the link in the description to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. Man, I'm getting really good at saying that quickly. Anyway, folks, thank you so much for watching today.
He's said that advertisement so many times, literally every video.
Until our moment arrives,
every video he edits this ZocDoc.
Look after each other, and Merry Christmas. Thank you, and goodbye. There is a modern-day epidemic happening all across Southeast Asia, and it's affecting us far more than people realize, right the way through to murder. This isn't an epidemic built on disease, or famine, or virus, but on human deception instead. And it has claimed the lives of thousands of people, including Vera Kravtsova, found deep in the forests and mountains of Myanmar and its
How much RG meter do I have?
A vast and rapidly expanding network of scam compounds, cyber
fraud
prisons,
the
and
new married,
hubs have
wife, is it?
Thousands of victims.
I mean, actually, keeps claiming to be an eagle at times, so I just call him the wife.
Legitimate, only to then be abducted, sold, and coerced into work under the constant
is gay marriage allowed everywhere now? Or is it patched some places?
One that is rarely acknowledged. Inside of these compounds, the death toll is believed to be staggeringly high, and almost certainly far higher than any government is willing to publicly admit. And the reality is that these are not isolated crimes either, because this is an industry that is worth billions of dollars, one that is fueled by global victims, Western targets, and an endless supply of people who are desperate for work. And as these scam compounds and operations grow in size, well,
what just happened? Didn't I kill the boss?
New workers. As a result, recruitment scams have exploded, posing as tech
Didn't I kill the boss?
marketing agencies, tourism companies, and even young women on Telegram. Which, I'm not sure about you, but is something that I receive on a literal daily basis.
Oh,
and
man.
all of this is precisely how a bright, ambitious, and hopeful 22-year-old
That would have
woman,
been
Vera
sick.
Kravtsova, found herself boarding a flight to Thailand for what she thought was a dream opportunity. But unfortunately, as you may have clocked by now, it wasn't. And tragically,
Murder to
she would
organ
never be seen
harvesting?
alive again.
Excuse me?
You see, Vera told her family
What
that
is
she
this?
would be safe in Thailand, and she told her friends
What am I
that
missing
she
out
would
on?
be back home soon. But instead, the job that she was traveling for did not actually exist. The company wasn't actually real, and the moment that she landed, she was pulled into the same trap that thousands of other people had already fallen for. An underground world that was ruled by violence, gangs, coercion, and fear. For Vera, it would end in death, but her story reveals something far larger that I'd like to talk about today, and a crisis that is happening right now in the shadows of Southeast Asia. Welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're traveling to Myanmar and its surrounding countries to uncover the terrible truths about
What did he
their
grant?
prisons. By the way, Americans pronounce it as Myanmar and Europeans as Myanmar, so depending on where you are in the world, sorry. The other day, I received yet another message on Telegram from a seemingly attractive woman who claimed to know me. And it got me wondering, where are all these random messages coming from, and why? Now, it was quite obvious that I was very likely being scammed, but when I realized that this could be part of a secret scamming
This
compound
person in
in
some
Myanmar,
places.
I
I
decided
see,
to let it
I see.
happen. And the deeper that
Okay,
I looked into
did it
this scamming
recently get
compound,
patched in
the
any
more I
places, or is it
realized how
starting
often
to
it
remove the
actually leads
patch?
into homicide.
Are they nerfing the
That is when I
patch?
learned about the case of Vera Craft Solver. So, let's talk about Vera's case,
Because
then
I
dive
don't
into
really
the
care
world
if
of
people get
scamming
married, bro.
compounds,
It's
and
fine.
then check out how my scammer did against me. So, we're veering into slightly new territory here, but if you like true crime, strange and dark stories, then please consider subscribing to Coffeehouse Crime. Thank you. And now, with that said, please grab yourself a coffee and let's begin. This is the case of Vera Craft Solver. Welcome to Belarus, folks. A country
Belarus.
that many people
Wait, is that the
actually
flag of
struggle to
Belarus?
picture.
I'm
Nestled
gonna
between
remember
Russia,
that.
Poland,
I'm gonna remember
Lithuania,
that.
and Ukraine, it's a place that is defined
I would
by
remember
stills
that for you, yes, sir.
forests, villages where time seems to slow down, and cities that still hold on to its old Soviet architecture. The country is technically considered as Europe's last dictatorship, and a nation where free speech seems to be a luxury rather than anything else. Elections here are more of a performance than an opportunity, and the state likes to pretend that it's best friends with Russia. But politics aside, Belarus is actually beautiful. Winters blanket the land with thick white snow. Rural wooden homes hold a cuteness about them, and the food here is rich, rustic, and unapologetically comforting. It's the kind of food that you can quite literally feel in your chest. Think of potatoes, mushrooms, slow-cooked stews, thick rye breads, and draniki that is fried so golden that they practically glow. Okay, I'm getting a little bit hungry now.
Go
Which
preserve
rather conveniently
release.
brings us to our sponsor today. Come on, you knew it was going to happen, didn't you? While most of us aren't packing our bags for
that I
holiday
am.
anytime soon, we are all always looking for new ways to make our life a little more delicious. And that's precisely where HelloFresh steps in. If you haven't heard of them yet, HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit, and with over 1 billion meals delivered, that is a well-deserved title. Now, personally, I use HelloFresh as a healthy way to make good food quickly, because most recipes take 30 minutes or less, and of course that's
I actually want to
also
know the
multi
addition of that.
delivery.
So today I'm making one of my favourite HelloFresh
That would
meals,
kind of
and
be
that's
cool
the
to
crumbed
see.
pesto Hasselback chicken. Takes around 30 minutes all up, and it's packed full of protein, extremely tasty. If it's something that you can find on the website, definitely do it. One of my favourites, check it out. As you can see here, I'm just basically cutting up the pumpkin into small wedges. I then drizzle a whole bunch of garlic oil, olive oil, salt and pepper all over it. And then I put that in the oven for 25 to 30 minutes. And while that's happening, I'm then combining the panko breadcrumbs with olive oil, salt and pepper. And then I'm onto the chicken. Of course, while I'm slicing this up, Nero is basically just stalking me, as you can see right here. And yeah, of course, we're gonna give him a small piece. There you go, little buddy. Thank you. And back to making the chicken now. I'm rubbing the basil pesto, salt, pepper, and pangrattato, which, by the way, are the panko breadcrumbs, all over the chicken. Once I've put that back in the oven for 12 to 16 minutes.
Wait, is he making food right now? What's happening? Isn't this a crime guy? I'm so
vinegar,
confused.
honey, olive oil, salt, and pepper. I like to add some red wine vinegar to go. Mix that all up.
I have to say, I am really impressed with HelloFresh offering 15+ high-protein recipes every week, which is perfect for my workouts and renovations.
Yeah, no, but
And
why is he
here the
cooking
end
with that
result.
hat?
To add to that,
Can't he
get a
just
free
fake base it?
4-star chef's knife on your third box, which is worth $144.
That's what I would have done. I would be actually putting in the effort.
And your first box shipped free with the code CoffeeHouseHFZWL. Make sure to use my code to get this deal before supplies run out. The offer is valid while supplies last, and my link above will automatically opt you into HelloFresh's best active offer if redeeming after the activation window. Thank you again to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. Go to hellofresh.com and use the code CoffeeHouseHFZWL. And now, let's get straight back to our investigation today. The food here really is great, but beneath that surface,
I can still make
life can
more.
be
Should I make more
extraordinarily
belts?
difficult. The wages are low, The opportunities are scarce, and many
I
young
can make more
people
belts.
like Vera Kravtsova dream of taking their skills somewhere brighter, somewhere that they can build a future, live freely, or simply just escape the system's monotony. If you scroll back far enough on Vera's Instagram feed and past all of the travel photos, music clips, and selfies, you will find an average girl who was growing up in Minsk, Belarus. Born on New Year's Eve in 1998, Vera grew up loving art in all of its forms. She enjoyed singing, instruments, music school, and basically anything that involved creativity. She
Take
was
those.
expressive, colorful, and
I've
always
actually made the
dreamed
most
for
profits
something
from the
bigger.
Justice
And friends and
Mosquito
family
out of everything.
describe her as
That's
someone
crazy,
who
dude.
always had a song on her
Why
lips.
is that so shocking?
Quite understandably, Vera found Belarus to be a little too small for comfort. It was quiet, dated, and far away from the future that she wanted. And so, being someone in her early 20s, she decided to make the move to St. Petersburg. That, of course, being a cultural hotspot where many artists, especially from Belarus and Russia, seem to travel to. It was while she was here that she continued with her music, experimented with her style, and would even find a small pocket of fame. And that's because, in that moment, she would appear on the Belarusian version of The Voice, a moment that would give her a brief flicker of popularity. Now, for an Instagrammer like her, she enjoyed this attention, and it did seem to light a small spark in her too. Because from that moment onwards, Vera no longer wanted just a career. She wanted reach and influence and a life that extended online. By her mid-20s, Vera had now started to jump around Asia. She mostly traveled around Vietnam, China, and Indonesia, where she built this very cool hybrid lifestyle that seemed to suit her needs perfectly. As an English teacher by day, she was a club singer by night, and in between those moments would create content. Her Instagram profile, which is still up to this day, even shows snippets of this lifestyle. You have a beach at sunset in Da Nang, mirror selfies in tiny apartments, and backstage clips from neon-lit karaoke bars. Her profile was not merely just a diary, it was her life, and one that many people found extraordinarily fascinating. All of those who knew her say the exact same thing, that Vera was independent, adventurous, and very ambitious for her age, and she believed that something bigger was waiting out there for her. And at the age of 26, she was finally starting to find it. I mean, seriously, who else can call themselves a model, singer, traveler, and influencer? So, when a new opportunity landed in her DMs, which was advertised as a glamorous modeling project abroad, and the kind that promised exposure, travel, and the next step up in her career, well, you could say that Vera was a little excited about that. However, what she didn't know at the time was that this dream was not actually a gateway to fame at all. Instead,
does this guy not use a Nike feathers?
Nightmare that she would never escape. The offer was exactly what she was hoping for. A part-time modeling contract in Bangkok with good pay, a flexible schedule, professional shoots, and a genuine foot in the door. And for someone like Vera, this wasn't merely just a job, but validation too. It was quite literally living proof that the world was now finally beginning to notice her. After receiving the offer, Vera wasn't quiet about it either. Her
What is he doing, bro? Why is he doing tarantula without an
talking
feather?
about Thailand, and that she shared her excitement online by posting hints that something exciting was coming soon. And so, after spending a while with her family and friends, it was finally time for Vera to pack her bags, give them one final kiss goodbye, and then board her flight to Thailand. On September the 12th, 2025, and after a long flight, Vera finally landed in Bangkok. Now, initially, she believed that the first few days would be filled with photo shoots, signings, and the start of her new career. However, almost immediately, something felt off about the situation, especially when she found herself in a dark and dingy hotel and was told that she'd be flying to another country before any official work would begin. The contract never seemed to materialize either, and as for those promised shoots, well, they too never appeared, and within days of her landing in Bangkok, the entire facade that was sold to her slowly began to crumble. It slowly became apparent that whatever she'd been invited to was not actually a modeling job after all, but it was bait. It was around September the 20th that Thai authorities believed that Vera had been persuaded to cross the border into Myanmar. Maybe at the time she had no way of knowing it, but that opportunity that lured her to Thailand and then Myanmar was actually a trap from the very beginning. Now, of course,
Wait,
this
how
is
is his
nothing
profit so
new.
low? What the
For
fuck?
many years, criminal networks have been targeting young travelers with jobs that look perfect behind a screen. And these are usually in the form of modeling gigs, tech roles, online marketing, or even crypto. However, the reality in the end is very different. Instead of these travelers finding themselves in the role that they were initially promised, they instead are tied up, abducted, and then put straight
Wait,
into
what?
captivity.
How is he at
We're
10
going to
billion
talk
profit
about
then?
this a little bit more later
Is
on.
he just
But
dying?
for
I'm so
now,
confused.
it
This
is
makes
just
no
worth
sense.
saying that obviously this is a genuinely terrifying situation to find yourself in. And the terrifying thing is that it's believed to be happening to thousands of people right this very second. And as for Vera, well, she was one of those to fall for it. Again, this is something that we'll discuss more later on, but Myanmar has seen a very distinct shift in power and corruption in recent years. And once inside of Myanmar's borders, which is known as the epicenter for these scam compounds, you are sadly at a much higher risk of coercion, forced labor, torture, and even death. Vera's freedom vanished instantly. Not only was her passport and mobile phone confiscated, but communication with the outside world was cut off and she was under constant surveillance.
Oh.
And as for the work, well, they weaponized her own appearance against her. Vera was likely forced to pose, message, and flirt with rich men online, manipulating them emotionally to funnel money back to the gang that held her captive, which of course is a gross and immoral way of living, and is the exact opposite of what she had ever wanted to do. Vera was talented, creative,
I don't
and
think
very
so, bro.
skilled, and she knew that she could make money that way. But instead, she was now in a locked room exploiting other people. In those first few days, she surely must have believed that she could escape and that other people would notice she'd gone silent. And the truth is, they did. Not only her family and friends,
I will
but her
look.
followers
I will
worried
look at my
too,
friend here.
and they all began to worry. But the thing is that Vera was untraceable. In fact, she wasn't even in the same country that she was supposed to be in anymore. And by the time that people could connect the dots, well, unfortunately, it was all too late. For a while, nobody knew that anything was wrong. Whether in the meantime she was actually the one to be messaging her
Damn.
family and friends,
So
we
she
may
just
never
got
know.
killed
But it was
for
on October the
body
4th of
parts.
2025 that her phone
Sell on the black
immediately
market.
fell silent.
That
After
is
that
quite
date,
a
there were no more
move.
replies, no answers to any phone calls, and no new posts or replies on any of her social media. It was just a sudden and very apparent silence. Now, at first, her family did try to rationalize it. Maybe she had bad signal, or maybe there was no Wi-Fi, or maybe her schedule just meant that she was busy. But as the days stretched on, that concern changed into anxiety, fear, and dread. And by October the 9th, that being 5 days since anyone had last heard from her, her mother could no longer bear the silence. And that is when she filed an urgent request for help and begged the authorities to find her. For multiple weeks, nobody knew where she had gone to. She had just simply suddenly disappeared. And during that time, Thai authorities were not too helpful either. In fact, after learning that she had left the country, they seemed to be more concerned about shifting the blame onto Myanmar instead. By now, they were able to determine that she had left the country on September the 20th, with this surveillance image being taken from a self-service immigration channel in Bangkok's main airport. The authorities claim that this image shows that there were no signs of coercion.
probably.
However, what we don't know is that if maybe she was perhaps persuaded or even
Yeah, I think I
indirectly
messed up there.
forced to
I
board
could have probably
that
put it in the
flight.
enchanted table,
Either
but
way, this image,
the
along
profile
with
I
her
still made
recorded
is really good
biometric
though.
data, confirms that she had in fact left Thailand to travel to Myanmar 8 days after arriving in Bangkok. And it's shortly after this moment that she then suddenly vanished. And tragically, at the end of all of that silence was a horrifying letter that was addressed to her family. That is when a criminal group reached out to Vera's family, not only claiming that she was dead, but also that if they wanted to see her body, they would have to pay a ransom of $500,000 US. I mean, imagine getting that letter as a parent. That must have felt so painful. Now, at first, the Thai authorities believed that maybe all of this was just a lie.
That I
Maybe
am.
it was just another cruel scam. They would even try to negotiate with the crime group on behalf of her family,
How much did I
praying that
pay?
Vera might still be alive. And, of course, while they waited, the news of her sudden disappearance then began to spread like wildfire across the border. Within days, this story had become international, with headlines erupting all across social media. Some claimed that she'd
But
been
who's the election?
kidnapped, others that
I
her
didn't even
organs
check.
had been harvested,
Yo, the
and
election
some
might be
claims
big
would
right now.
even say that she'd been enslaved in a jungle compound. And while all of these rumors were both twisted and multiplied, which muddied the
Right.
waters even
Let me
further,
call up.
the tragic truth is
Let me
that
call up the
all
phone
of
here.
them were technically correct. And for Vera's family, who
Wait,
were
what's
hanging
her
between
name?
hope and
Is it
dread
called
and
Kirk Serbian?
drowning in all of those rumors, those weeks were absolute agony.
I don't
With
have them
Vera's
in my
trail
iPhone.
ending at the
Oh
border,
shit.
Thai officials handed the case over to Belarusian diplomats and warned
I'm not gonna
travelers
press
to
tab.
be
I'm not gonna
cautious
press
of
tab. I'm
job
not gonna
offers
press tab.
coming
I'm not
from
gonna press tab.
overseas. And that is when Myanmar authorities stepped in with a horrific report. I've gone ahead and translated it
Mythological
for
ritual,
you, but the
okay.
report reads, "This is confirmation that the death is real. Vera Kratsova, a 27-year-old citizen of the Republic of Belarus, who worked in Myanmar in the village of Flu and held passport number redacted, died of cardiac arrest on October the 15th, 2025 at 1:20 p.m. Her body was then cremated in the proper manner at the crematorium in the village of Incan on October 16th, 2025 at noon. Signed, Administration of the village of Flu, Miyawadi Township." Of course, this was the most heartbreaking thing that Vera's family could have received. But their pain did not end there. Instead, it also brought so much more anger and frustration. I mean, not only did it claim that a perfectly healthy young woman had died apparently of a heart attack, but that she had also been cremated, therefore erasing any possibility for an autopsy. To Vera's family, this made no sense whatsoever. She was only 26 years old and perfectly healthy. Yet now, her body had been entirely erased before anyone was even notified. And the truth is that while diplomats and detectives were busy digging deeper, a darker and far more believable story had already started forming. It was around that time that they found credible information to suggest that Vera had been taken to a scam
This is
compound in
crazy.
Myanmar's Kayin state.
That's
That
gonna
being
be
an area
awesome
that is
sauce.
notorious
You know
for
that, right?
guarded scam prisons. Witness accounts also suggested that she had been beaten, overworked, and even tortured when she failed to meet extortionate quotas, with some reports even alleging that her captors had dismembered her body to sell her organs on the black market. By late October, Belarusian officials confirmed that Vera was tragically gone. What began as a journey towards a brighter future would sadly lead Vera into one of Southeast Asia's darkest criminal networks, and a place where dreams are leveraged into forced labor and profit. And although her story is tragic enough as it is already, it unfortunately is all too common. In fact, it helped expose a far wider horror going on right now in Myanmar. And of course, I'm talking about the scam compounds. So, let's dig a little bit deeper here, because on the surface, these compounds do look like office parks, casino resorts, or gated apartment complexes. But in reality, the fact of the matter is that they are essentially prisons. And inside of these so-called gated communities, thousands of people work around the clock sending fake love messages, investment pitches, and job opportunities to unsuspecting victims worldwide. And again, I have to stress here that these workers behind the screens are not willing employees, but instead are captives who are trapped into modern-day slavery. To rephrase again, the way that they manage this scheme is surprisingly straightforward. All these upper-end gang members have to do is bait people who are looking for a job, promise them a high salary and free accommodation, and then boom, many people across all walks of life are desperate enough to fall for it. For example, a young woman in Thailand might see a Facebook ad for a well-paid admin position with a free bedroom in a resort, and a recent graduate in India might get a WhatsApp message offering a role in tech support with an overseas company that requires no experience and has all flights covered. Both of these examples are similar to Vera's story, who was an influencer and singer who was desperate to get her foot in the door. When they arrive in the same or neighboring country, they are then shuttled between isolated guest houses, handed over to black market agents, and then finally herded onto a boat at gunpoint. So, why have these scam compounds spread so rapidly across Southeast Asia? It is actually down to the perfect storm of geography, economics, and sheer lawlessness of a few countries. Most of them are on the borders in Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos, with smaller pockets found scattered throughout the Philippines. And this problem has propagated in each country for its own different reasons. For example, it was in 2019 that Cambodia banned online gambling. Changing that one single policy, which was huge in the country, flipped an entire underground economy on its head. And Chinese syndicates that had been running online casinos had suddenly found themselves out of business. But instead of shutting down and walking away from this rather dodgy industry, they decided to pivot to online scams. As for Myanmar, well, that story is both quite similar and drastically different. Thailand's Deputy Director in Technology and Cybercrime raised a very good point in this, highlighting that Myanmar lacks political stability ever since its coup 4 years ago. In fact, funnily enough, a small-time influencer unknowingly captured the very moment that the military coup happened right behind her, all while she continued to record her fitness routine in the foreground. With the collapse of a central government, a lot of Myanmar's ethnic minorities now govern themselves instead. So, a lot of Chinese gangs have since taken the opportunity to move over and exploit this gap in power. Just a quick note here, but most of their victims are actually Chinese citizens themselves, and there is no specific target against the West or any other specific country apart from themselves. In Cambodia, investigators have identified at least 50 scam compounds across the country. Many of them are old casinos, hotels, or abandoned factories, which are all quietly leased by Chinese gangs and partially ignored. The problem is that money talks loudly in struggling economies.
Well, yeah.
All of these operations pump millions of dollars of cash into the region.
Raise what they saw, bro. You
The
get your bread.
into these scam compounds, there is one thing that is
But
obvious.
killing
No
though?
country is dealing with this alone, because this is a cross-border machine. It also means that no single country can actually take full accountability here. And that also means that no country is bothered about doing anything about it. Take Thailand, for example. There are no compounds that actually exist in that country, but it is seen as a soft launching pad for other less developed countries, because Thailand is generally perceived as a safer country. So what they do is often lure people to that place instead. And when they least expect it, that is when they're abducted and taken across the border by river. And once you're inside, the operations become even more
I wanted to move to
because
Thailand
these
like
gangs are
2 hours
organized
ago.
and know
What's
how
happening
to
here?
avoid detection. They even
Are you
bribe
gonna have
local
to stay away?
authorities to turn a blind eye because they know it's kind of good for the economy. And unless you're being hunted by CoffeeZilla, crypto mostly keeps transactions nameless, with the entire process designed to be as opaque as possible. Inside, armed guards normally patrol the perimeter walls, which are usually covered with barbed wire. And if that's not enough already, cameras are scattered throughout the compound. The entire place feels kind of like a cross between a tech startup and a maximum security prison. Except there is no aircon, and you are violently attacked if you fail to meet your quota. Every, quote, employee here is assigned a specialty. Some may provide job offers where they are seeking more employees into the compound, where others run romance scams where they seek money from their victims. This is actually the one that I was targeted with by a so-called Amy Lee, and as soon as they felt like they got somewhere, they then siphoned me to a second Telegram account. They do this because they are actually transferring me from one employee to another, essentially being moved from a headhunter to a seasoned scam artist. Now, in the scamming industry, this is known as pig butchering, where scammers are essentially grooming people online by building trust and then convincing them to send or invest their financial savings in one way or another. Their tactics are quite limitless here, where scripts are written in advance, methods are tested in real time, and if one scam fails, another takes its place. As for scam prison schedules, from what we know, they are brutal. 16-hour shifts are standard here, with 7 days a week on the clock and barely any breaks. Meals are sparse, sleep is overcrowded, and new arrivals are often handcuffed for days. And if you refuse to work, well, then you are beaten by other inmates who are often forced to do it. Many of the
What?
captives who have been lucky enough to escape these prisons have openly reported being tasered, beaten with crowbars, and even
The
shocked
fuck?
using shock collars. And no surprise, the medical care here is basically non-existent, especially
Why is
if
this
it's
working
after a beating.
environment?
And in many of these cases, even if you are allowed to be released back into the outside world, they will only let you go once all of your bruises have faded. Things get much more severe too. As we know, many people die here in these places. Things get out of hand, some are sexually abused, and
What?
some are even used in the black market for organ harvesting. It genuinely is an absolutely horrible place to be, especially if you're a woman. The psychological fear and pressure is its
This is
own
crazy,
form of torture
man.
too. I mean, imagine spending 16 hours a day betraying strangers online, knowing that if you slow down, someone will hit you. In fact, after a while,
Wow.
many of these captives even feel like they deserve their punishment for the pain that they are inflicting onto their scam targets. These captives stop sleeping, some stop eating, and some even start planning ways to end their own suffering. For many women and some men, the nightmare goes even deeper here.
This
And
is
that's
so
because
insane.
several of these compounds double up as hubs for sexual exploitation, where they force people into prostitution or adult content creation.
What the fuck?
The scale of this crisis is almost impossible to comprehend, and the truth is that
Why
we
is nobody
don't
stopping
actually
this?
know how many have fallen victim to this industry, or how many are in there right now. But what
Maybe
we can
stop it, bro.
confidently say is that the numbers are not in the thousands, but in the hundreds of thousands. And these prisoners are mostly Southeast Asian. And of course, the truth is that for every prisoner on the inside,
It's so
there are
vain,
several
bro.
other victims on the outside that could have fallen victim to this scam. I mean, I too could have been one if I wasn't careful. On that note, I'm curious now. Have you ever received a message on WhatsApp or Telegram or otherwise that likely was dodgy? Please share your experiences down below. By the way, many have died trying to escape their prisons. While some have jumped from high floors, others have drowned while trying to swim across rivers.
The
And
fuck?
apparently, there have even been reports of landmines being used. And on the inside, there is malnutrition,
fuck?
untreated illness, and routine violence. And human rights groups believe that the numbers
So why?
are
So
vastly
you're doing all
underreported.
this to make them more money?
By the sheer numbers alone here, this has to be one of the largest trafficking and slavery crises of the 21st century. And the insane
think
thing
so
here
too.
is that all of this emerged in barely 5 years. Hundreds of thousands of young people from Asia, Africa, and even from Western countries are all vanishing into scam compounds which are designed for fraud. It is unbelievable to think that all of this sounds like some kind
Maybe
of
it's time to crack
offshoot
down
from
on
the
this
Squid
shit.
Games. But the terrifying thing is, it's
It's real
not
life.
actually fiction. All of this is happening right now, and the cost isn't measured merely in dollars, but in actual human lives too. So there is a slight slither of hope here, because in the last few years, raids and rescues have finally dragged this industry into the spotlight. However, at the same time, despite talking about this to many of my family and friends while researching this story, not a single one of them was aware that this entire industry existed.
I didn't either.
To share a slightly
I did not know
hopeful
that was what's
story,
up.
one of the biggest
That makes
bust-ups
sense.
came earlier this year, where Myanmar's military stormed scam hubs found in Myanmar. The infamous fraud gang KK Park was blown apart in this operation, where thousands of captives were reportedly freed and hundreds of gang members were arrested. It is actually mind-blowing
Nice.
if you research this online. There are many photos and videos of frail survivors, entire fields filled with gang computers, and rows upon rows of buildings that look more like barracks than anything else. And the terrifying thing here is that there are dozens of these compounds all along the Thai
Let's
border,
go, man.
and
3 of
this
them,
is
boys.
just one of them. Cambodia too has recently began to crack down, with raids in Sihanoukville and Phnom Penh uncovering buildings packed with terrified foreigners. But sadly, as you can likely imagine, corruption runs deep here. Many activists and organizations warn that the real owners of these compounds still remain untouched. They just simply grab a few of their top dogs, set up a new facility somewhere else, and the cycle then repeats itself. Now, thankfully, beyond the local forces, the world is now finally waking up to this.
Yeah, we need to
Interpol
fix
has
this.
since issued its own global alert, and cross-border police operations have freed thousands of people. Many outraged nations like South Korea have since started sending special forces directly into Cambodia,
Good.
of course in an effort to help track and rescue their own citizens. In parallel to this, the US
Nice.
has issued indictments and sanctions, Europe has frozen assets, and even China, whose nationals are both victims and offenders, has started arresting anyone who is connected to these compounds. Although all of these are positive signs, the fight against this huge, dark, systemic issue
not over,
is
man.
still next to
It's
futile,
not over
and
yet.
not enough is being done
Yeah,
to
just
prevent
getting
this issue
started.
from happening further, and not enough punishment is being dished out to all of those who are responsible
Sure.
at the top. And until the day arrives where we stand with enough pressure, awareness, and force back against these
I actually
people,
didn't know
the
all
scam
this. This is
compounds will
insane to me,
continue
actually.
to trap, berate,
I did
torture,
not know it was like
abuse,
this, bro.
and even murder thousands of
This
victims.
is so cool.
So, the next time you receive a message that looks like a scam, ask yourself something. Who really is behind that screen? Normally, we feel repulsion towards whoever it may be. But the truth is, it could actually be someone who is forced to work against their will.
Yeah,
I guess
that's
for
crazy.
now, all we can do is report on what we find and hope that things get better in the future. Anyway, folks, that's
Facts.
the end of the video for me today. It's kind of funny how this one started with just one message from Telegram. On that note, let me know what you think about this one and this slightly different
He's not wrong.
investigation.
The
As
entire
always,
video is
thank you
because
so
of a
much for being
message
here
on
today.
Telegram.
I really do appreciate it. And thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. If you'd like to use my code, go to hellofresh.com and use the code CoffeeHouseHFZWL, or click the link in the description below. And it's time for Nero to say hi as well. Here you go, mate.
Hey, Nero.
Check in. Do you want that? Oh, you dropped it. Here's another one. Get downstairs. Ooh. Anyway, folks, thank you again for watching today, and as always, I'll see you again very shortly for another one, likely in a few days' time. For now, look after yourselves, look after each other, and stay safe. And enjoy the new year. Thank you, and goodbye.
There's the peace, man. This is insane. Like, I actually did not know that. Bro, how is that even possible, bro? It reminds me of the cartel. Hope it doesn't blow up like cartel, though.
Can I ask you something? What is obsession to you? Is it that fleeting spark that lingers longer than it should? A harmless affection that quietly twists into something darker? Is it longing? Or is it control that is dressed up and masquerading as love? And this is Mackenzie Sharilla, who has become better known as one of America's most insufferable young killers. Now, you may have already heard her name before, but do you really know the full story? In the aftermath
Who is
of the
that?
horrifying tragedy, Mackenzie managed to fool millions of Americans.
Oh, it's her.
Countless people believed that she was simply
think
the
I heard of
driver
this.
caught up in a terrible accident. However, some of those closest to her suspected that there was far more beneath the surface, and unfortunately, they were right. Through some remarkable technical investigation, detectives uncovered that this was no accident at all, and as her phone data, social media activity, and private messages were seized and then later released to the public, the world began to see that behind this young, sweet facade was something far darker. What emerged were deeply unsettling phone calls,
cute.
hundreds of bizarre videos filmed
But she
behind
looks
the
like a kid,
wheel,
though.
and
Like, what the
quite
fuck is
literally
this?
thousands of pieces of evidence
How old
that
is this
revealed
person, bro?
an
What the
erratic,
fuck?
selfish, and deeply controlling teenager. And, well, that was only the beginning, because what she posted after the deaths of her boyfriend and best friend, that is something that will stay with you long after this story ends. Have you ever met someone who made you feel
Was she a demon?
invincible? The kind of person who looks at you straight in the eye and says nothing bad could ever happen to us. And so you start believing in them. You start thinking that maybe they're right. And maybe that
That's
their
not
love
true.
can somehow shield you from all the tragedy and recklessness in the world. But what happens when that feeling of invincibility is then all of a sudden tested? When the person who promised you forever and always is now behind the wheel with their foot firmly pressed on the accelerator, and the two of you, with another person in the back, are all hurtling towards a building at more than 90 miles per hour. And that is the moment that you realize that you were
Towards
never
a building?
actually safe at all. Unfortunately, the
It's
reason
not
why
like
I'm asking you this
it's not
question
like
is because for
driving
a
off the
man
road
named
or
Dominic
anything.
Russo, this was
Is it a
actually
straight
his
up wall?
reality. It was in the early hours of July the 31st, 2022, that a car tore through an intersection in Strongville, Ohio, at more than 90 miles per hour. Seconds later, that same car smashed into a brick building, killing 2 people almost instantly and leaving a third person barely clinging to life. The only one to survive this crash was the driver, and the driver's name was Mackenzie Shirilla. And as you will soon find out, this story is not actually one of a tragic accident.
She did the disgusting
Instead,
bitch.
it's one of how love, obsession, and control all collided
Over
at
love?
full speed.
Really, bro?
And what came next was how the
True love
internet
away
and
over
the greater
love,
general
man.
public would have to determine if this was some sort of accident. Spoiler, it wasn't. Or if this was murder. So, of course, the main questions today are, who is Mackenzie Shirilla? Who were the other 2 people in the vehicle with her? And how and why did this story unfold? Welcome or welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks.
Thank you.
My name is Adrian, and today we're looking at the story of Mackenzie Shirilla. Mackenzie was this Ohio teen who, from the outside, seemed to have absolutely everything
Is she
ahead
not
of her.
alive?
She had a boyfriend that she adored, a group of close friends, popularity, good grades, and a future that was only just beginning to unfold. But beneath the surface, there were indeed cracks. Cracks that nobody seemed to notice until it was far too late.
As
They
usual.
finally did. Multiple families were destroyed. And I'm not talking just 1 or 2 here, but several. This is a story about control, young love gone wrong, and a split-second decision that ended the lives of multiple people. And so with all of that said, I think it's time to begin this video. But
Sure.
before we do, this is a reminder that Coffee House Crime is run by 3 friends and of course, Nero. There are no corporations
did he
here,
upgrade,
no
bro?
Netflix studios, and no AI slop. And so if you want to support channels like this one, please do consider subscribing.
He used to just be
Anyway,
himself
folks, with all
and
of
the
that out of
cat.
the way, please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Mackenzie Shirilla. It was just before dawn of July the 31st, 2022. The kind of hour where the world is still asleep, when the roads are empty.
I like
and
that he
when a
actually
dark
does
silence
like kind
drapes
of
all
recent
over the
cases.
small town streets of America.
There's other
We've
people
all
who
found
do that
ourselves in
case
moments
like
like
way
this.
back in time.
It's a peaceful yet ominous silence,
Yeah,
where
you
you
know,
feel
videos or anything.
liberated, but almost suffocated by aloneness. But in the quiet suburb of Strongville, Ohio, that silence was suddenly shattered when a single screech of tires
Oh my god,
was
Foxboy is
followed
here.
by a thunderous boom.
What the fuck?
And just like that, the calm of those early morning hours was suddenly gone. It was around 5:30 that morning that a car suddenly crashed into a wall at
The
more
fuck
than
is
90
that?
miles per hour, with the surveillance
What the
footage
fuck?
capturing the seconds before impact. Unbelievably, nobody in the area had actually noticed this collision, meaning that the wreckage and everyone inside received no help for the next 45 minutes. When police and paramedics finally reached the scene, they were met with total devastation. A
45
28-year-old
minutes?
Toyota Camry had torn through a business sign and slammed headfirst into the brick wall of an industrial building
Wait.
at an almost
What do
unimaginable
you
speed.
how do you
In
not
fact,
hear
the car was
someone
essentially
crashing into your building?
unrecognizable. Obviously, I've had to heavily blur this footage, but in one of the officer's body cams, you can even hear him whispering, "It's split in 2. And beside him, another responder, who was a veteran and had seen decades of road accidents, simply called it the worst wreckage that he had ever witnessed. Hidden inside this mangled heap of metal were 3 young adults. In the driver's seat was 17-year-old Mackenzie Shirilla, who somehow was still breathing and barely clinging to life. Found next to her in the passenger seat was her boyfriend Dominic Russo, who at the time was 20 years old. And in the back was their close friend Davian Flanagan, who was 19 years old. Tragically, both Dominic and Davian were pronounced dead at the scene.
Damn,
As I've already
RIP, man.
mentioned, by the time emergency responders arrived at the scene, they had been trapped there for almost 45
There's no way they
minutes,
can
meaning
survive.
that any chance they had at surviving the crash was likely lost during that time. After being freed from the wreckage, Mackenzie was then airlifted to hospital. It is noted that she was barely alive and had multiple broken bones with several severe injuries.
Does she
To
want to go
everyone
out
who saw
too,
that
or?
scene, it looked like an absolutely tragic accident, and to them, it was another heartbreaking reminder of how fragile life can be behind the wheel. However, as investigators started to dig deeper into this case, they realized that this was actually no accident. Now, to really understand the gravity of that morning, we should
She a
first know
demon for
who
real.
these three people were, because, as you will likely know by now, the devil is always in the detail. So, let's begin with Dominic Russell. At only 20 years old, Dominic was the kind of guy that everyone respected. He was a recent high school
Me too.
graduate with a bright mind who had already started several small businesses. This even included a clothing line that he ran out of his own bedroom. The kind of
Damn.
origin story that later on turns out to be the success behind a hard-working person. He wasn't the kind of kid who would get into trouble either. Instead, he was described as focused, mature, loved his family, and was extremely hardworking. And of course, he was also Mackenzie's boyfriend, which is a really important factor to this story. So it turns out that the two had actually been together for quite a long time. And to be honest with you, probably longer than they should have. But
Yep,
we'll
I
get to
bet it is,
that in
I
a
think.
moment. Found in the back seat of that car was Davion Flanagan, who was a
Damn.
close friend to both Mackenzie and Dominic. Adopted at only 8 years old after being removed from a bad family home, Davion had grown up to become a warm and upbeat guy who just knew how to make everyone laugh. As a former high school athlete, he was also full of energy and always smiling. He had very wholesome aspirations
Awesome
too,
sauce.
as Davion wanted to become a barber so that he too could have his own slice of
Ooh.
local community. He was the kind of person who wanted to feel settled. But tragically, now he too was gone. And of course, then
How's the
there
sound
was
puppy
the
looking
driver,
like?
Mackenzie. Now, Mackenzie Shirilla was the
2
only
stages?
person who had survived the crash that night. And as it turns out, there was far more to her story than meets the eye. Born in 2004, she grew up in Strongville
Oh,
with
is she
her
my
parents,
age? What the
Natalie
fuck?
and Steve. She had just
Dude,
graduated
she
high school
was
that summer, but you could probably say that
Actually,
she
yeah.
was already something of a small-town celebrity, at least in her mind anyway. I think everybody outside of her circle just simply saw her as another person. Classmates described her as both outgoing and confident, and let's be honest, she just loved being the center of attention. It turns
How
out
is she
that
so
Mackenzie
skinny? What the
even
fuck?
idolized Regina George from Mean Girls. If you've seen the movie, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. Regina is this manipulative queen who thinks that she runs the entire school, and yeah, that was kind of Mackenzie's thing too. And outside of school, Mackenzie was trying to build a following on TikTok, posting things like her outfits, her day-to-day schedule, and her relationship highlights.
I can't
It's the
believe
kind
it.
of
Finally,
information that,
it's
of course,
finally
you
year to see, bro.
yourself
I've been
will
waiting
really
with that
care
pet for
about. But to be honest, for everyone
long.
outside of your circle, they really don't give a shit. Now, in fairness to her, she did actually end up getting a decent number of views. And as her audience grew, brands started sending her clothes and gifts. Now, for a 17-year-old, this was a huge ego boost, and of course, Mackenzie quite clearly thrived on it, though she probably could have done without it, given her arrogance. And I have to say, while her online life looked like a teen's perfect dream, her real life was anything but that. Looking a little deeper into their relationship, Mackenzie and Dominic
Put
had
that
been
tongue back
dating
in,
ever
bitch.
since early high school, which was around 4 years. But it turns out that the entire thing was always on again, off again, because they would routinely break up before then getting back together. And it's also
One of
true
those?
that what started
At
innocently
the young
would
age too,
quickly
bro.
turn into
That's gonna
something
be
far
a
more
permanently bad
volatile.
relationship.
Dominic's family initially adored Mackenzie, and they would even see her as part of the family. The couple even lived together for a while, which, of course, is a teenage fantasy that, unsurprisingly, doesn't age well, because behind closed doors, things between the two were slowly falling apart. By the year 2022, the relationship between them had soured. They were always constantly arguing, frequently breaking up, and
That's when
Mackenzie
you gotta
even
go, bro.
started to make horrific threats towards him. In fact,
Why?
Dominic's family noted that in the months leading up to his death, not only would he often look miserable, but Mackenzie had also become increasingly possessive. She always wanted to know where Dominic was,
I hate these
who he
type
was
of men,
with,
bro.
and why he wouldn't text her back immediately.
Oh,
And
shit, that
according to
shit's
not
pissing me
one,
off.
but several of her friends, she could be extremely scary when she didn't get her way. Only a few weeks before the crash, he had even called his mother in a panic during one of their arguments. And when a family friend drove out to pick Dominic up,
What happened?
Mackenzie yelled that she was going to wreck his car. Moments later,
Well,
she then
shit.
lunged
She
herself
did it.
across the seat, landing multiple
She did it
punches
too.
against his face. And another video, which was recorded around the same time as all of this, showed Mackenzie threatening to break into Dominic's house. And again, as I always do in these videos, just to point out that while all
Stop
of this was
self-snitching,
happening,
bro.
her social media showed a very different side to her and their relationship. To all of her followers,
Why do I have
on
a
the
tear
outside,
dropping down my eye?
she was
What the
still
fuck?
this sweet and pretty girl with a perfect boyfriend and a glamorous lifestyle. But to all of the people closest to her, they could all see that Mackenzie was a spiraling, jealous, volatile, and increasingly dangerous woman-child. And just listen here to the way that she speaks to him.
Come on.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You know it. That's
6,
exactly
7
what I
now.
mean. You don't know exactly what I mean. You're gonna come open this door right now, or there's gonna be a serious fucking problem.
I can't. No, like, you can't keep. You can't keep making all these threats. Like I can't
And you
open the
can't
door.
keep kicking me out of a place that you say is my home.
Kenzie, I didn't kick you out. You took all your shit and dipped. And said we were done.
I did not say we are done. Dom? Okay, ready? I'm gonna count to 10. The door's gonna open, okay? You're gonna open the
It's
door.
not gonna
and
open,
hide
bitch.
behind the door like a little fucking bitch.
It is obvious from this video that Mackenzie was possessive, aggressive, and extremely controlling over Dominic. Throughout this video, she is threatening to break his things if he doesn't let her into his own home. And unfortunately, there are multiple recordings like this. Just through the mere existence of this video, we know that Dominic knew that this was bad enough to record, and it highlighted his insecurity and fear over his own safety and well-being. The warning signs were all over her social media too, if
Cocoon.
you were old enough to look for it. She was quite literally a walking red
Give
flag,
me your
to the point
soul.
where any sane person like you and I would look at her videos and think she is absolutely on a one-way ticket to oblivion. It is evident that Mackenzie was a spiraling, jealous,
Shit.
volatile, and
I
increasingly
see that.
dangerous woman-child. But despite the warning signs, no adults intervened. And unfortunately, as we all know by now, she would eventually cross that line in a way
Bro,
that provided
where's the
no
primordial
return,
eye?
because days later, both Dominic and Davian were dead. The following body cam footage, which was recorded by officers attending Dominic Russo's family address, shows the moments that his mother realized that her son was tragically never coming home. And I have to stress here, this is some of the most distressing footage that I have ever seen.
Unfortunately, there was an accident, okay, involving Mackenzie, Davion, and who we believe is Dominic, is the third person.
An accident?
A car accident.
What?
Okay.
Where?
Last night.
Wait. Wait.
Just relax. Just hold on. Just stay seated. Just stay
No,
seated.
wait.
Just hold on. Just listen.
Yes,
Listen.
take a deep breath.
Christine,
Take a deep breath.
Oh no, man.
Take a
Bro.
deep breath.
Yeah, just take a deep breath.
Okay.
Oh no, man. What the fuck?
Right now, all we know is that the driver, who was Mackenzie, is at Metro.
Right.
Okay. Hold on.
So yeah,
Just stay seated, please.
Take your time.
Please,
There you
just
go.
relax. Take a deep breath.
That's
Take
all
a
right.
deep breath.
That's okay. You're good. Take your time.
Take a deep breath. Okay. Is anybody else home here with you right now?
But Christopher, but he's sleeping.
Angela's
on floor. Wait, where's Mackenzie's
mom? Okay. They're down at Metro right now.
Okay.
Okay. The other two passengers, like I said, was Davion and who we believe is Dominic. Okay. From what Mackenzie told us.
Okay.
Okay. Both Davion and Dominic are deceased.
Oh God. Yeah.
Christine.
Just sit down. Just sit down. Oh my God.
Krista's gonna come outside.
That's okay.
Christine.
Yes, just take a deep breath. It's okay. Oh my God.
Christine.
Just be back.
please.
Oh, fuck.
Christy,
What did she do?
It would be best.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is there somebody else we can call for you?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is there somebody we can call for you?
Oh my god!
Okay, wait, okay.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Wow.
As you already know by now, Mackenzie was the only one to survive this crash.
Wow.
And when she was found, she was unconscious and slumped over the
That
wheel,
is
with her
maybe the
foot still
most,
firmly
well,
pressed on the accelerator. Her list of injuries were absolutely enormous.
Oh.
She had broken bones, internal injuries, bruises, you name it basically. She was extremely lucky to survive, because by all accounts, she should have perished in that crash. As you can see in this body cam footage, her parents rushed to the hospital when they heard the news. At the time, they actually had no idea what state she was in or who she was with. And upon hearing that not only was she not the only one in that car, but she was in fact the only one to survive, well, I'll let you see their own reactions for yourself.
Progress in Alameda, car into a building. 2 are deceased in the vehicle. Daughter's driving. Who died? I don't know who other, but there's one that we don't know. His name's Jacob. Does anyone know a Jacob?
Dom? No, stop. Let him talk.
Guys, I know, we're dealing with this. Your daughter's okay. She's talking to us. I talked to her. Okay? Your daughter's alive. Okay? Your daughter's alive. She was driving. Okay? I think what's the name you said?
Dom.
Might be.
Oh my god. Stop.
What's his relation to you?
My boyfriend.
Okay. Yeah, then Dom was in the car.
Stop. What? Are you kidding me?
Ma'am, it's...
What?
That's where we're at right now. Okay?
That is crazy.
Right now, it's an ongoing investigation. Speed is definitely a factor. So are drugs.
And when she finally woke up in hospital and was told that both Dominic and Davion hadn't made it, witnesses say that she was absolutely inconsolable. Apparently, she was crying, screaming, and completely undone by the news. Now, at least in that moment, everyone was fooled by Mackenzie, and they all believed that this must have been some sort of horrible accident gone wrong. But let's just say that, in the weeks that followed, not everything sat right. In fact, it was quite obvious that something was wrong, because while most people would retreat from the spotlight, Mackenzie did the opposite. We know this because in the aftermath of Dominic's and Davion's deaths, her social media presence exploded. In fact, her TikTok followers basically skyrocketed overnight while she was still in that hospital bed. And instead of being quiet during this time and reflecting on what had happened, she instead leaned into the fame. From here on out, she posted videos from hospital, showing her injuries, her wheelchair, and even her meals. Anything that could give her views, basically. In one clip, she even gave a little tour of her ward, smiling as if this was some sort of holiday vlog and not a tragedy. I mean, talk about tone deaf. And it wouldn't stop there either, because once Mackenzie was discharged from hospital, she would then go out to attend events, concerts, and even festivals, filming herself in her wheelchair all at the same time. Throughout these moments, she was seen singing and laughing as if nothing bad had happened. And then, of course, came the video that surprised everyone, that being this one.
I'm not even cool. I'm just one of those girls that can do a lot of drugs and not die.
As you can see, she was seen gloating to the camera, which was captioned, "I'm just one of those girls that can do a lot of drugs and not die." Her behavior, actions, and choice of words were all undeniably cruel by now. 2 young men had died in her car, in her care, and under her responsibility. And despite her actions, here she was, simply joking about how she was indestructible. People didn't know whether to be disgusted, horrified, or both, because to the outside world, this wasn't grief anymore. It was outright arrogance and a disturbing lack of remorse. The confusing part is that at around the same time, she had also been posting tributes. Mackenzie would soon write on Dominic's memorial page to say that he was the last person to deserve this, and that she missed his laugh and smile, and he meant everything to her. She would share photos of the two, write loving captions, and then go back to her tone-deaf clout chasing.
So,
And this sinister cycle of love and
I
shame
just wanna
seems to go
sell
on
my
forever and ever and ever. I mean, for example, take a look at this Halloween photo that Mackenzie
What?
posted only 3 months after they were
The
killed. She was dressed up as a corpse, spattered in fake blood, and made grotesque faces as if she was auditioning for some sort of budget TikTok edition of American Psychopath. Seriously though, this photo makes me so upset, and unfortunately I've had to stare at it so many times. It's kind of like she looked at grief, trauma, and public outrage and said, you know what this needs? A photo that proves my face is just as ugly as my personality. Needless to say, Davion's family were absolutely outraged, and his sister was so disturbed by this post that she urged her family to call the police. And honestly, who could blame her for feeling that way? Just imagine scrolling through social media and then seeing the girl who is responsible for your brother's death pulling this face. Now, whatever sympathy the public had for Mackenzie, it was slowly beginning to evaporate. And don't get me wrong, there were some people who did try to excuse it, especially her parents. Those people claimed that she was simply traumatized and coping badly, but most people saw something that was far, far darker, kind of like she was hoping to be the center of the story, no matter how horrific it was. Rumors around town grew louder, and while police officers continued with their investigation, Mackenzie continued to feed into those concerns. And soon enough, what was once seen as a tragic accident became an active homicide investigation. For the first few weeks, police treated this case like any other accident, and nothing seemed suspicious to begin with. Police officers would run through the usual checklists, which included alcohol, weather, road conditions, and fatigue. And everything seemed to come back clean. However, things were already not quite adding up. For example, toxicology reports revealed THC in her system, meaning that she had likely been smoking marijuana on the night of the crash. And when police officers investigated her bag, they would be in for a surprise, because what they found was gear used for psychedelic mushrooms, including scales and packaging. When it came to the vehicle itself, one early theory was that maybe the car had malfunctioned or failed mechanically. For example, a brake failure. And so, with that in mind, detectives decided to take it to a forensic mechanic. And when the report finally came back, well, let's just say
you got a question, boys.
The report concluded that not only was the car in perfect working order with no errors or issues whatsoever, but the engine, accelerator, and brakes all worked exactly as intended. Which of course left investigators with one dire question. If it wasn't the car, then who was it? They began talking to friends and family and trying to build a clearer picture of Mackenzie and Dominic's relationship. And of course, that is when they realized that there was an alarming pattern. They noticed the explosive arguments, the threats, and the social media. And all of a sudden, this was no longer looking like a tragic accident. In fact, by now, people had started speaking up over Mackenzie and her concerning behavior. The warning signs had been observed by multiple people, and even Dominic's own mother highlighted many issues in the relationship after her son had been murdered. In the interviewing officer's notes, she had highlighted how Mackenzie had become controlling and argumentative, and how both she and Dominic were ready to distance themselves from her. Even her ex-boyfriend spoke out, telling officers that he believed that she was so cooked from the drug use that she was no longer mentally fully together.
Yeah,
and
she
quite
gone.
bluntly, after seeing literally dozens of videos of her shoving that bong into her mouth, yeah, I think she's completely chopped. For the record, it is a shame that I can't play any of these videos on YouTube due to community guidelines. But trust me here, there are quite literally hundreds of videos of her taking drugs. This includes her puffing on bongs, drinking lean, and smoking weed. By the way, this is just a quick side note here, but I have to ask, where the hell were her parents during all of this time?
Facts.
I genuinely can't believe how neglectful those two must have been in the year or two leading up to this tragedy. To give them at least some credit, there are a few messages between Mackenzie and her parents where they pleaded her not to drive. As far back as the year 2020, her father had even begged her, offering to collect her at any time with no questions asked. So it does appear that not only was she reckless and disobedient, but her parents didn't have any control over her and even failed to regain any. Oh, and there are even plenty of instances where he's actually
But how
joking
is she
about
making
her
money?
tickets. Now, of course, we have to bear in mind that warnings are not proof, and
True.
detectives, well, they needed hard evidence. But thankfully, modern cars record everything, and Mackenzie's car had an event data recorder, which essentially is the car's own little black box. And let's just say that what it revealed was nothing short of disgusting. The data recorded shows that in the final 5 seconds before impact, Mackenzie's accelerator had been pressed 100% of the way down. And not only that, but her brakes were never even applied once. It became clear that she floored the gas pedal and never let go, of course resulting in sending all 3 of them into oblivion. By the time that car reached the brick wall, it was traveling at nearly 100 miles per hour. And remember, investigators even found one of Mackenzie's fuzzy slippers wedged beneath the pedal. The murders of Dominic and Davian were now in the numbers. That discovery ended any illusion that this might possibly be an accident. And the only conclusion was that Mackenzie had not lost control of the car, but instead had driven it that way in pure cold blood. The surveillance footage would tell its own story too. At 5:34 AM, her car can be seen making a normal right turn at an intersection near the business park. She can be
that
seen
is not
stopping,
enough,
signaling
bro, to go
properly,
vote.
and then turning as if all is normal. But only 60 seconds later, another camera captures that same car flying down the empty street. As detectives dug deeper, a motive slowly began to emerge. By now, Dominic's family had confessed that he had been thinking of ending the relationship, but quite understandably was quite scared to do so. And so, with this information at hand, police began to wonder, is it possible that maybe Mackenzie decided that if she couldn't have Dominic, then no one could? Detectives also realized that only 3 days before the crash, Mackenzie's phone placed her at the exact location as the car crash. And this was for no apparent reason either, because why would she be in a business park? There was absolutely no reason for her to be here. So why was she? As we know, toxicology reports confirmed that she
wanted
was
to kill
high
them,
on
bro.
marijuana that morning, and that police also found psilocybin mushrooms and a digital scale in her purse. So, my own personal question here is, why hadn't she been investigated further at this point? Honestly, your guess is as good as mine, but personally, I'm chalking it up to good old-fashioned white girl privilege. When investigators eventually got around to looking through her phone and social media, what they found was sickening. There were dozens of videos of her driving recklessly, swerving, speeding, and even filming herself smoking behind the wheel. Seriously, this wasn't new
Bro,
behavior.
what the fuck?
All of this was just from a clout-chasing TikTok psychopath.
What the fuck? I am both, bro.
By November of 2022, detectives were finally ready to act. That is when they traveled to her home, knocked on the front door, and then arrested her. And thankfully, we have this body cam footage to show you. Quite frankly, this footage is absolutely surreal. And as the police officers placed the handcuffs on her, Mackenzie acted in a way precisely as you'd expect from someone like her. Because in that moment, she asked them to be careful not to break her expensive bracelet.
I'm the one who's been investigating
aggravated
murder times 2, okay? Nobody's gonna ask you any questions. Nobody's gonna bother you. Can I have your key, please?
Could you please be careful taking this one off so it doesn't break the bracelet?
You got it. You got it.
So,
what
Lucas,
is that?
here is some fashion advice for you, but I think that bracelet is a little too flimsy. For those wrists, you should try something a little bit thicker, like handcuffs. And I have to say, they pair nicely with an orange jumpsuit. As Mackenzie is placed in the back of a police car, she then closes her eyes, lies down, and cries a little bit. And maybe, for the first time in her life, she might have realized that actions have consequences. Moving to the legal proceedings of this case, Mackenzie's trial officially began in summer of 2023, and by then, the entire community was watching. What had initially begun as a tragic accident had now turned into a courtroom drama, and one that felt almost cinematic. I mean, we have young love, obsession, aggression, TikTok, and a devastating end. Knowing that she likely didn't have much of a chance against a jury, Mackenzie's defense team decided to make a bold choice and wave them away. Instead, her fate would rest solely in the hands of the county judge, who would determine not only her verdict, but her sentence too. No surprise,
Why is
but
it
the prosecution
fierce?
wasted no time in laying out the entire case against her. They argued that what happened that night was no accident at all. Instead, it was outright murder. They portrayed Mackenzie as this young woman who couldn't stand the idea of losing the man that she loved, and someone who decided that if their relationship was going to end, well, it would end for everyone. And unfortunately for her, all of the evidence available seemed to back this up. A forensic expert would
You don't want to
explain
trip,
that
bro?
the car's black box data confirmed that Mackenzie never touched the brakes, and instead she kept her foot on the accelerator right through until impact. In fact, it seems that her foot was jammed on the pedal right until the very last millisecond, meaning that she hadn't even flinched in the last moment. Investigators would also
Aren't you?
testify about the surveillance footage, the lack of mechanical failure, and the history of volatile fights between Mackenzie and Dominic. Friends
Oh,
and
are you
family
legit
would also
now?
confirm the tension between the two, while family friend Chris Martin recalled the moment where Mackenzie said that she would wreck him and his car. The defense team naturally tried to counter their narrative, instead arguing that there was no motive to harm Davian. They
Why
instead tried to
groovy?
tell the judge that Mackenzie had seemed to suffer some kind of medical episode, and they theorized that maybe she had fainted or experienced a seizure.
What the
Mackenzie
fuck?
also claimed that she couldn't
Wait, I
remember
put
a single
groovy.
thing about the crash, and that she woke up in
I
the
put
hospital
groovy on
with
his
no
leggings, bro.
memory
Hold
of
on.
what had happened. However, there was no
I
medical
mean,
evidence to
who
support
cares if
any
you
of these
macro? What the fuck?
claims,
I don't
and
care if
as the
anyone
prosecutor
macros.
pointed out, a seizure wouldn't
I know you
cause her
aren't
foot to
macroing, but I
slam
don't
on the
care if
gas
you are.
pedal for
What the fuck?
several seconds straight.
If you care about other people
Mackenzie's
macroing,
trial
you
would
should just
last for just
weirdo
over
ass
2
loser, bro.
weeks, and when it was time for the judge to finally deliver the verdict, the courtroom fell completely silent. But no surprise, on August the 14th of 2023,
Care about your
she was
reputation.
found guilty
Why?
of all 12 counts, which of course included
I mean,
2
I know you
counts
are a
of
macro.
murder. The judge would even call Mackenzie, quote, hell on wheels, a phrase that will likely
I
stick
know you
with
are a
her
macro.
forever. I think she
I saw
simply
it.
couldn't believe the idea that she would have to now face the consequences
literally
of her
saw it.
very own actions. Only 1 week later, she faced her sentencing. Family members of the victims stood before the court and spoke through tears, all demanding for her to receive the harshest sentence possible. Davion's sister was no different, and said that her family's pain would never fade for what she had done.
I mean, why do you care about
Mackenzie's
if what
actions
some
had
random ass
destroyed
guy
their
says
entire world.
about you?
Meanwhile,
I mean,
Christine
it's
Russell,
not even that
who
deep.
of course is Dominic's mother, faced Mackenzie directly. Her voice broke multiple times, quite clearly struggling at the disbelief of the situation. And as for what she said, well, here it is.
If I were you, I would have
right
just
from
said
her own
lol
mouth.
and then
This was
been
not
done.
a car
Like what?
accident. The evidence and science proved
Look at this
that
bitch.
Mackenzie
Look
should
at
have
her.
murdered my son, Dominic, as well as Davion. No one can imagine the pain of losing a child unless they have lost one themselves. The pain is forevermore. Time does not heal this wound. Mackenzie, going to prison because you did this. Be thankful that you're still alive and have a future, whatever that may be. Dom and Davion were robbed of their futures, their hopes, and their dreams.
Yup.
Mackenzie showed no mercy.
Smoking on the man.
Dominic,
I can't
nor
see
did she on
pack.
Davion. Only God at this
Smoking
time
on
can
the
have mercy
pack.
on her soul. Thank you.
Mackenzie would even speak out herself, but rather than take full accountability for her actions, she instead told them that she hopes that one day they will find her innocent. Sure, Mackenzie, keep on
What?
believing that.
Really, bro?
I'm sorry. I hope one day you can see I would never let this happen or do it on purpose. And to my family, thank you for the support.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch. You literally planned this.
I love you all so much.
Because what she did, she literally practiced this route to where she was gonna drive into a wall and kill
When all was said and
her
done,
boyfriend
Judge
and his
Russell
friend.
finally sentenced Mackenzie to 2 concurrent life sentences.
Uh-huh.
One for
She
each
literally
young life
rehearsed it like
lost.
30
She was
times.
therefore sentenced to
And
life
she's here
behind
saying it's an
bars
accident.
without the possibility of parole for 15
She literally
years.
practiced what
Now,
she was gonna do.
disappointingly, because these life sentences run concurrently, it means that Mackenzie could possibly be eligible for release as early as 2037, which personally I think is way too soon. I mean, if you think about it, she will only be in her early 30s by then. Meanwhile, her two victims are gone forever. Now, I find the next detail quite interesting, but the judge would even permanently revoke her driver's license, which basically means that she will never legally get behind the wheel again. I mean, imagine being released from prison and declared reformed in the eyes of the law, but still not allowed to drive. She better hope that all cars are autonomous taxis by the time she gets out. Even still, 15 years feels way too little. As one
What's
of
she
the
gonna
family
say
members quite
if someone
rightly
tells
put it,
her
the
to
victims
drive?
don't get
She's
to
gonna
come
say
back
that,
in
I can't
15
drive because I
years.
killed
They
2
never
people.
get a second chance. In the aftermath of her sentencing, Mackenzie's defense team has filed multiple appeals. But thankfully,
I imagine,
so
bro.
far, the courts have
Yeah,
upheld her conviction
she's on a
both
date
in
with someone, and then
2024 and then again
the
in
date asks, "What car are you
2025.
driving?"
And so,
And she says,
Maccas
"No, I'm not
remains in
driving
the
any car. I'm
Ohio
not allowed to, bro. I
Reformatory
killed
for
2
women,
people.
where she will
I don't know,
likely
last
spend
time I
at
drove,
least
so
the next couple
I
of
didn't want them
decades
driving a car."
behind bars.
I mean, bro, that is the date
Parents
is
still
gone.
believe that she is innocent, by the way, because of course, how could their princess be capable of doing something so evil? To be honest with you, I think this is probably half the reason why Mackenzie was even in this situation to begin with, because it doesn't sound like she ever learned how to take accountability. As you can see in this interview, her parents speak about how they believe that she doesn't deserve to be behind bars for homicide. Of course, while wearing these goofy Free Mackenzie wristbands. Their delusion is honestly quite palpable. And I feel like I don't need to say anything here at all.
Why did
I
they
can
penny
just
this
let them
slut?
do their own
She
talking
literally was a
instead.
hoe at 17.
One piece of evidence.
I think she sold her body at 17, bro.
Says she did this on purpose. Show it to me. Here it is. That's it. Then she's right where she belongs, and she's guilty of it. But there isn't any. There's no evidence what was going on in that car, other than the information they gleaned from the black box information.
They don't know. There's information they didn't see. There's information they didn't have. There's information we didn't see or have.
Should she be in prison for murder?
No, absolutely not.
Should she be in prison for aggravated vehicular homicide?
I don't know about the aggravated part, because I don't think you can still say why was going on the car. Should she have been charged with reckless vehicular homicide, 2 counts? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Not if it was medical.
And the thing is, when you step away from the names and people involved in this situation, and look at just the hard facts and information, you realize that a tragedy was bound to happen. Because it wasn't only the fact that this driver had recorded several dangerous moments behind the wheel prior to this night, but on the day of the crash, she was high on marijuana, had been partying all night, had shown worrying signs of aggression and
Yeah, you shouldn't even be
possessiveness,
behind the wheel.
and was also on little to no sleep. Quite frankly, she was not in the right state of mind to be driving at all that night, let alone behind the wheel and responsible for 2 other people. And what is most heartbreaking about all of this is the immaturity of it all. Because this happened because Mackenzie was angry, impulsive, emotionally unequipped,
she killed 2 people
self-entitled,
because
reckless, and
she was scared.
And instead of calming down, she decided to weaponize not only her emotions, but her vehicle too. And this kind of emotional blindness is what turned an argument into a double homicide. The real tragedy here are the deaths of Dominic and Davian. And to be honest with you, I really have no words to describe how horrible this must be for both of their families.
Oh, that
Both of
video,
these
bro.
men were young and had their lives ahead of them. So, here's a personal story of mine, but I remember when I was
Should I buy some
9 or 10
Kismets?
at the time that my neighbor, who was 17, was unfortunately in a tragic car accident. I so distinctly remember that night. Unfortunately, he died right there at the scene, and I remember the look on his mother's face the following morning. To be honest, that family was never even remotely the same again, and it even impacted my own parents to quite a significant level. I actually think about this guy sometimes while behind the wheel, and it's a really good reminder of how fragile life can be. It really does make you think we should really value life for all that it is and all that it's worth.
Sure.
And I think that's all I really want to say today, folks. It's probably a good place to stop. What it sounds like to me is that Mackenzie never really learned how to deal with her emotions.
Yeah, but she's an immature
and unfortunately,
prick.
it grew to such a severe level that eventually 2 lives were lost in the process. But
So
what are your
pointless,
thoughts,
man.
because this is quite a complex story. I suppose the thing that I'm most interested in is, do you think that her life sentences should have been run concurrently or one after another? Because personally, I don't think 15 years is enough time. As always, let me know in the comments down below. I'm going to end the video here because my battery is just about to die. Thank you again for watching, folks. As always, I'll see you again very shortly, likely next week. Until then, remember to look after each other and, of course, yourselves. Thank you, and goodbye.
On the floor.
This time, mate, you're under arrest on suspicion of murder. You don't have to say anything. Damn. Behind your defense. If you do not mention when questioned, something you later rely in court, anything you do say.
Suspicion of murder.
Do you understand?
No. What?
This is Yostin Mosquera, a
No.
Colombian adult content creator
What do you know?
with a deeply disturbing past. And on the night of July the 10th, 2024, he was seen dragging 2 heavy suitcases across the streets of Bristol, England.
It's my
It was
babe
around
here.
midnight when
What
innocent
the fuck are you
bystanders
talking about?
noticed something strange. They saw a dark red liquid that was leaking from one of the suitcases. That is when they stopped him right
Who
then
is your
and there
babe,
in the
dude? Like
middle
this
of
girl?
Clifton Suspension Bridge, giving an entirely new meaning to the word suspense. Moments later, Yostin then dropped the
Is it a normal
suitcases in the
girl?
van, shouting, "My boss is really
And why
bad,"
do you
in
keep sending me?
Spanish,
Do
as
you
he
literally
pushed down the
actually
cyclist
watch
who was
these
trying
people?
to film him. And
You
when
watch
police officers
women on
finally
Twitch?
opened those 2 suitcases, what they found was not mere evidence, but an absolute nightmare. Because inside, they found the remains of not 1, but 2 people. So, who precisely was Yostin Mosquera? Was he actually running from a dangerous cartel,
Explain what it
or
is.
simply lying to cover up his own tracks? Also, who did the bodies belong to? And how did they end up in 2
What is it?
suitcases in the middle of one of England's most famous bridges? Welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're looking at one of England's most recent murders. Now, this has to be one of the strangest cover-ups that I've ever seen, by the way, so you better buckle up for that one. And to this day, I still don't know why it ended in the way it did. Just a quick reminder here that this channel is run by me and 2 good friends, and of course Nero. There are no corporations here, no Netflix studios, and no AI slop. So, if you want to support channels like this one, please do consider subscribing.
let me see how much
what can
that
I
is.
say? We're just a small team that values real stories told properly.
Let's see how much that
Anyway,
is.
with all of that out the way, please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Yostin Mosquera.
Wow, thank you for the ad, bro.
Welcome to Bristol, folks. I have to say, Bristol is an amazing city with beautiful contrasts, and it's a
What
place
is
that I'm
this?
lucky
Super
enough to have
normal.
called home for 2 years. You have centuries-old cobblestone streets, old shipyards, and some of the most advanced engineering all going on in the same city. Once a thriving port of trade and exploration, Bristol is built on wealth and, of course, coffee. Today, things are a little bit different.
What is this?
Bristol is better known for its creativity, innovation, and its music. By day, it's charming, colourful, and disarming.
What is that on her stomach?
However, by night, as the fog rolls
What was
in
on her
over the
stomach,
Avon
bro?
Gorge, it can take on a very different mood.
The fuck is on her
and
stomach?
in the middle of the night, the horrific story of Yostin Mosquera finally
What the fuck
ended
is on her
right
stomach?
here at the city's most famous landmark, that being the Clifton Suspension Bridge. Now, what you're about to see here is only the beginning of all available footage. And let's just say that the more you go into this story, the more you'll realize how public it all became. It was on a warm summer's night in July of 2024
I'm
that
fine.
bridge staff and a handful of nighttime walkers
Why
all
did you
baffled.
search that
They
up,
noticed
bro?
a
What's
man
wrong with you, man?
struggling with 2 large suitcases.
You're
and
actually
it
so
appeared
damn
that he
bad.
was both
It's really
sweating
sad.
and agitated. And not only did he seem to be in a hurry, but he was also desperately trying and failing to avoid any attention. In fact, one onlooker even jokingly said to him, "That looks really heavy. What's in there? A body?" Well, Only a few moments later, those looking over at the man
What do you mean
noticed
search that up?
something extraordinarily strange. There seemed to be a dark liquid that was dripping from one of the suitcases, and when they began to ask
You
him
literally
questions
searched it.
about
You
it,
literally
he
had
grew
to search it. What do you mean?
defensive. Without any warning whatsoever,
It's not on
this
Twitch.
strange man then suddenly ran off into the night, leaving both of his suitcases right there on the bridge. By the way, for those of you who don't know Bristol very well, this bridge is one of the busiest spots in the city, and so seeing something so bizarre and ominous was just really strange. Realizing that something was terribly wrong
How
here,
many female
one of the
streamers
witnesses,
do not
who
have
turned out to
OnlyFans?
be a cyclist at the time, bravely chased
Oh,
this
no.
man
Oh,
down, and that is when this mystery
How do you
became
know?
just as comical as it was bizarre. As you
How
can
do you
see
know?
in this video, the biker's camera captured the man spin around, shout at the cyclist, and then push him off his bike.
Mira, mi jefe es muy malo.
Oh, yeah.
Detectives would later realize that the man was shouting, "Vete, vete, mi jefe es muy malo," which, when translated from Spanish to English, is, "Go away, my boss is really bad." After pushing the cyclist over, he then sprinted away and vanished into Lee Woods. He had quite obviously abandoned both of his suitcases, and so, as the onlookers approached, they realized that one of them was leaking blood.
Emergency, what's the location? Clifton Suspension Bridge. What's the emergency?
Right, we're going to need some police up here quite urgently, I think. We had a gentleman up here who was dragging a case behind him. The case, the wheels are broken and what have you. He says there's car parts and what have you. I've got to be funny, the case is broken and it looks like it's really heavy and there's blood coming out of it.
Oh,
the guy
man.
with the case has run off. We're now with the case, it's blood. We're convinced it's blood.
By 11:57
Holy
p.m.,
shit.
bridge staff had become so
But
concerned
I
about
don't
these
watch porn.
suitcases that they called the authorities.
Okay, bro.
Police officers arrived within minutes.
Alright.
They were ready to deal with whatever was coming their way. But the thing is, by now, that mysterious man was unfortunately long gone, and despite officers sectioning off the entire area, he seems to have somehow slipped by unnoticed. Meanwhile, back on the bridge, officers were now ready to deal with whatever was in that suitcase. And
does he send you nudes? What the fuck happened? Have I missed something, bro? What is this?
Both suitcases contained human body parts, which were wrapped up and stuffed tightly together. And based on
I thought you were straight. Did you get curvy or something?
It seemed like they were dealing with a double homicide. Within a matter of minutes, the iconic bridge, which is normally a proud symbol of the city of Bristol, had become the center of an extraordinarily grim crime scene. As a result, police sealed the bridge off from the public, creating forensic tents and floodlights to analyze the area. By morning, the news was everywhere. 2 suitcases, which were filled with dismembered human remains, had been found on Clifton Bridge. However, there were still many questions that remained. For example, who were the victims? And who is the strange man seen running away from these suitcases? And what possibly could have driven someone to do something so horrific? Well, unfortunately, it would take a lot of work to figure these things out. And so, Avon and Somerset police launched an immediate
you strike me as a guy who
manhunt.
literally fingered
Within
yourself.
hours, London's Metropolitan Police Force joined in on this investigation.
Yeah,
and surveillance
deadass.
footage was pulled from almost every nearby street. Now, at first, their trail was quite sparse. All they really had was several witness statements about this strange man who apparently was dragging 2 suitcases in the middle of the night. They also claimed that he had arrived by taxi with both of those suitcases. There are many more strange details to this story, and trust me here, we will get to those in just a while. The police would promptly tell the public that this man was quite clearly dangerous. The only
He's
problem
not
is
English
they
either,
didn't know
bro.
his name, his location, or his motive. But finally, the following day, and on July the 11th, they had their first break-in.
Mining, what
You
the
see,
fuck?
hanging from one of the suitcases,
I'm gonna mine the fuck.
investigators found a small luggage tag, and on that tag was an address. Surprisingly, this address was nowhere near Bristol. In fact, it was over 100 miles away in Shepherd's Bush, London. When police officers from the
Commissions?
Metropolitan
What?
Police Force arrived at the address, they forced their way inside. And although they believed that they were ready for whatever waited for them beyond that front door, well, no amount of training could have prepared them for this. Throughout their investigation, they realized that the flat belonged to 71-year-old Paul Longworth and 62-year-old Albert Alfonso, and detectives already feared that both of these men were very likely the victims. And after breaking in and making their way into the property, investigators found yet another nightmare. Right there in the hallway was a large chest freezer.
I don't need to
and
do
when
the
officers
Fiesta.
lifted the lid, well, let's just say they
Right.
found the decapitated heads
I can
and
still mine
other
without
body
Fiesta.
parts of
What are you
two
talking about?
men. And so now it appeared that the couple had been murdered inside of their own home before being butchered and then partially moved more than 100 miles away. Their neighbors were stunned. Quite literally, they were genuinely shocked. I mean, first of all, this sounds like something straight out of a horror movie.
I think it's pretty efficient. It's fucking Diana Ministry,
They
dumbass.
just simply couldn't believe
It's fucking
it.
OP perk.
Having lived here for many years, all of the neighbors knew both Paul and Albert. They were civil partners, and after 2 decades together, had finally formalized their relationship only 1 year prior. To those around them, Paul and Albert were quite clearly
this is kinda
untraditional,
gay.
but they were absolutely inseparable. It turns
This is
out
kinda
that
gay.
both of them had come from difficult beginnings, meeting each other as teenagers in the foster care system, and growing attached to each other ever since. Albert was known as warm and outgoing, and the kind of person who would chat with basically anyone.
this is kinda
Over the
gay.
summer, he would gladly host a barbecue, and during the winter would always try to organize Christmas drinks. Meanwhile, Paul was more the quiet type, but much more a handyman. He was friendly, reliable, and loved to fix things.
Is this you and
In fact,
Rain?
he had only retired just a few months before his death. Inside of their home, detectives began the slow and grim process of trying to piece this story together. They noticed bloodstains were located all over the walls and floors, showing obvious signs of chaos throughout. Beside the freezer, they would also find several cutting knives and a hammer, and as you can see, all of them were caked in blood. This was a scene of unimaginable violence. And
That's
whoever had
nice. It
killed
looks so
Paul and
small.
Albert must have
I'm not
done
gonna
so
say what
in
you
an
said because that's
incredibly brutal
extremely
fashion.
racist. I just
But
searched it up.
who would do such a thing, and why? And obviously, detectives would very quickly turn their attention to whoever that mysterious figure was on Clifton Bridge. It was through witness
You do
accounts
know
and
I
background
understand
checks
Russian,
that
right?
police
You're
soon
not gonna
learned
trick
that
me.
Paul and Albert had recently taken in a lodger who not only fit the mysterious man's description, but was now also missing. And his name is Yostin Andrei Mosquera. Now, Yostin was a 34-year-old man from Colombia who had been staying with Paul and Albert in the weeks prior to their deaths. But now, he was gone. Within hours, the Met publicly named Yostin as their primary suspect.
Oh, did they
where
take
he was
black
described
dick from
as
this guy?
dangerous, volatile, and
They really
believed
took
to
black
be
dick
on
from
the
this
run.
guy?
A wanted notice was then announced across the country, and by the end of the day, he was the UK's most wanted man at the time. As the search for Yostin
how big is this
Mosquera
guy's dick, you think?
intensified, more details began to surface, and I have to say, they were details that turned this story from a random act of violence into something far more personal. It soon became clear that Yostin was not some random lodger or stranger, but in fact was someone that Albert and Paul had known for several years. You see, before coming over to the UK, Yostin was actually working in Colombia as an adult content creator. Of course, that meaning that he was making explicit videos online. And as it turns out, Albert actually had a fascination with the more extreme side of sexuality too. In fact, this is actually how the two met. Because back in the year 2012, Albert found Yostin on a webcam site. Now, at first, the relationship between these two was purely transactional, with Albert paying Yostin for several
it's
videos
like
online.
3.7 inches.
Things became a little more complicated, and by October of 2022, Albert invited Yostin to London. The visit seemed friendly enough at first. Both Albert and Paul welcomed the idea, and although Albert's relationship with Yostin was sexual, Paul was both aware and comfortable with it. After his first visit, Yostin eventually returned to Colombia, where he lived with his wife and his young son. But the friendship/relationship did not end there, because
I'm joking, bro. I don't have a micro, dog.
Albert even traveled to Colombia to visit him, taking a few weeks out to enjoy the South American sun. Only 3 months later, and in June of 2024, which of course was only a few weeks before their deaths, Yostin then returned to London.
I think I have
no
average.
idea what his arrangements were with his wife and kids back in Colombia, but once again, Paul and Albert opened their door to him. The man was given a place to stay, a second chance, and even financial help. In fact, Albert would even pay for his English classes at a local school. From the outside, two older guys hosting a young adult content creator from another country who also had a wife and kid might have seemed like an odd arrangement. But to be honest with you, at this stage and after covering more than 300 stories,
I think it's
I've seen
like
it all. And if it's not
6.1
hurting anyone,
inches. I don't
then
know.
you do you. I suppose the
6
real
inches.
sticking point here is that, in the end, two people were hurt. And that's an understatement.
Alright.
So, unknown to both Paul and Albert at the time, but from the very moment that Josten stepped off of that plane and into their family home, he was actually planning something far more sinister. I mean, it's kind of safe to say at this stage that Josten was far from grateful. In fact, he was pretty much the total opposite, and instead he saw an opportunity through their love and care. And so, over the following weeks, he quietly
bro?
studied
Are you
his
okay, bro?
hosts, and this included their
That is
behavior,
not that
their
big.
habits,
It's
their
like,
finances,
isn't it like
and
right
even
above
their
average?
passwords. Later on, digital forensics would discover that not only had Josten researched the value of their apartment, but had even dug through their own personal financial spreadsheets, which was found on their PC. And it also turns out that, in secret, he had found all of their account logins, valued all of their assets and savings, and had even tried to open a bank account in their name. To the outside world, this man was merely a lodger just learning English at the local school. However, behind closed doors, Josten Mosquera was a parasite, and he was just waiting to take over their lives. And by the way, these were not the only things he searched for online. Others include how long does it take for a corpse to decompose,
6 centimeters.
how to kill someone with a
You mean
single blow to
inches?
the head, and, of course, large fridge freezers on Facebook Marketplace. I mean, this monster was quite literally plotting to murder his hosts all while he slept in their bed, ate their food, and even shared intimate moments with them. And days later, everything would change. July the 8th, 2024. It was a Monday, and it began like any other day for Paul and Albert. Paul was spending his morning pottering around the apartment, while his partner Albert had gone to work to teach swimming lessons. And it was while Albert was gone
What are
that
you
Josten
talking about?
saw his chance.
Does he?
At
Is this
12:30 in the
true
afternoon,
or is it not
neighbors
true?
noticed Josten standing at the window
I
before
need to
then
check. Is he
opening
on?
the
I need to
curtains
check
shut.
this. Oh, he's on.
Investigators now believe that
I'm gonna
this was the
interview him.
moment that he decided to actually set his plan into motion. With the flat sealed and nobody able to peer inside, he then reached for a hammer from Paul's own toolkit. And in a sudden and calculated strike, he then cracked the back of Paul's head open. The
What
first
the
blow
fuck?
must have been absolutely devastating.
What the
But
fuck?
from what we can tell, it wasn't the last. In the end, Josten would strike him a total of 10 times, which was enough to cause unspeakable damage. Defensive wounds, which were later found on Paul's hands, concluded that he had desperately
You need to stop
tried
saying
to
this
fight
crazy
back,
stuff,
but
man.
sadly, there was no
People might
chance.
end up
After Paul had
thinking you're
passed away,
gay.
Josten then dragged his body to the bedroom, lifted the divan bed, and then quite literally stuffed him inside. He then opened the curtains, cleaned the area, and just carried on as usual, completely ignoring the fact that he was now sharing the apartment with a body. Meanwhile, when Albert finally returned home later that afternoon, he had no idea that his partner was now dead, and he wouldn't notice either, because, you see, Albert and Josten actually had plans that evening. As usual, the bedroom had been
I
prepared
have a feeling
in
people
such
might
a way
think you're
for
gay.
a filming session between the two. And so, after returning home, they began to engage in, let's just say, adult
What do you mean weird shit?
However, this is when, right in front of the
Did I
camera
say weird
that was
shit? I mean, yeah,
recording at the
probably.
time, their session turned from sexual to murderous. Video footage, which was later recorded in the crime
You're
scene,
gonna get
showed
exposed for
Josten
being
reaching
gay.
beneath a cloth on the table, pulling out a knife, and then lunging towards Albert. Albert was stabbed 13 times across his torso, neck, and face, and after a devastating blow to his throat, he tragically passed away in an utterly vulnerable scenario. Tragically, the horror would
So you
not
don't
end
like
there,
it, yeah.
because that video would keep on rolling afterwards. In fact, some of it was even released to the public, and as you can see, Josten can even be seen dancing and
So
singing
you don't like
afterwards.
Vanilla?
It was so depraved that
I'm
even
not attracted
detectives
to you,
would later
bro.
describe it
What
as
is wrong with you?
psychopathic joy.
You need some help.
With both of his hosts now dead, Josten began the next phase of his plan. While still in the same room as the bodies, he then hacked into their computer, logged into their bank accounts, and then tried to transfer £4,000 to himself. Now, unfortunately for Jostin, that failed. As a result, he then went through all of their belongings for any cash or cards he could find. Later that evening, a surveillance camera caught him at a nearby ATM machine, where he then tried to use Albert's cards to withdraw money. Without going into too much detail,
I mean, I'll just claim that I have some gay friends. It's fine.
Paul and Albert, using only knives and a hacksaw. And you might be wondering, how did Jostin learn how to do this? Well, looking at his internet history, it turns out that he spent hours looking into tutorials online, even studying British serial killers and the techniques that they used. By now, he had ordered a chest freezer to be delivered to the flat the following day, and in the early hours of July the 9th, that freezer arrived. He then placed their heads and other body parts inside, but the rest, like his arms, legs and torso, were all stuffed into 2 suitcases. It is worth noting here that
their
Jostin
head
tried
into the
to
freezer?
line all of these limbs with bin bags, of course, in an effort to try to contain all of the blood. But as we know, that didn't quite work out. By sunrise, the apartment basically looked mostly ordinary again, of course excluding the massive freezer in the hallway and all of the murder weapons which were just left in the
want
corner
to sleep
of the
today.
bedroom. On July the 10th, he then booked a van to transport the
I really
suitcases, first planning a trip to Brighton before then changing the destination
I have a
to
feeling I
Bristol
might get
at
tired.
the very last moment.
I have a feeling I am
Detectives now
tired.
believe that Jostin probably planned to
I
dump
might
the
actually be
remains in the
tired.
sea, but then
Oh,
for
let's
whatever
look at the
reason,
profit, by the way.
instead chose
This is
to
pretty
drop
good
them
profit.
from one of the UK's most famous bridges. So, before we continue with what happened next, I want to highlight how insane and delusional Jostin
Okay, good.
is,
I'm not
because it
gonna
makes
sleep
you realize
yet.
how little intelligence he actually has. Now, at this stage
I
in the
got.
story,
I
there
have
was
a
no
little more
suspicion
edging to
or
do,
even
then I can go
awareness
to
of
bed.
Paul's or Albert's deaths. Unfortunately, nobody really checked in on them daily apart from each other. So, at least right now, Jostin had the freedom to do whatever he wanted. But of course, as far as guilt was concerned, he had already signed his life away. And that's because not only was he going to be the prime suspect from a perspective of proximity,
I honestly don't
but the
remember what I
evidence
said.
was
What did
quite
I just say?
literally screaming at him. I mean, not only was the apartment basically a scrapbook for his fingerprints, but his search history may as well have been titled How to Get Arrested in 5 Easy Steps. And let's not forget
What did he
here that
do?
not only was he leaving clues behind, but he had quite literally recorded his own downfall. Oh, and taken several selfies in front of ATM machines in the process. So, there is no doubt about it, Jostin was
Imagine
going to fall
fucking
into
a
the
guy
spotlight,
and then
which meant that
once
he
you
had
pull the
very
dick out, you
precious
realize
limited
there's shit
time.
all over
And
your
so,
dick.
the long story short here is
Oh my
that during this
God.
crucial time, Jostin had 2 options. He could either fly back
The
to
guy
Colombia,
gets a
where
diarrhea
extradition
right away.
treaties are complicated and not guaranteed, or he could stay in the UK and make a complete mess of his cover-up. And unfortunately for him, he would choose the latter, in spectacular fashion. At least in Jostin's mind, his plan
I
was
actually had
simple.
cream not
Just
too long
find a
ago. It
way
was
to get
fucking
rid of
delicious,
the
by the way.
bodies and then disappear.
I
So,
really love
with
the
that in
cream.
mind, he arranged transport on the morning of
I
July
don't think
the
you were
10th,
here though.
that being a hired man and van that he had found online. Now, there is one small but very important detail to mention here, because this van wasn't like most. It wasn't the usual color of white, it was red, a color that is far less common among the millions of white ones out there. And that unique
Facts.
detail would actually later prove crucial, because
Where is
when
the
officers
primordial
began to
eyes,
trace
bro?
Jostin's movements,
How
their very
rare is the
first
eye?
leads on him would
I'm so
actually come
confused.
from
I swear I
witnesses
should
who
get one at this
remembered
point.
seeing a red van. To the driver himself, it was just another late
Should
booking
literally have one
and
by now,
someone who
man.
wanted to move stuff from London to Bristol on short notice. But of course, unknown to him, in the back of that van were 2 suitcases that were filled with human remains. The driver made the 120-mile journey with Jostin right beside him, not realizing that he was sharing his space with the killer. But Jostin himself was calm, quiet, and unremarkable, even shaking the man's hand and smiling as he said goodbye. Speaking of, they arrived in Bristol later that evening, stopping near the Mall pub in the Clifton area, which is just a short distance from the bridge. From there, Jostin
excited to
switched
sleep.
walking
I was
towards the
like,
bridge, where people
I
would even
slept
stop
like
him
1
to ask
hour,
if he
I
needed
think.
help. In fact, he would even have this odd
An
encounter
hour.
too.
He's being helped by other people across the pedestrian crossing, and puts it
Yo,
down
is
sort of 3
look at
yards from
Ankh,
us.
bro. Look at Ankh.
And
Look at
my
Ankh,
son
bro.
was outgoing.
Holy
Said,
Ankh.
wow, man, that's a very heavy suitcase.
That looks like you, bro.
What you got in
He
there,
looks like
Bobby?
you, man.
After that, several surveillance cameras caught him walking towards the bridge. However, just before he approached it, a suitcase wheel would buckle and then snap off. And so, in response, he called a taxi for the final stretch of the journey. The fare seemed to be completely bizarre to the driver, because Jostin essentially asked him to pick him up on one side of the bridge and then drop him off 300 meters away on the other. By the time he reached the other side, it was almost midnight, where he then hauled the two suitcases out of the bridge walkway, which were clearly struggling under
did I
the
cocoon
weight.
it or
Now,
something?
obviously, his plan was to then throw them over the railing and let the river below do its thing. By the way, I have no idea why you'd go to one of Bristol's most popular attractions to dispose of two bodies when you could have simply dumped them off a lonely pier not even 5 miles away. This man had zero common sense. And
He's an
thankfully,
idiot.
as we know, fate and a few watchful strangers would not let him get away with these crimes. It seems that even at midnight, Clifton Bridge never truly sleeps.
Come on, can I just
Not only were
please,
staff still on
please
duty, but a few local
get
residents
that
were still
high? It
crossing
looks,
the bridge when they
it's
noticed him
fun to
struggling.
drop
That
something
is when one
valuable.
worker called out and offered to help him, because both suitcases looked heavy, and of course, once he took a second, closer look, he realized that one of them was leaking a dark red liquid. Jostin did try
Did he
to
even
brush
try
this
to
off,
hide
and
it?
even mumbled that apparently it was oil. However, the smell and the color told a different story, and nobody was having his excuse. A cyclist who was passing by at the time became
Is he
rather
fumbling?
suspicious, and in that instant,
Are they
Jostin
fumbling
knew
right
that
now?
all of it was over. He then dropped the suitcases on the
Uh-oh,
pavement and
uh-oh.
ran, the cyclist's phone capturing the
Why is he
surreal
running so
chase that
slowly?
followed only seconds
He does not seem
afterwards.
to care. What is he doing?
And in minutes, the emergency services were called to help. Police officers arrived at 11:57 p.m., locking down Clifton Bridge and launching a full investigation. Multiple helicopters swept overhead, using thermal imaging to try to find Jostin. But the man was now gone. With thanks to this luggage tag, which traced back to their flat in Shepherd's Bush, investigators had identified
Shepherd's
the victims
Bush.
within 36 hours of this discovery. And of course, meanwhile, Jostin Mosquera was now a fugitive on the run.
Good boy.
By Saturday, that being July the 13th, the net
I
was
really wanna
slowly closing in
sleep.
on Jostin. By now, his face was quite literally everywhere, including TV screens, police bulletins, and social media. Now, obviously, despite everybody knowing his face, nobody knew where he had actually gone to. I mean, he had basically left that bridge empty-handed, and so
I
most
just
people
farted.
guessed he was probably still around Bristol. Still, nobody had the faintest of ideas. But not for long. Here's a concerning detail for you, but he was actually roaming the streets of Bristol basically for the entire day, and despite being out in public for several hours, nobody had actually called the police to report anything.
Why is no,
which is quite alarming.
literally no.
However, by nightfall, a tip finally came in. This would eventually lead several armed police officers to Bristol Templemead's train station, and right there on the platform, they finally arrested him.
Yeah, this lag is crazy, dude.
I've got a hand, mate.
Go.
Yeah. Say the words, eh? When it's secure. Go. Stay down, John. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Secure.
On your side, mate.
Right up, Bing.
Move your legs out to the front. Sit up.
At this time, mate, you're under arrest on suspicion of murder. You don't have to say anything but main harm defence. If you do not mention when questioned, something you later write in court, anything you do say may be given evidence. Do you understand?
No. What?
You are currently under arrest for
Bro,
murder.
give me the loot, give me the loot.
What's your name, mate?
What?
What's your name? Nombre.
Jot.
Jot?
Yeah.
Dot or Joss?
Jot.
Surname? Jot what?
Jot. Mosquera.
Mosquera?
His arrest was
What?
over within seconds, and finally, after 3
Where's
days
that?
on the run, Jostin was now in handcuffs. By the next day, he was in London, where he would now be interrogated. It is no surprise to learn that, at first, he tried to spin this wild story about self-defense, which even then was still different to the angry boss excuse that he threw at the cyclist. Anyway, Jostin admitted to killing Albert, but claimed it wasn't murder and that he'd only acted in self-defense. According to him, Albert had killed Paul in a jealous rage and then tried to attack him. He also claimed that not only had Albert been abusive, but had even forced him into sexual acts. Now, unfortunately, it is true that Albert had formerly been accused of sexual misconduct a couple of decades prior, but at least in Jostin's case, it very clearly was a desperate lie, and one that detectives saw straight through. For one, Albert was verifiably at work when Paul was murdered. And then, of course, there was Jostin's own digital trail, which just screamed premeditation. By July the 15th, that being only 1 week after their deaths, Jostin was charged with 2 counts of murder. By the time this case went to trial, this horrifying story was undeniably in Jostin's hands. Every detail, including his search history, all the way through to those financial transfers, all painted one very clear motive. And in April of 2025, and after months of build-up, he would have to face all of this in trial. Despite the time that had passed, Jostin still tried to dodge all accountability, pleading guilty only to manslaughter after claiming that he had lost control with Albert. But over the following weeks, the jury were shown everything, including the surveillance footage of him closing the curtains before Paul's murder, forensic breakdowns of blood and freezer contents, and, most hauntingly, parts of the video where he danced beside Albert's body. It was so disturbing that jurors were offered trauma support both through and after the trial. On July the 21st, 2025, the jury finally came to their verdict. Without any doubt, they found him guilty on both counts of murder, and as this verdict was read out, Jostin showed no emotion whatsoever. The judge called it one of the cruelest cases that he's ever seen, declaring that Jostin had devised a thoroughly wicked plan, killed 2 people without remorse, and may never be safe to set free. As a result, Jostin Mascara was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 40 years and 264 days before parole, meaning that he will very likely die behind bars. As the courtroom emptied, a photo of Albert and Paul was displayed outside, showing 2 men who were happily in love with beers in hand. And I believe this is how they deserve to be remembered, because at its core, this was not only a story about murder, but one about kindness too, and how a man exploited that kindness in the most monstrous way possible. I think stories like this will always be hard to comprehend, purely by the lack of logic from the outset. But what I really struggle with here is understanding Jostin's actions and decisions. Like, for example, I don't know, why on earth would you take 2 bodies to one of Bristol's busiest attractions to do the same thing you could achieve from a lonely pier or cliff? Jostin's critical thinking and decision-making skills are absolutely abysmal, and it does make you wonder if maybe he was dropped on his head a few too many times as a baby. Anyway, those are my thoughts, but what are yours? Because, as always, I'd love to know what you think in the comments down below. Anyway, folks, I think that's pretty much the end of the video today, but as always, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. Oh, and by the way, did you know that Coffee House Crime is now on Spotify? If you haven't checked us out yet, then please take a look. I'd really appreciate it. Anyway, folks, thanks again for watching, and as always, I'll see you again very soon for another one. Until that moment arrives, though, remember to stay safe and stay curious. Thank you, and goodbye.
Goodbye. I need to see my... Is anything in here that is related to...
This is 17-year-old Lisa Holm, and on a quiet summer's evening, she suddenly disappeared from a cafe in Blomberg, Sweden. What followed was one of the largest search operations in Swedish history. Hundreds of volunteers, helicopters, and police officers secured the countryside, all hoping to find her alive. However, as the hours turned into days and ominous clues began to surface, officers began to worry. And sadly, after 5 days of searching, they had their answer. Found deep inside a nearby farm, investigators discovered what they called the milking room. A scene that was so disturbing and grotesque that many of the officers required therapy. So, what happened to Lisa Holm? What precisely is the milking room, and who was to blame for all of this revolting behavior?
Do I list Alois?
Because there really is no better words to describe
Do I
Lisa's
list
killing.
Alois?
He was absolutely revolting. And the more that I
I
look
think
into
so,
this
right?
case, the more I realize that Lisa's final moments must have been nothing short of soul-destroying. This genuinely has to be one of the most horrifying cases that I've covered. In fact, it was so bad that many of the detectives on this case needed therapy afterwards. I mean, even just the nickname, the milking room, leaves shivers down my spine. Welcome or welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're looking at one of Sweden's most horrifying cases. By the way, did you know that Coffee House Crime is only run by me and 2 good friends, and of course Nero? But there are no corporations here, no Netflix studios, and no AI slop. So, if you do support channels like this one, please do consider subscribing. It really does help us out. And now, with all of that out the way, let's begin this story, because honestly, it is sincerely tragic. So, on that note, please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Lisa Holm. It was a gentle Sunday evening of June 2015, and the small Swedish village of Blomberg was busy being its usual self. That being charming, quiet, and picturesque. Now, Blomberg is a place where life moves slowly and nothing bad ever happens, because, well, quite frankly, it doesn't have the population for it. Think of gentle hills, flat farmland, clusters of trees, and the occasional farmhouse, all enclaved in a very Nordic setting. And, unfortunately, for all of the wrong reasons, I'm sure you'll become familiar with this area as we go through the video. Sweden is a country that often ranks near the very top of most livable countries. And of course, the most important factors that are taken into consideration here are housing, education, and good healthcare. It ranks near the very top for global happiness, second in the world for healthcare, and 6th for overall quality of life. And with all of this in mind, it really does make you think they might be onto something here. And it's true, because good healthcare changes everything. Because no matter where you live, your quality of life depends heavily on your health. For example, have you ever been in that moment where everything seems to be going smoothly? You're just going through your week, you've got exciting plans, and then all of a sudden, boom, your body decides to just ruin everything. Whether it's a sudden flu, an infection, or a weird new pain, it doesn't really matter. Suddenly, you're Googling symptoms at 11 PM and convincing yourself that you've got something dramatic. We've all been there before. However, instead of spiraling through a late-night doom scroll, let me tell you there is a better way to handle that. And that's where today's paid partner ZocDoc comes in. ZocDoc is a free website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors, choose the right one for your needs, and then click to instantly book an appointment. And ZocDoc is not for just one type of care either. They have more than 100,000 providers across nearly every specialty, from primary care to dental health, eye care to urgent care to mental health, and more. It's a one-stop shop for all of your healthcare needs, and there's no need to call doctor's offices or wait on hold either, because ZocDoc lets you do everything online. Now, we've all experienced the difference between an okay doctor and a great one. I remember recently seeing a doctor about a shoulder injury that was making worse at the gym, and let's just say that this guy was straight out of a movie. If you've seen Rocky, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, but this guy jumped out of his chair and shouted, "Adrian! What are you doing? We need you to rest, reduce inflammation, and see a physio." Quite honestly, this guy was great because not only was he basically telling me exactly why all of this was happening, but he was also treating me like a good friend. And he basically just made the entire experience so much better, which is exactly what I want in a doctor every time. And not only do you get this with ZocDoc, but when you find the doctor that you both want and need, you can also see their actual appointment opening times. Plus, ZocDoc helps you get appointments fast, typically within 24 to 72 hours of booking, and you can even score same-day appointments. So stop waiting, stop guessing, and start getting the care that you need. Go to ZocDoc.com/coffeehousecrime to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/coffeehousecrime, because if Sweden's proven anything here, life really does get a lot better when your healthcare does too. Thank you, ZocDoc, for sponsoring today's video. Now let's get straight back to this case. It was on June the 7th, 2015, that 17-year-old Lisa Holm was finishing her shift at a local countryside cafe near the foot of Kinnekulla, a beautiful hill that is framed by 2 lakes. Lisa Holm was known to be bright, dependable, and mature beyond her age. In fact, both of her parents, who now trusted her completely, felt comfortable enough to let her work at the cafe and even commute home alone. She had started her job at this cafe only a few weeks prior, and although her parents had driven her back and forth each week as she worked on weekends, today was the day that she could finally drive home alone on her new moped. It was around 6:23 p.m. and just as the sun set over the hills that Lisa sent a text message to her father. She said that she was basically finished locking up the cafe and she would be on her way home shortly. Now, this drive would usually take around half an hour, and it's one that she'd done countless times before. And although most of them were with her parents, she easily knew the way back home alone. This road wound through countless forests and farmlands, and in general was considered to be extremely safe. It was peaceful here, and to be honest with you, the only threat you really had was a rogue Swedish meatball rolling down the hill. However, that evening, it was different, because Lisa would never make it back home. As those minutes turned into hours, concern gave way to dread, and by 8 o'clock, her father could no longer wait. That is when he jumped into his car and drove towards the cafe, scanning the empty roads for any sign of his daughter. When he arrived, he initially felt relieved, but only moments later, his heart sank again. Although Lisa's moped was still there, parked neatly by the cafe, after inspecting the moped, he realized that the keys were still hanging loosely from the ignition. And as for her bag, well, that was right next to the bike itself. To make things even more worrying, not only was her helmet gone, but the cafe that she worked at was dark, silent, and empty. Lisa's father called out her name, but despite his best efforts, there was no answer. Only the sound of wind and the creak of old trees could be heard. And Lisa Holm, well, she was gone. Panicked and desperate, Lisa's father called the police at 9:47 p.m. and within hours, a massive search operation was underway, with neighbors, friends, and local volunteers all traveling to the area to help find her. Flashlight beams swept far and wide across open fields, and all of the barns in the nearby area were thoroughly checked. As for roads, they were closed off, and everybody knew that Lisa was missing. But despite the turnout, the first sweep revealed almost nothing at all. There were no signs of a struggle, no clues, and no footprints. Absolutely nothing. And with Lisa still missing, the investigators grew deeply unsettled. And that is when they found their first subtle clue. Inside of an old barn, which was located next to the cafe and across the road, police dogs caught wind of Lisa's scent. Now, the barn itself was essentially...
Let's see if some alloys are. Let's see. Good eye.